Mr. Clerk, please record.
There is a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
One item, new resolution LR 435 from Senator Wishart extends congratulations to the Lincoln Southwest debate team. That will be laid over. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will continue the debate from this morning. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. This is my first time to speak on this bill today, and I appreciate the opportunity. I was wondering if Senator Albright yielded a question or two.
Senator Albright, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Albright, this morning in your opening, I believe you stated that several states have adopted this legislation. Did you say that was 14?
Actually, yes, and 3 have already had it enacted years ago, and that'll go into effect if and when Roe is overturned.
Okay. So do you know, this is not a trick question, I just want to know if you know, do you know what all of those states have in common?
Hopefully everything that we have in common with them.
They're bicameral.
Oh, well,
Every one
we're
of
not in
those.
common with them.
Everyone's a bicameral.
Yep.
Okay. Does that give you a hint?
Mm-hmm.
We're not. Why do we have trouble? Because we're not a bicameral. So let me share what I've observed this morning. I have observed what I believe to be a couple of people running for higher office. I thought their comments were slanted that way. And I am very surprised by Senator Vargas's comments, because he and I came in together in 17. And maybe my memory is a little fuzzy, maybe not, but I remember thinking that he was a pro-life candidate in 16 when he was running for the legislature. I'll have to do some research on that. I could be wrong, but it sure seems that that was the case. The other issue that I have trouble understanding is several of these people that are for abortion have announced or are Catholics. And it's my understanding that the Catholic faith is against abortion. So I find that very peculiar that you would be for abortion if you're a Catholic, but I guess that's the way it goes. Joe Biden's Catholic too. So at noon, we had a press conference in the rotunda by a person that thinks press conferences in the rotunda are wrong. I wonder if she feels the same way about that now. So I want to read a couple of quotes about abortion, what some people of pretty prominent opinion had to say. I'm against abortion. I think that life is sacred and we should take the position of being against abortion. I think it is wrong to take a human life. I think that human life starts at conception. Dr. Billy Graham. Here's another one. The fetus, though enclosed in the womb of its mother, is already a human being, and it is a monstrous crime to rob the life of which has not yet begun to, they've not yet begun to enjoy. It seems more honorable to kill a man, more dishonorable to kill a man in his own house than in a field, because a man's house is a place of most secure refuge. It ought surely be deemed more atrocious to destroy the fetus in the womb before it has come to light. John Calvin. How about this one? It is more reasonable to destroy a child by abortion because it could not live if suddenly delivered than to drown a non-swimmer in a bathtub because he could not live if thrown into the middle of the ocean. Harold Brown.
1 minute.
So it's very similar today than yesterday. Yesterday, our focus was on those who collect and spend the taxes. And today, our focus is on the mother. Seldom have we heard anybody say, maybe Senator Arch and a few others have said, we are trying to protect a human life. What rights do they have? Obviously, according to those who are for abortion, they have none. It is peculiar that it's okay to kill a dog, kill a baby, but it is against the law to kill a dog. This is an amazing thing we're having. We shouldn't even be discussing this. We should just vote and move this on to protect human life. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to read testimony, just a minute here. A written testimony by Julie Manelli, former director of Mater Filius of Nebraska in Omaha. Mater Filius is Latin for mother and child. They started in 2003 in Mexico City. I have a friend who ministers to the poor in Mexico City and made me aware of Mater Filius. And I just wanted to read what they do. Mater Filius in Nebraska was formed in September 2012, and shortly afterward, we acquired our first home in Omaha, Nebraska. We work to save babies, defend the dignity of the mother, help women develop in the role of motherhood, and support families in distress. The protection of life knows no borders. To date, we have assisted in opening Mater Filius in Dallas, Cincinnati, in Miami, and as of January 21, have 22 locations worldwide. We provide support to pregnant women and their children who have nowhere else to turn. We meet the mothers where they are in their journey with the goal of understanding that they are loved and beautifully created children of God. We provide a home, food, medical care, counseling, employment support, and education. The two requirements to obtain this assistance are to be pregnant and ready for change. Race, religious beliefs, ideology, health status, socioeconomic status, cultural background, and similar factors do not exclude anyone from our services. The services we provide are free of charge. Mater Filius is funded by donations and volunteers who share our pro-life and pro-family mission. Coordination of medical care is provided during pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum. The mother and child may remain in the home up to 8 months after the birth of her baby. During this time, she's bonding with her baby and growing into her new role of mother while positioning herself to be independent in society. Our Early Child Learning Center is available for children 6 weeks to 3 years of age. This same network of support continues indefinitely with our graduate support program. We assist our moms with any of life emergencies and challenges. Bi-monthly breakfasts are held to maintain contact with the families who have completed their stay in the home as a way to continue the new loving community built by Mater Filius. This ministry and many others, that's end quote, this ministry and many others are available to help women who need community support during a crisis pregnancy. Their website is materfiliusne.org, and their website says, "Call us today for homeless and pregnant help in Omaha." And so I support LB 933 and the people who support the mothers in need. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Albright.
Senator Albright, 145.
Thank you, Senator Clements and President. I'd like to just address some of the concerns from earlier today. A lot of people spoke about this being an anti-woman bill, that we want to control women's bodies, and that we're not really pro-life, only pro-birth. This is emphatically not true. Emphatically, not empathetically, emphatically not true. Most people do not know that more than 20 pregnancy centers exist in Nebraska, from Lincoln to Omaha to Norfolk, O'Neill, North Platte, Scotts Bluff, Chadron, and everywhere in between. These places get all of their funding from
1 minute.
private charitable donations. These centers are among many ministries provided by pro-life people in Nebraska who care enough about women to actually meet their needs, the difficulties they're having, and empower them in the future. So I just feel like, we are that voice of the unborn, the pro-lifers. We have to be, because they have no voice. Do we care about the women? You bet we do. And will we be there for them? Yes, we will. But to even remotely say that we're against a woman's right, we're against killing a baby who doesn't have that voice, who takes the life of that unborn child, that there are many people out there that would love that child if they should choose not to keep them. There are many people out there that will care for those mothers.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Moorfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in strong opposition to LB 933 for many different reasons. And just to go to Senator Albright's point that she just made now, I think the thing that bothers me about this type of legislation is that it is hypocritical. And for somebody like the introducer of this bill to say that they are not just pro-birth, but they're also pro-life, flies in the face of facts. The introducer of this legislation has voted to deny shelter to people, voted to deny food, voted to deny health care, and voted to deny contraceptions to Nebraskans. Those are the facts. Those are the votes. I can pull up the votes. Some of them are very recent. And so it's very frustrating to people like me to hear somebody say, I'm pro-life, but I'm anti-shelter, anti-food, anti-health care, and anti-contraception for the most needy and the most vulnerable in our state. That's why it's frustrating. Colleagues, I also fundamentally believe that the right to an abortion is the right that should be left between a woman and her healthcare provider. Fundamentally, that is what I believe. But that being said, I want to talk about some of the flaws of this legislation from the outset. And we're going to go into it in depth throughout the day. So the first flaw in this legislation is really unclear and contradictory language, particularly in sections 3 and sections 5. So in section 3, it says, for purposes of the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act, unborn child means an individual living member of the species Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development from fertilization. I want to note that, from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. But then the proponents of this legislation will then go and say, well, wait a minute, this doesn't include contraception and all of that. Go look at section 5. Well, section 5 actually contradicts with section 3. So which way is a court to interpret which section takes precedence? It's not clear. It's not clear that basic contraception, Plan B, other types of contraception would not be prohibited and banned under this legislation. Second, the legal standard for doctors is also unclear. Now, the legal standard may be spelled out, but given that this is new legislation, and given that this is essentially a new standard, the reasonableness standard is not clear. So section 7 says any prosecution of a licensed physician under section 4 of this act, it shall be an affirmative defense that is necessary and reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure to prevent the death of the pregnant woman, to prevent a substantial risk of death to the pregnant woman because of a physical condition, or to prevent the serious permanent impairment of life-sustaining organ of a pregnant woman, and the physician that performed such a medical procedure made every reasonable effort under the circumstances to preserve both the life and the mother and the life of the unborn child in a manner consistent with reasonable medical practice. Well, first off, we've never had a statute like this. So a doctor, they aren't going to know what the reasonable standard is under that case. And quite frankly, which life, the unborn child or the parent, takes precedent if they have to pick one? It's not clear. Why does it matter? Because we'll be sending them to prison for 20 years if they get it wrong. And if you don't think that that has a chilling effect on a medical professional, then you're living in another planet. Because it's not clear which life actually takes precedence. Life of the mother, life of the unborn, it's unclear in here. And in fact, it's not only unclear, it's contradictory. And you're going to have medical professionals that are having to make split-second decisions and in the back of their mind wondering whether or not they're going to be sent to prison for 20 years. And if that doesn't make you stop and pause as lawmakers, then you need to get a different profession, because that is serious. It has serious implications for that doctor and their freedom, and it has serious implications on the life of the mother And yes, even the unborn child. So colleagues, this legislation has serious flaws. It has serious implications. It endangers the life of the mother and potentially the unborn baby. And not only that, it's also contradictory. It's contradictory in many forms in terms of whether or not contraception is actually even legal under this. And folks say, well, there's Section 5, but you go to Section 3,
Time,
and Section
Senator.
3 conflicts with Section 5. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Before we continue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would like to welcome 62 students, 5th and 6th grade from Christ the King Catholic School in Omaha. They're seated in the south balcony. If you students could please stand up and be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. We'll continue debate. Senator Gregor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Flood. Thank you.
Senator Flood, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you, Senator Gregor. Here we are in LB 933, and I would start by saying that I think the goal here in this body is to ultimately, A, tell people where we're at. I'm in favor of LB 933. I'm opposed to Motion 116. But it's not to tear each other down or to call into questions the motives of a specific senator, but to talk about why we're for the bill and to inspire our colleagues to vote to pass it, or in the alternative, to vote against it. Much has been made earlier in the day, this morning specifically, about these are men making these decisions. Millie Ritter in Madison, Nebraska, gets up every morning, and the first thing she does is she prays for an end to abortion. She has raised several children. She sends letters to the editor. She reaches out. She participates in groups that advocate for an end to abortion. Cindy Dinkle in Norfolk runs the Norfolk Area Right to Life. She organizes human change to advocate for an end to abortion. Today, I am their voice too. The people of my district, through the process of running for an election, have made clear, and I agree, that Nebraska is a pro-life state. We pass laws that protect the sanctity of life. And hopefully today we do it in a way where we respect everyone on this floor, regardless of what your position is, because it's unique to each district. It's unique to each of us how we vote on this. And I am speaking for a lot of women in the 19th Legislative District that feel as strongly or even stronger than anybody else in here on this issue. So I am the one that passed the 20-week abortion ban in 2011. It had a felony criminal penalty for violation of that bill, of that act. Not one doctor has been charged since 2011. What did that bill do? It stopped abortions at 20 weeks, with the exception of the health of the mother. This bill, there are 3 safeguards on that same exception as it relates to criminal liability for performing a medical procedure that results in the termination of a pregnancy. First, in Section 4, it says, quote, notwithstanding any other provision of law, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ any instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman, quote, with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of the life of the unborn child. So this is a threshold question. If the answer to the specific intent question is no, there is no violation under this act. If the answer is yes, there was a specific intent to cause the termination of a pregnancy, then obviously that we have a problem.
1 minute.
In section 7, though, it comes back and it says, in any prosecution of a licensed physician under section 4 of this act, it shall be an affirmative defense that it was necessary in the reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure. So you have the first test in section 4, which is the threshold question, and then you have the affirmative defense in section 7, and then third, in section 6, there is a third. Medical treatment provided to a pregnant mother by a licensed physician which results in accidental or unintentional injury or death to her unborn child shall not be a violation of section 4 of this act. Question is, are we exposing medical providers to criminal liability? There are 3 different sections in this bill that directly address it. If the specific intent is to kill an unborn child,
Time, Senator.
thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand here as a son to my mother, as a father to my children, and a grandfather to my grandson. All babies that were in their mother's womb. All babies. Not a zygote, not an embryo, but a baby. Abortion was illegal in Nebraska and most other states prior to Roe v. Wade until 1973, which forced legal abortion on all 50 states. After Roe was decided, Nebraska repealed its pro-life status. Since then, it has slowly been building protections for the unborn back into the law. Little by little, under the restraints imposed by it by the U.S. Supreme Court. And now the U.S. Supreme Court is looking at maybe overturning it. This June, the U.S. Supreme Court is expected to issue a ruling on Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization. The state of Mississippi is challenging Roe in the Dobbs case and has asked the court to overturn Roe. If the court does overturn Roe, it would once again be up to the individual state to provide protection for the unborn human persons. I call them babies. They're babies. If Roe were to be overturned tomorrow, Nebraska would still allow abortions up to 20 weeks after fertilization. That is our current limit. LB 933, the Human Life Protection Act, would make direct intentional abortion illegal in the state of Nebraska if and when Roe v. Wade is overturned. That's direct intentional abortion. Whether it is this June or sometime in the near future, performances of a direct intentional abortion would be a Class 2 felony. LB 933 allows for physicians to provide medical intervention to save the life of the mother, even if it results in the death of the unborn baby. I am pro-woman. I am also pro-child. What we're talking about here is the murder of a child. It is the murder of a child, and it should have its consequences. And that's why it is for intentional operations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ben Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, this is Senator Ben Hansen, the radical Christian conservative. I'm in favor of LB 933, obviously, and against Senator Hunt's motion, 116. One of the consistent arguments that I've heard so far on the floor is that those who oppose or those who are pro-life, and again, the term has been manipulated often on the floor so far. A lot of people here are confused that we are also anti-shelter or anti-food or anti-contraception, et cetera, even though we just passed an ARPA bill, not completely all the way yet, that spent tens and tens of millions of dollars on housing, on healthcare, on food banks, but yet somehow we are anti-food and anti-shelter. I'm going to try to maybe, and it may not work very well, but I'm going to try to attempt to make a very complicated issue simple. Because really, this is what this comes down to. Everybody here already vote. Right now, the next probably 6 hours or so are just going to be everyone, giving their opinion, making their argument. Some I do appreciate that we're arguing the merit of the bill when it comes to the language of the bill or the intent of the bill. I think that's worthy, and that's a discussion we should have. Senator Flood beat me to the punch a little bit there on some of the arguments that he raised about how just because we are men, we have no say-so in this issue. I've heard people here say we can't even talk about the science of not contraception, but conception because we're men. Still trying to figure that one out yet. And so one thing that it's going to come down to that's very simple, in my opinion, is either you think when an egg is fertilized, it is life or it is not. In my opinion, that's really what this comes down to. To me, when an egg is fertilized, it is life. It is a human, and it has the same rights as any human anybody here has, which is the right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, etc. And the right to life is the most important one to me right now first. And so for us to terminate a life without due process, without a judge, without a trial, without a jury, we would never imagine that for any human sitting here today. But yet somehow we think we can because either we can't see it or we can't fathom that it's a human life, because it is. There are those who feel that it's not a human life, that it does become a human life when it's sentient or when it has feelings or when it has neurological activity. That's up to them to decide. And so really, I think that's what this whole argument really comes down to in essence. And I hate to kind of boil it all down to something so simplistic, because anybody who views that as a human life when the fertilized egg occurs would never dare dream of terminating that life without due process. Yet here we are discussing it. So with that, I do appreciate Senator Albright and her attempt with LB 933. I encourage everyone to vote for it. And with that, whatever time I have left, I will yield it to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 1 minute 10.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hansen, and thank you, Mr. President. I am going to pick up where Senator Hansen left off. I want to say something about Senator Albright, too. I've heard things this morning, how
1
she's
minute.
voted and she doesn't care about people. This is who Senator Albright is. She is a woman who has been very successful in her career. She's a single mom who raised 2 kids, 2 daughters, by herself while working 60 hours a week in a very male-dominated industry. Nobody should talk to her about being a woman and empowering herself. She is younger than I am, but we grew up, we were probably, I'm older than her, I was like in high school when the Roe v. Wade was discovered. It was a very, very different time. If you were pregnant, you were sent away. And it was bad, and it shouldn't be like that, and it's not like that now. But I don't want anybody to stand up and call names, question her integrity. She has every right.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Halloran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Nebraska. Well, it's a tough topic, but I think it's important to back up a little bit and take a look at what kind of drives this topic, and it's an industry. It's an abortion industry, billions of dollars, and its primary The primary vehicle in this industry is Planned Parenthood. And since Planned Parenthood and its supporters are the primary driver of opposition to this bill, I think it's interesting, or at least noteworthy, to take a little bit of time and talk about their history. Margaret Sanger was the founder of Planned Parenthood. She promoted the philosophy and social movement of eugenics that argues it is possible to improve the human race and society by encouraging reproduction by people or populations with desirable traits. That's termed positive eugenics. And discouraging reproduction by people with undesirable qualities, termed negative eugenics. An example of another renowned practitioner of eugenics is the development of a super race was Adolf Hitler. Margaret Sanger preached the gospel, and I quote, race improvement, and denounced what she called, in this quote, what she referred to, human weeds and morons and idiots and imbeciles and dead weight of the human waste, end of quote. Now, specifically what she was referring to were African Americans, people of color, as human weeds. She took her message to some outrageous audiences. In 1926, Sanger spoke to the women's chapter of the KKK in Silver Lake, New Jersey, which she wrote about in a 1938 autobiography. Yes, the Ku Klux Klan. The founder of Planned Parenthood accepted an invitation, to and spoke to KKK. She was a smash hit. A quote from Sanger's 1938 autobiography describing her invitation to talk to women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan, quote, never before, this is Margaret Sanger, never before had I looked into a sea of faces like these. I was sure that if I uttered one word such as abortion outside the usual vocabulary of these women, they will go off into hysteria. And so my address that night had to be the most elementary terms, as though I were trying to make children understand. In the end, though, through simple illustrations, I believed I had accomplished my purpose. A dozen invitations to speak to similar groups of the KKK were proffered. She apparently impressed the KKK. Now, do liberals make an issue of the fact that the founder of Planned Parenthood had racist leanings? Do they complain about that? No, they don't. Liberals revere Margaret Sanger. If there was a progressive Mount Rushmore, they'd have long chiseled Margaret Sanger's mug on a mountain. Hillary Clinton glows that she is in awe of Sanger. She said so in 2009 upon receiving Planned Parenthood's highest honor that year, its coveted Margaret Sanger Award. Likewise, in awe was Nancy Pelosi when she proudly accepted the award in 2014. Speaking to Planned Parenthood a year earlier, Barack Obama, America's first Black president, hailed the organizations founded by this racist eugenicist.
1 minute.
Committed to creating a quote, a race of thoroughbreds and purging Americans' race of degenerates. And remember, she would refer to people as human weeds and imbeciles. And it was best to get rid of these for the benefit of society. That was Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Speaker Hilders, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in strong support of LB 933 and with gratitude for Senator Albright for bringing the bill and for all that she has done for unborn babies across the state of Nebraska and for mothers and for women and for families across the state. She's been a fierce advocate for the unborn and has shown a tremendous amount of grace, empathy, courage, and steel over the 6 years that I've worked with her here in this body. This is an important debate. It's an important conversation, but let me start by saying what we are not talking about. We are not talking about emanations or penumbras or esoteric, potentially, if you see it, readings of the United States Constitution. We're not talking about the background or potential implied thoughts and principles of 9 unelected justices in Washington, D.C. For the last 50 years since Roe v. Wade was put into place, it has taken from the people the ability to have this discussion, the ability to have a hard debate with difficult issues and fierce advocates on both sides sorting through whether or not abortion should be legal and under what conditions in the state of Nebraska. For the last 50 years, that has been the legal state of play, not just in Nebraska, but around the country. And for the first time in my lifetime, certainly in my adult lifetime, we have the possibility of that decision, in my opinion, one of the worst decisions the Supreme Court has ever issued, being overturned and putting back into place, not mandating that abortion should not be lawful, but giving the state, the people, us as the elected representatives, the opportunity to weigh in. And so as we talk about this debate and we have this discussion, we know it's going to be filled with hard truths and it's going to be difficult. And we have advocates on both sides that are going to bring wildly different, in some cases, perspectives, but important ones. I've listened to Senator Hunt and her position. I've listened to Senator Day, who's researched this. I listen to Senator Wishart. I listen to Senator Moorfeld, who I'll note is a man who has every right to weigh in on whether or not we ought to protect unborn babies. That is an important conversation for us to have. And I expect, or I don't expect, I should say, that I probably will change Senator Hunt's mind. I don't expect that I'll change Senator Moorfeld's mind. I don't think I'll change Senator Day's mind. But what we are all doing, and by the way, I don't think that they expect that they'll change my mind, but what we are doing is giving voice to our constituents, to the people who, on the opposite side of 933, who fiercely believe that Roe v. Wade was the right decision and believe that there ought to be a right to abortion. Now, I stand with the supporters of 933 and those who would ban abortion. I believe I stand with the supporters of the science who understand what Senator Arch laid out, that these babies are individual, unique people that are deserving of protection, even if they happen to not be born yet. I stand with those, like my wife and I, who looked at our 3D ultrasounds with each one of our 4 children, who see not some clump of cells, but we see the personality and the face of a unique being who deserves protection. And I think we stand with those who have no voice, those unborn babies who are not able to come down here and express their desire to live, who can come down and lobby the legislature and ask us to protect them. They are deprived that right. But I stand with those like Senator Albright, and I hope 32 of my colleagues that will support cloture on this bill during this session. One of the reasons I prioritize this bill, colleagues, is because, thank you, Mr. President, is because this is the time for us to discuss this, not in a special session. If Roe to fall in June, I believe we will be back here. And for those of you who lived through the last special session, which was all of you, that's not exactly when we do our best work on difficult issues. And to have this conversation now, before we know what happens in the Dobbs decision, is the right time and it's the right place, in my opinion, to do the right thing, which is to put in place protections for the unborn if Roe ultimately is overturned. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilders. Senator Bosselman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Speaker Hilders. Thank you, Senator Arch and Senator Linehan for comments. I do stand in full support of LB 933 and also behind Senator Joni Albright, and I would like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Albright.
Senator Albright, 4 minutes 45.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bosselman. And Senator, Speaker Hilders, I appreciate you and your efforts to get this to the floor as one of your main priority bills. You know, I understand that there were several people in pink in the rotunda, and that's one of my favorite colors. But I will say that I understand that being in the lobby and those with their own thoughts and values and feelings about what's going on here today. I understand there was a Dr. Boyle that was out in the rotunda and is an advocate, not definitely a proponent, but an opponent. She did an op-ed in the Omaha World Herald, and it was protect the physician-patient relationship. We certainly want to do that. We certainly want the patient to be able to talk to her doctor about everything, from the contraceptives they want to use to if you're going to lose your baby because it's no longer viable. They're going to be there for you with the DNC afterwards to take care of that. They're not going to be punished. They're not going to be taken to court. They're doing their job. But in this op-ed, which was truly false because of the laws in Nebraska, and maybe for her sake, she didn't know what the law was back in 2011 when Senator Flood passed his pain bill. She gives two examples of situations where, as a practicing OBGYN, terminated pregnancies face prosecution under the law. It's not true. Both situations that she recounts, one woman was beyond 20 weeks of pregnancy, 22 weeks in one case and 23 weeks in another. This is important because in Nebraska, abortion has already been illegal after 20 weeks, except to save the life of a mother since 2010, 2011. If the procedures that she's citing as examples would be prosecutable under LB 933, they already would have been prosecuted under current law, as they were performed post 20 weeks. Not only has she not been prosecuted, not a single physician has been prosecuted for performing an abortion after 20 weeks in Nebraska since the passage of that law. We've had 12 years to see lawsuits and prosecutions materialize over the OB-GYNs and other physicians providing life-saving care. Not a single lawsuit has been prosecuted. Ironically, this proves a point. Her stories show that the 20-week ban has already done in practice what LB 933 would also do. It'll stop abortions without hampering a physician to provide the life-saving care he needs to for the care of the mother. I understand that Dr. Boyle also stated to someone from the National Catholic Conference had told her that these situations would result in prosecutions. We are not aware of any organization, but in any event that she
1
was
minute.
referring to any of our folks, Nate, Marion, Tom, Sandy, Karen, anyone in the rotunda that would have said that is just not true. So I think we all need to consider our sources. I know people work behind the scenes very diligently to go against this bill, but it's truly been well thought out. All the other states are passing it. Oklahoma in 5 minutes passed it 17-14 yesterday. But we're going to have the discussion here for hours. We all need to stand up for that little one that doesn't have the voice. We're not going to kill babies anymore in Nebraska. We need to take care of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand in support of Senator Hunt's motion to indefinitely postpone, and I don't even know where to start on this bill as far as unpacking it. I am not going to participate in insulting anybody on this floor, but I am going to pick on this bill because I look back at our last abortion bill, and frankly, that bill did nothing. But it's funny, whenever there's an election cycle, we end up with an abortion bill, and we all know why. But with that said, I'm going to build a little bit on what Senator Kavanaugh said. I'm actually going to build a little bit on almost everything that's been said on the floor today, because I've been listening very, very closely. So you can support bans like this in principle, but ultimately it may not be immediately clear how the court's decision, if Roe versus Wade is overturned, would apply to existing state laws. So for example, what if the Supreme Court strikes down a compromise not the whole thing, but a compromise, such as upholding Mississippi's 15-week limit, but doesn't overturn Roe. And ending cycles of litigation and states rushing to update statutes is going to be the next step. So issue number one. I want to say every time too we talk about abortion, people bring up Margaret Sanger. Planned Parenthood a long time ago has denounced her and separated themselves from her. You know, if we're going to start comparing things like that, then we need to start coming down on the Centers for Disease Control, because they endangered 400 African American men with a syphilis study that went on for 50 years and their loved ones. So we have to be really careful how we try and label people for the past. I am looking at page 2. I am looking at the description under section 3. For the purposes of the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act, unborn child means an individual living member of the species Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development, from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. So that would also mean in vitro fertilization based on that description. And with in vitro fertilization, friends, we know, if we're tracking numbers, that 3 times the amount of babies are killed with in vitro compared to formal abortions. 3 times. But for those that were born that way, it doesn't make them any less human. It doesn't make their purpose any less important on this planet. But yet, we tend to question certain things and ignore the others. And also, 25% of those babies are left behind, left in freezers at a doctor's office, not in their freezer, left in freezers, walked away from. We talk about all these parents that want babies. 25% of those embryos are waiting for parents. When we do bills like this, we tend to become so hyper-focused on the marketing, on the wedge issue, that we don't always look at the big picture and who we're hurting in the process. So that was the first thing that came to mind when I read section 3. And then I agree with Senator Moorfeld, only he's comparing 3 and 5, I'm comparing 4 and 5. And what it's doing is it's saying that you won't be held accountable, and then it's saying you will be held accountable when it comes to
1
the
minute.
administration or sale of contraceptive measure drugs. The question I would have is, based on this description, what if I'm a bartender and I give a woman a drink and they lose the baby as a result of it? Am I liable as a bartender now because I've administered a drug? Based on this description, I kind of feel like it is. So I have lots more to say on this, and I know that I'm running out of time. But I don't know why we keep passing bills that logistically make 0 sense. Take the abortion part of it out. When are we going to get to the point where we start making good policy on wedge issues? Because this isn't it. And quite frankly, if you're going to describe that that's what a baby is, then you have to look at it holistically, and this bill doesn't do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand in full support of 933 against the motion to indefinitely postpone. And I appreciate Senator Albright for bringing this bill. She's a strong advocate for women, always has been and continues to be. I've got to say that, you know, the opposite side on this issue often says that we need to follow the science. And if you follow the science, you can't deny that life begins at fertilization. I agree with Senator Blood, what she just said. That is when life begins. All the child needs to do after fertilization is to grow and thrive in a warm place and get nutrition, and that child continues to grow. The hair color, the eye color, sex, and all the unique characteristics of that child are already determined at that time. either a new life and a distinct person has begun at that time or it has not. And that in itself determines whether or not abortion should be legal or shouldn't be. If life hasn't begun at that time, then abortion is just a medical procedure. If new life has begun, then we're ending a life when we abort. If life doesn't begin then, when does it begin? When the child looks like a human? When there's a heartbeat? When there's bodily movement? When the child is born? Or right after it's born? Can we decide then yet? This is kind of personal in my life. I do have a disabled child, and she has Rett syndrome, a neurological disorder. Now you can determine in utero whether the child is going to have Rett syndrome. There is a test for that. You know, I am concerned that if abortion continues to be legal, that it'll be used to discriminate against the disabled. I've got also an example in our family's life that my daughter had a baby that was determined in utero to have a disability, and it was completely different, but she had the option of aborting or continuing the pregnancy, and the doctor did say at that time that likely it would go about 5 months and then it would die. And that's exactly what happened. But she did decide to carry that child for 5 months. And I have heard of many examples that doctors are wrong, and they've said a pregnancy or because of the health of the mother or the baby was not going to be successful, and they have turned out to be successful. So I very much respect her that she did carry that baby for as long as she could. I am very concerned, as I said, that abortion is used to often discriminate against the disabled.
1 minute.
And I'm also concerned, by the way, that abortion can be used to discriminate against people of color. I think it's being done that way right now. If you look at the statistics, there's a great disproportionate number of people of color that are aborted compared to their population. And that in itself is wrong. I think it's a continuation of the founding principles of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger. And I'm also concerned that it's used to discriminate against females. It was done in China to a great extent until maybe not so much recently, because they realized that with indiscriminate abortion in China, that their population was not, their actually population is going the wrong way. So I will continue a little bit with the rest of what I have to say with my next chance on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Senator Wishart, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong opposition to LB 933. This bill is anti-women. I have no doubt about that. This bill takes away the freedom of a woman to make decisions about the insides of her body. Women are perfectly capable of making decisions about their own health care. I said the first time I spoke on this issue that if I were to poll this room, I would guarantee you the majority of people in this room, the female in their life was responsible for the healthcare decisions, not only for her own healthcare decisions, but for the healthcare decisions of the husband and the children and the pets. Yet we turn around and say, but she's not capable of making healthcare decisions about herself. That same person who makes sure everyone gets to their doctor's appointment on time. This is so cynical about women. It is so cynical. This same law that gives the government control over a woman's reproduction is the same law that gives the government control over a woman's reproduction. We heard China acknowledged and government laws on forced abortion. Colleagues, we are passing a piece of legislation that gives the government control over a woman's body. I think women should be able to have as many children as they want. And if women don't want to have children, they get to choose not to have children. That is her decision and hers alone. I read in the paper 2 days ago that a woman in Grand Island was bound and raped by 3 men repeatedly. And we're about to pass a piece of legislation that would not give her a choice in what happens after that horrifying situation. One in 4 women in their lives will experience sexual violence. This is not some distant issue. This is real for us. It is real. And to take away our rights to make choices after those horrifying experiences is disturbing, to say the least. One of my greatest privileges in life is being a sister, a twin sister, actually. To get to grow up, frankly, to get to grow up in the womb with another woman,
1 minute.
a brilliant woman, and share my life with her. And what it's taught me is not just sisterhood specifically towards her, but a general feeling of sisterhood towards all the women in this world. I am here today as an elected representative to be the voice of all the women in this world whose rights every single day are systematically being taken away. And because of what? Because we're the ones causing all the violence? No. We show up every day and take care of the people in our lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wishart. Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to also thank Senator Albright for bringing this bill and for her passionate views. I want to echo some of what Senator Flood said earlier, and something I told this body when I first spoke on the floor for the first time this session, that I have respect to everyone in this body. I respect your views. We have a lot of diverse views. We have diverse constituents, and this should not be personal. This should be us representing our constituents, representing our personal views, expressing those. This is legislation. This is how policy gets done. It should not be personal. I am going to share with you, and I know I've shared with you before, the story that my wife and I had a very premature baby boy, 24 weeks, weighed 1 pound and 12 ounces. And I can tell you that I remember when John was laying in the unit at St. E's 37 years ago. And I remember when Julie and I would walk in to see him, and the nurses were there and the other noise was going on in the area. and he would just be laying there. And we would walk over, he would hear our voices, and he would start to move. He would kick, his arms would move. He recognized who we were. 1 pound and 12 ounces, 24 weeks gestation. Nobody's going to tell me he wasn't a real child. He could feel pain. He could feel love. He could feel our presence. I'm here to represent the child in the womb, that we tend to forget about at times when we have this debate. Who's representing those children? John's buried. He died on our 10th wedding anniversary. He's buried here in Lincoln at Lincoln Memorial Cemetery in Babyland. We see him regularly. And I can tell you, he was a real child. And there are real children like him being killed every day in this country with the idea that it's a choice, not a child. I would beg to differ. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes 20.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Thank you, Senator Jacobson, for the time. So I'll be back on the mic, hopefully before the next time I'm actually listed in the queue, which I think is about 2 hours from now, to talk through, maybe responding to a couple counter arguments. This one will be, I don't know if I'll have enough time to discuss this, but Senator John Kavanaugh, someone I have a lot of respect for, his legal mind, his ability to communicate on the floor, raised an argument before we had the break that said, hey, look, this bill is not constitutional, or likely is not constitutional, or not constitutional in his opinion, because it delegates our legislative authority to another branch of government or some other entity. And he is right that the Constitution provides the legislative branch, this body, the ability to legislate, and create laws. And he's also right that we cannot take that authority and delegate it to someone else. We can't take our legislative lawmaking authority and give it to another. It's like a basic principle of separation of powers. It's a basic principle of constitutional law. He's absolutely right. But here I think he's conflating two different principles. One we can't do, but one we can. The first principle, which is you can't delegate to another entity, the non-delegation doctrine, is different from saying that something goes into effect as a matter of law if something else happens. That's a contingency. If X, then Y. Not you, other entity, go create.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. You go, we're going to give you the ability to create law. So I'm not going to have enough time to sort of dig into these two principles. When I come back on the mic, I think I saw Senator Kavanaugh on the floor, I'm going to talk through some of the legal principles and how they apply in this case. I don't think this is a delegation that would be unconstitutional under our Constitution, but rather a very straightforward piece of contingent legislation in which this would go into effect. The ban on abortion would go in effect only insofar as the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, as listed in LB 933. So hopefully I'll get back on the mic sooner than 2 hours from now, and I'll walk through that in a little bit more depth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of LB 933, and thanks Senator Albright for her work. Of all the issues that we've discussed here, this is the one that I struggle the most with and would prefer not to get on the mic and talk about, because quite frankly, I don't feel like I'm qualified to have a legal opinion or have had life experiences that would justify me making comments. In the Native culture, a new life is a celebration. And when I went into the military, I guess I hadn't really thought about the other side of it, but it wasn't long that you understood more of a knowledge of death, because inevitably that's part of what we do. You close with and destroy the enemies of your country. And by doing that, you live with those actions. And I believe in my heart of hearts that there will be a day that I'll have to stand before the Lord and make an accountability for that. But I think I can account for those lives I had to take in defense of my country as enemies of my country. I just think that when that time comes and you're one of those who chose to take a life unnecessarily, a innocent life, I think that's going to be a very hard discussion and an unnecessary discussion. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 2 minutes 50.
Thank you, Senator Brewer, and thank you, Mr. President. It is an uncomfortable conversation. But here's the one question I think we need to focus on. And Senator Arch, I was very pleased with his comments this morning. I appreciate what he's saying, and I think it gets right to the core. Here's the question: is it a life? And once you answer that question, everything else falls in place. So 50 years ago, the Supreme Court made a decision that was not accepted, has been fought ever since. But 50 years ago, we did not have gender parties. I had 4 children. I didn't know any of them were going to be until they were born. I have 7 grandchildren and 1 coming in June, and I knew whether they were going to be a boy or girl before any of them were born. I get pictures of my new grandbabies when they're 8 weeks in the womb. I was baby that's coming in June. I was on vacation right before Thanksgiving in November. And when I bought all the grandkids t-shirts, I bought that baby a t-shirt. So is that baby alive? Of course it is. Now, is it uncomfortable? I've had 4 children, yes?
1 minute.
But that's the question, guys. Is it alive? And if it is, then abortion is wrong. And it is an evil in our society, and we just have to face the facts that we've been wrong. Lots of people were told it's not a baby, it's not alive, it's not a big deal. But science has proven us wrong. You got a heartbeat, we name them, we start buying clothes as soon as we know we're pregnant, and yet somehow it's okay. No, it's not. That's a question. Let's focus on that. Is that a live person? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator DeBoer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have anything bad to say about anyone in this room for standing up for what they believe in this conversation. I admire those on both sides of this argument who are passionately advocating for those that they are advocating for. No one in this room is doing it out of a place of anything but trying to help the people that they're advocating for. And I believe that. People have abortions. They do. They have them here. They have them in countries where they are legal. They have them in countries where they are legal. They have had them in the past. And I suspect they will continue to have them as far into the future as I can see. This bill isn't going to stop abortions. If we pass this bill, it's not going to stop abortions. Roe v. Wade is overturned. It's not going to stop abortions. One of the things I've been thinking about is what it means if it becomes illegal. If abortion becomes illegal in this state, what happens? My freshman year here, I think Senator Albright passed a bill. Maybe that was not my freshman year, maybe it was my second year. A bill to instruct women when they go in for abortion on the possibility of a reversal. I voted for that bill. If we make abortion illegal, do you imagine that that back alley abortion provider that will exist will be instructing women on their alternative options? Will be providing that kind of informed consent to them? All of these things that you all fought so hard for before I got here, and I remember the fight over that one. All of those things, they go away. The statistics say, and I don't know how, so you can feel free to disagree with these because I don't know how you would measure this, but they say that if you make it illegal, there will probably actually be more abortions. I don't know how you would figure that out because it's not like someone who's doing something illegal is going to volunteer that information. So I don't know. But I know they existed before Roe. I know that they've existed as far back in history as we can tell. Senator Linehan's right, we have a lot of advances. I don't think, so there's sometimes women who are standing out in the lobby that have coat hangers because that was a method of abortion apparently in some of the worst instances before abortion rights. And
1 minute.
the thing is, colleagues, it won't be coat hangers in the back alley this time. It won't be coat hangers in the back alley. It'll be women dying because every teenage girl has the internet in her pocket, and Joe Bob's webpage out of Russia will have instructions for how you're going to abort a baby. And it'll tell you to eat Tide Pods 7 at a time or whatever it is. But you know what? Kids did that for fun. So if you're desperate and you're a teenager, they'll do it again. And they'll do whatever it takes because they're desperate. And then we'll lose both the mother and the child. Making abortion illegal doesn't stop abortion. It makes us feel better. But the price of that woman's life isn't worth me feeling better.
That's time.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
President.
Senator DeBoer. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 933, and I'd like to thank Senator Albright for her time and work she's put into this legislation. I'll yield the remainder of my time to Speaker Hilders.
Mr. Speaker, 4 minutes 45.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McDonald. I appreciate the conversation today. I want to pick up where I left off on the non-delegation discussion that Senator John Kavanaugh raised before the break, which I think is an excellent point to talk through as part of this debate. Now, on the one hand, we do not have the ability to actually delegate our legislative authorities to any branch of government or any other entity. On the other, it is also equally clear that we do have the ability to actually pass into law things that might not take into effect unless and until some contingency occurs. So that's the dividing line. And the question is, which side of that line does LB 933 fall? Senator John Kavanaugh, as I took his remarks, thinks that it falls on the non-delegation side. I think it's on the contingent side. And let me give you a few examples that I believe establish very clearly, in my opinion, that this is not a delegation of our authority, but it is in fact legislation that is contingent on something occurring. So I'm going to cite from a case from the Nebraska Supreme Court from 1976, which is the State v. Padley case. And since we're on the record, it's 237 Northwest Reporter, 2nd edition, 883. And in that case, there was a challenge to a particular speed limit. And I'm just going to quote from the court. And it said, and I'm quoting, "It may also be noted that after fixing a definite speed limit presently effective, the statute proceeds to fix an alternative speed limit to become effective when the Federal Conservation Act is nullified." Sounds very similar to LB 933. In other words, LB 933 will go into effect when and if, and only when and if, Roe v. Wade is overturned. Here's what the court goes on to say. In doing so, the legislature, again, this is Nebraska Supreme Court, so the Nebraska Legislature, has not delegated its power to make the law, but has designed its alternative provision to become effective on the happening of a certain contingency. Goes on to say, it is a well-recognized rule of law that the legislature cannot delegate its powers, we all agree with that, to make a law, but it can make a law to become operative on the happening of a certain contingency or on an ascertainment of a fact upon which the law intends to make its own action depend. State v. Padley. Second example from this year, LB 283. You may recall the day after daylight savings time, this body debated whether or not we should, as a state, go to daylight savings year-round. That bill said as follows: this subsection becomes operative on the first Sunday in November after, among other things, any order of the United States Secretary of Transportation or the provisions of this subsection are no longer in conflict with the laws of the United States. Now that bill, LB 283, one that I did not vote for, but not because of non-delegation, received 40 yes votes in this body, 40. One of those votes actually did come from Senator John Kavanaugh. And I think he rightly concluded it, to the extent he analyzed it in that case, that was not a delegation. The reason is because LB 283, just like the statute in the state case that I cited, and just like this one here, does not give to another body the ability to draft our legislation or ability to draft our bill. The policy decision was made. The policy decision is in LB 283. But whether it goes into effect or not is contingent on one thing happening. LB 933 is no different.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are not giving the Supreme Court or the United States Congress or any other body the ability to draft the sections of this law that I'm holding in front of me. Sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all of these are drafted by this body. We are the policy-making apparatus. All we say in Section 8 is, all this language we put together, this policy that we put together, we've decided it, but it doesn't go into effect unless and until, among other things, the U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. So no matter what the example is, whether it's the example of the speed limits in the state case, the example of LB 283 with daylight savings time, or this example, they all have one thing in common, which is that they are lawful exercises of this body's authority to create contingent legislation. There might be other reasons, I know, that people will vote no on this legislation, but on this one, I don't think this is a basis on which you should vote no, or I'd encourage you not to vote no based on this reason. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I stand in strong support of LB 933, and I want to thank Senator Albright for her unwavering commitment to the protection of innocent life. And with that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Senator Albright.
Senator Albright, 4 minutes, 45.
Thank you, President. And thank you, Senator Breezy. I'd like to talk a little bit. I know we've had some questions on the medical side, and I want you to know that of the 13 states that have passed this pro-life trigger bill in all of their states, and that will take effect if and when Roe versus Wade is overturned by the Supreme Court, all 13 states make violations of their law by a physician or any person punishable by a felony. Every single state has that in their bill. And then there were 4 states, Arizona, Michigan, Oklahoma, just passed theirs, by the way. That's just remarkable. In 5 minutes, 70 to 14, done and waiting. But anyway, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin had already had that prohibition in their law after taking into effect. So everyone has a clause in there if you didn't have a clause, they would continue to go on without any concern for the life of the unborn. So again, I just stand in letting everyone know that we do have many, many resources for pregnant women. I have like 2 pages if anyone would like to stop by. And again, those are funded by private donations, not the government. I have also many, many stories that we can talk about of the 320 letters that we had received. There are a lot of people watching today to see how we are going to take this into account for the state of Nebraska. And I just believe that everyone on the floor has a different story in their own lives. And honestly, I can tell you, I only know of one person in my life that had an abortion. Just one. Obviously, it's not something we talk about. When women had miscarriages, we weren't supposed to talk about those either. But you know what? Everyone feels the after effect, whether it's an abortion or having a miscarriage. But you know what? Doctors are always involved with all of us at one stage of the game or another. Decisions are tough to make. Some of these women, they say, that go after the 20 weeks, many, many, many of them do decide to keep that baby. And they do everything they can to figure out how to make it work. And if it doesn't, there are people out there that want to love those children through adoption. Some go into foster care until they can find someplace. There are a lot of loving people out there ready to take on these unborn. But I was able to look at some crazy numbers that kind of threw me off. I mean, it was one thing to talk about Nebraska and 200,000 over this 50-year period. But in the United States, since 1973, more than 63 million babies. They say that's more than any of the war numbers that we've had since the Revolutionary War.
1 minute.
And when you think about the number of people that we have lost in the United States of America in the last 50 years, that's generations upon generations of children lost. And it is our responsibility. It is what we're sent to do. I can understand why the speaker didn't want too many social issues on the floor. I think every bill we've talked about has had 8 hours. But this one, to me, will be a very short labor of love. But we need to make sure that we're thinking about the unborn that don't have that voice. They say that there's over 800,000 abortions in a year in our country. That's a lot. It's a lot of babies. And I can't even fathom. Is that time?
That's time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion we're having here. I comment oftentimes when I get up and speak that I'm really thankful when we stay on the subject of, I call it the bill. And I think it's been a very outstanding job of doing that today. I also want to make one other comment, and that is some of us that have sometimes hearing difficulties of how quiet it is in here today. And that shows me the interest, and I call it sometimes the intensity of the comments and of the passion that people have for both sides of this. I really appreciate that. And we get to hear not only some stories, but also some personal beliefs that people really feel strongly about. Would ask if Senator Albright would yield to a question.
Senator Albright, yield, please.
Yes.
The other day I visited with you a little bit about, I had an email from a doctor in my district, and this was one of the comments that she made. She made some comments about how her medical practice had dealt with this, but this was the comment. She said, "My concern of this bill is how this bill directly interferes with providers' ability to provide safe medical care."
And I talked with you about that, and I'm going to yield the rest of my time to you, and if you would talk about that discussion and how this bill deals with that safe medical care aspect.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. Senator Dorn did have some concerns. You know, if a woman goes in and she has an ectopic pregnancy, there's no way that that child would be able to grow and thrive there. So for the safety of the mother, absolutely, that has to be a medical decision, and it would be between the patient and the doctor. And there's nothing in 933 that would prohibit her, the doctor, in this case, from doing that. And I know in the social media, they talked about that we don't care about all those situations, but the doctors in our state, we should be very excited how responsible they all are. And believe me, I've even had topics talked about with some of them when I go into the office. They wish that we just stay out of their area, but we are staying out of their area. We want them to continue to do what they're doing in the manner in which they're doing it, because they are not intentionally aborting a child without good reason, sound practices on taking care of the mother of her life. And I'm quite certain that that's discussed with her and with her husband and or boyfriend and or parents and or whatever, but they can continue to do what they need to do. So in order to violate the Human Life Protection Act, LB 933, a person would have to perform a procedure or administer a drug with the specific intent to kill that unborn child. So in truly life-threatening situations, such as that ectopic pregnancy, or when a pregnant woman has advanced urinary cancer or necessary medical interventions that are done with the intent to save the mother's life, not to kill the child. There's a big difference. There's an intent to kill or to save the mother's life. LB 933, the fact that the child dies is not a violation of if there is no intent, again, to kill. Secondly, accidental injury or death of an unborn child is not a violation of 933. When they told me my third child would have to be, it's going to miscarry at home. They just told me to go home for the weekend. It's going to happen. Didn't give me any instruction. I called the doctor and I said, hey, I think I need to come in. He said, come on in. I lost the child at the hospital. That wasn't intentional. It happened. I don't slap a lawsuit on him. That's not how it works. We have great doctors in the state of Nebraska. I have over 200 doctors that signed on to a letter that said they are here. They take an oath to save lives. And their practice is to save the life of the mother and the child, if at all possible. Everything, there's signatures that you have when you go into that hospital. There are things that they are doing today that are great for the woman and for the child. Just allow the law to work as it's supposed to, and this will be a great bill for Nebraska. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I rise in strong support of LB 933. And let me start by thanking Senator Albright for bringing this bill to us. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for being a voice for those that have none. With that, I yield the balance of my time to Senator Slama.
Thanks, Senator Aguilar. Senator Slama, 4 minutes 30.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Aguilar. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in strong support of Senator Albright's LB 933. Senator Albright, as Senator Aguilar says, has been a tireless advocate for life at all stages. We've had a few people get up on the mic today and say, as a woman, I oppose this bill, and here's why. If the opposition is going to bury themselves in obscurities and identity politics, I'll hop in. As the only young woman under the age of 35 in this legislature, I'm proud to stand in support of women, both born and preborn, by supporting Senator Albright's pro-life LB 933. See, I'm 25. I'm 10 years younger than any other woman on the floor, and I'm proud to be pro-life. My generation, which has suffered the greatest losses from abortion, is the pro-life generation. 62 million babies have been killed in abortion since Roe versus Wade. Think about that for a second. That's an entire generation. We can't get those 62 million lives back, or even the tens of thousands of lives we've lost to abortion here in Nebraska. But here in 2022, heaven have mercy on us if we know the science decisively proves life begins at conception and we fail to take action. Claiming that we can't end abortion because it's existed forever is a straw man argument. Murder has existed forever, so has rape. If you're following the argument that it's existed forever, so we shouldn't bother, the logical conclusion is that we should just legalize everything. If you see the flaw in that logic, I do too. I'd like to take a moment to respond to Senator Blood's misleading claims about IVF and the intent language in this bill. For Senator Blood to get up and claim that we'd be criminalizing in vitro fertilization or bartenders is ridiculous, and it's intended to obscure. There is no specific intent in those two cases. Specific intent, as we have said time and time again, is required. So sure, opponents can try to pick apart an airtight bill, but at the end of the day, tonight's vote on LB 33 comes down to whether or not you believe in the sanctity of human life, whether or not you believe it's acceptable to murder the most innocent among us. I'm a young woman, 10 years younger than any other woman on the floor, and I'm proud to stand as a representative for Southeast Nebraska in support for those who cannot speak for themselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Slama. Senator Hilkeman.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. When we had the pull motion on this, I got up and expressed my reservations about the language in this bill. And I am still concerned about some of the language in this bill. As written, if our purpose is to eliminate anybody who does abortions at a clinic that's specifically outlined for abortions, this is very good to eliminate that particular one. I am concerned about the unintentional charging of a physician or the charging a physician with a felony. Now, I want to tell you some of the good news about listening here today. I appreciated the conversation I had with Senator Flood an hour ago. He brought the 20-week bill, which also has the felony. And according to him, there's never been a physician charged with a felony regarding that 20-week bill. I'm really pleased to hear that. I had a conversation earlier this morning with a doctor in the lobby that talked about a 23-week child that they aborted just last evening because there was no possible chance of that child surviving, and that it was done within the confines of the hospital. And it was part within that whole medical complex. That was good news to me to hear those illustrations. My goal today and my goal throughout this whole conversation is I have an amendment that has been filed. And that amendment is to remove the felony charge. Remove the felony charge and have the doctors reported to the medical licensing board, the medical board, to make that decision. And I would love that we could get to that amendment, and I'd like to have discussion on that because it doesn't change anything about the bill other than It allows that discussion to occur within the confines of the medical profession that is most understanding of what it means to be making these life and death decisions. And I would hope that we maybe get to that. The way this was backed up, and we're dealing with an indefinitely proposed, we don't get any new ideas on this bill. But I would like to see that discussed. I think if a doctor could be sent, that were charged with this or the suspicious of it, to talk with the medical board would be a much better way. When I look at Section 7, it's very concerning to me. In my almost 40 years of practice, I dealt with two malpractice cases. No doctor ever wants to deal with malpractice.
1 minute.
I would never want to have to deal with a felony, because a felony eliminates you from practice forever and ever and ever again, and you're not covered by any kind of insurance. So if you ever are charged with a felony on that, you're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your own pocket. And even if you're determined that you are not at fault, you've had to do that. And that's a concern to mine, and I would love to see that we could deal. I think we can accomplish what we want without putting the doctors in such a potential detriment to their practice and their decisions. And I think there will be unintended consequences if these bills ever trigger in these states, and we have aggressive prosecutors that are trying to eliminate abortion.
That's time.
And I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Nebraska. I rise again to support LB 933 as introduced, and I rise to defend the unborn that have no voice. The debate over abortion is multifaceted, and there are many considerations. But the most prevalent question, I think, that presents itself is, when does life begin? While debating the pool motion on LB 933, I heard a senator say, and I quote, "The medical and religious community have different definitions of life," end quote. And it made me think about what scientists say about conception and fertilization. There have been papers written on the topic. In fact, I found a couple that specifically attempts to answer this question. A study done in 2020 by Dr. Stephen Jacobs found that 80% of Americans thought that biologists were qualified to determine when a life begins. So in a later study published last December in Issues in Law and Medicine Journal, Dr. Jacobs surveyed thousands of biologists across multiple countries and multiple political spectrums, all of which were affiliated with an educational institution. 95% of the respondents held a PhD, 63% were non-religious, 85% defined themselves as pro-choice. Now, if one were to guess what the number may be, you may lean towards a 2019 Morning Consult poll that found that 38% of Americans believe humans' life begins at conception or fertilization. This is called fertilization view. But as it turns out, 97% consistently affirmed that the fertilization view, that's 1,011 out of 1,044 respondents. The paper also established that medical literature recognizes the fertilization view. There's a scientific consensus that life begins at conception. 97% of biologists agree. In fact, the fertilization view is the leading biological view on the beginning of human life. That scientific fact should influence every conversation we have about abortion. I think it's concerning that there are 58 to 59-point difference between scientific consensus and American opinion. According to Dr. Jacobs, that's the largest on record on any topic. I think science has the duty to promote this fact so that the people and policymakers can make intelligent decisions. Think about an unborn child's ability to feel pain. A study published in the Medical Journal of Medical Ethics in 2019 suggests that science can't rule out the unborn babies feel pain as early as 12 weeks. If we accept the scientific consensus that this unborn child is indeed a human life, what we are talking about is intentionally causing pain and ending life of a human being. This is what the pro-life community have believed all along, and these studies were examples of how the science has advanced since the Roe versus Wade was decided.
1 minute.
I'm honored to work with all of you, and I know that there's not one person here that would actually want to cause pain to a baby. And yet, a bill that would protect an unborn child from pain and worse, death, is being filibustered right now. I also believe there's not one person here who believes that murdering an innocent life is acceptable. And yet, a bill that would prevent just that is being filibustered. When we consider these factors, one thing is clear. This bill is not taking time away from more pressing issues. This bill is one of the most pressing issues. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor.
Thanks, Senator Sanders. Senator Linehan.
This might be not the exact time to bring this up, but I heard Senator Wishart, and then I remember that Senator Clements is a twin, and Senator Coulterman is a twin, and Senator Salama talked about being a twin. And I remember when I got here, we had Senator Burkhart, and he was a twin. So my daughter-in-law wrote this last summer. There's something mysterious about being the mother of mirror image identical twins. They instinctively wake up at the same time each morning, just a few feet away from each other in their side-by-side beds. They hop up and somehow know the plan for the day without discussing it. One is right-handed and needs glasses for his right eye. One is left-handed and needs glasses for his left eye. They fall asleep within minutes of one another every night, often having quiet conversations about Star Wars or Legos. 10 years ago, they're 10 years old, a doctor told me that my identical twins are simply a fluke of nature, a cell that did not divide as it should, but instead decided to proliferate into 2 human beings, just by chance. With that, I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Arch.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator Arch, 3 minutes 30.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. I wanted to talk about some of the language in this bill and also point out similar language in other statutes already on the books here. The first is this phrase, intentional and knowing. Certainly one of the protections that is in the language of this bill, that it protects, and it's on, if you're looking at LB 933, it's on page 2, line 20, the intentional and knowing violation of subsection 1, 2 of this section is a class 2A felony. Intentional and knowing. It's not the first time that it appears, because in 28-328, which is the partial birth abortion section passed in 1997, amended in 2007, it again says on subsection 4, the intentional and knowing performance of an unlawful birth abortion shall result in, and so forth. So it is intentional and knowing. And then when you get to 28-3, excuse me here, let me grab that section. 28-3-108, any person who intentionally or recklessly performs or attempts to perform an abortion, and this is the 20-week ban. So that language has been used successfully in other statutes and is being used again here in protection of the physician. who perhaps not intentional and knowing, but if intentional and knowing, then it would be a felony. The other phrase is reasonable medical judgment. LB 933, Section 7, line 5, in any prosecution of a licensed physician under Section 4 of this Act, it shall be an affirmative defense that it was necessary in reasonable medical judgment. That phrase, reasonable medical judgment, is actually defined elsewhere in 28-3-103, 6. Reasonable medical judgment means a medical judgment that would be made by a reasonably prudent physician knowledgeable about the case and the treatment possibilities with respect to the medical conditions involved. That's the definition of reasonable medical judgment. So when you have a medical malpractice case, and Dr. Hilkeman knows this very well, when you have a medical malpractice case, that is the test. Reasonable medical judgment. And so you bring in a jury, and then you have expert witnesses, and the physicians come in and they testify, was this reasonable medical judgment that was exercised? Same standard here, reasonable medical judgment. The last thing I would point out is that in the case of the partial birth abortion, in the case of the 20-week ban, and in the case of now 933, those are all felony charges. So we've done this in the past. We've done this successfully. We have intentional and knowing. We have reasonable medical judgment baked into it. And I think we have the protection that the physicians need. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Arch. Senator Flood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, 12 years ago or more, the debate about abortion restrictions on late-term abortions began. Roe versus Wade, in its initial decision from the Supreme Court, had a trimester framework. That changed under the Supreme Court in the Casey decision, where it went to viability. The question now, I think, before the court has a lot to do with states' rights. This is a pro-life state. Senators for decades have expressed the will of the voters through the laws that are enacted in the state of Nebraska. In 2011, LB 1106 set the ban on abortions at 20 weeks. Post that, under the Fetal Pain Act, 44 senators in this legislature voted for it. And I have talked to a lot of people out there, scholars. I've talked to opponents, proponents. I've talked to senators who voted for that. And a lot of people ask, what changed? And I think one of the things that's changed the most since 1972 or from 1992 is technology. You can now see a picture of a child in the womb in 3D brilliant imagery. They end up in frames and on Facebook and celebrated by families. 50 years have passed since the Supreme Court decision. The people of Nebraska expressed themselves through the legislature. We express the laws we want. We set standards of codes of conduct. We talk about morality. We talk about what needs to be done and what shouldn't be done, what should be touched and what shouldn't. What Senator Albright has put together here is new to Nebraska, but there are, I believe, 13 states, including almost all of the states around Nebraska, that have this prohibition. South Dakota does. I'm 1 hour from the South Dakota border. 13 states in the nation have done this. Missouri has done this. And what will happen potentially in June is that the Supreme Court will rule again. And it will decide what role the states will play in regulating this medical procedure. Senator Hilkeman has raised the question about the criminal liability for providers. I have information from the Department of Health and Human Services. There are 4 physicians in the year 2020 who performed abortions in Nebraska.
2 of those physicians collectively performed in 2020 4 abortions. It would not be unreasonable to think that those were to save the health or the life of the mother. 1 physician performed 706 abortions, and 1 physician performed 1,668 abortions. When we talk about applying this criminal standard, which already exists post 20 weeks, with the exception for the health of the life of the mother, we're talking about right now enacting a law that would in 2020 have affected 4 physicians, because that's the number of abortions that occurred. That's the number of physicians that performed abortions in 2020, the total number being 2,378. So when we talk about the size and the scope of this, this is the people of Nebraska expressing what we believe the law should be and applying the same standard that we already set at 20 weeks. And right now the law, if you take the 2020 data, would apply to 4 physicians. And there are thousands of physicians in Nebraska providing health care for women. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Before proceeding, Senator Breeze would like to announce 17 seventh graders from St. Michael's School in Albion, Nebraska. Those students are with us in the South Balcony. Students, please rise. We can welcome you to the Nebraska Legislature. Continuing debate, Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Well, I was going to continue down my conversation. I appreciate the speaker engaging on the subject matter that I was talking about. And so I appreciate what he's saying. Obviously, in legal discussions, distinguishing is a very important principal element. And so Senator Flood just kind of talked about a few cases where the Supreme Court has made not a wholly overturned Roe, but made distinguishing arguments and kind of gone around the border of the right established in Roe. But another principle in kind of legal scholarly work is precedent. So we rely on previous decisions, previous arguments when we're forming other arguments. And so that's what I did in preparation for this. I went back and I looked at old cases, but I looked at old arguments. One such argument is an argument this legislature had in March 6th of 2018. I went and I looked for other times where the legislature was arguing, having a conversation about a law that was conditioned on something else happening after the fact. And I found this argument compelling that Speaker Hilders, then Senator Hilders, made, which was, and I'll just read, it's page 22 of that section on March 6th. Let's see. My point when I rose earlier is that there's no case in which I'm aware, and there's no statute in which I'm aware, in which this body has delegated authority to a court case. The difference between a court case and some other facts, whether the facts are an FDA approval, as discussed by Senator Ebke in the bill from last year, or the fact of changing speed limits, as discussed in the case referred to by Senator Crawford this morning, there's a world of difference between those facts and what could happen in a court case. The court holding is not an ascertainable fact in the same way. Senator Chambers outlined in great detail what would happen, what could not happen in a particular case. A case could get remanded. I read the respondents' briefs in opposition to the petition for writ of certiorari this weekend, and there were a number of arguments, any one of which the Supreme Court could grasp and send the case back to South Dakota. So, like I said, I was reading this in preparation for the case because this is a good argument made by Speaker Hilders, then Senator Hilders, about why we should not make laws that are contingent upon court decisions because of uncertainty. So you heard me ask earlier, Senator Albright about what is going to be the outcome of the Dobbs case, and she correctly, as anyone should answer, said, I don't know. No one knows the outcome of the Dobbs case. No one can tell you how the Supreme Court's going to rule. There were times when the Casey case was heard 20 years ago that people thought that was the time the court might overturn Roe, and the court did not do that, right? There have been other cases that have come before the court over the 50 years that we're talking about that people thought that was going to be the time, and it has not happened. And there have been where in many of those decisions, the court has changed the right that are afforded to individuals, protections against state intervention in certain ways. And so the problem and the reason that this sort of delegation to a court case is a problem is because we do not know how they will hold in this case. They might, as some people hope here, which I assume is Senator Albright's hope, wholly overturn Roe in a very clean way and say, we hold that the decision in Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided and therefore overturn Roe. That is very unlikely to happen. They very rarely are that explicit. What is more likely is that they will make some sort of determination that could be further prescribing the right to access to an abortion by some other week. They may make some other kind of determination. They may make an argument on standing, right? They could rule in any number of ways that would not cleanly fit into this statute, and therefore will leave however they decide that case, will leave this statute in limbo, which is a reason it's a bad idea, but it is also a reason, and I'll go back in 2 hours when I get back into my delegation of authority cases from history, but why that is a delegation of authority that is unconstitutional under the Nebraska Constitution, because we are putting the power to determine what is illegal and legal, what is a crime in the state of Nebraska, in the hands of someone outside of this body, and that is expressly reserved for the legislature to determine the laws of the state of Nebraska. And if we make them contingent on, thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Matt Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield my time to Senator Day.
Senator Day, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hansen. I just wanted to respond to a few things that have been said on the floor today. We keep coming back to this discussion about, it's very simple. Do you believe that life starts at, whatever it is? This is a very simple issue. If you believe this, then this. It's become very black and white. As a mother myself, I can tell you there is absolutely nothing simple about pregnancy and motherhood. The decision, if, when, and under what circumstances a woman reproduces is not simple. It's not black and white. It involves so many different factors. Can she afford to raise a child? What was involved in getting pregnant? Is she going to further traumatize another human being by bringing it into the world? There's so many different issues that factor into pregnancy, parenthood, and motherhood that to try to reduce it to a philosophical discussion about when life begins is incredibly reductive and incredibly offensive. I wanted to mention the issues that have been discussed in terms of the medical points. There was some discussion about ectopic pregnancy and how, under those circumstances, it would be okay to terminate the pregnancy because, if it was needed to save the life of the mother, then it would be fine. First, there is nowhere in the bill that says that. And we're talking about, at that point, doctors that are already in court having to defend the choices they made, practicing and doing their jobs. At that point, we are talking about physicians who were simply doing the work that they do day in, day out, being charged, and then being in court having to say, well, it's okay because I was saving the life of the mother. Because ultimately, to save the life of the mother, you have to terminate the pregnancy. So when we talk about it being black and white, we're creating a whole new area of gray here. where there is no real boundary and definition of what is legal and what is not. And again, we're talking about physicians doing their jobs who are now spending time defending themselves in court. That's not okay with me. So sure, we can say there's exceptions for the life of the mother or ectopic pregnancies, but realistically, we're creating several more issues, and it's not that simple. If this bill becomes law, it will interfere with the care available for pregnant people who are experiencing a miscarriage or ectopic pregnancy. This legislation would effectively tie doctors' hands rather than allowing them to treat their patient without fear of prosecution. And we have heard this time and time and time again from dozens, hundreds of doctors in the state of Nebraska. This is bad public policy.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill raises the specter that a doctor who provides the care that a woman needs would be subject to criminal prosecution. It is horrifying to imagine a scenario where a pregnant woman requires urgent medical care with her health or life on the line, but doctors can only stand back and watch her suffer because of the state's prosecutorial threats under this bill. In Ireland, for example, which up until recently banned all abortion, Dr. Savita Hapanavar experienced a tragic miscarriage at 17 weeks, and even when it was clear that the pregnancy was lost, she was denied a necessary abortion for days. As a direct consequence, she developed sepsis and died. You know what I know? That woman's life was a life. There is no philosophical discussion there. Her life was real, and I know everyone in this room would agree.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Day. Senator Albright.
Thank you, President Foley. I'd like to share a story that was told during the testimony in the Judiciary Committee that was very compelling. There was a gentleman, his name was Ryan Baumberger. He was conceived in rape and testified at our hearing in support of LB 933. He says, many say that I shouldn't have been aborted. I was conceived in rape, but adopted in love. I grew up in a diverse family of 15. We were white, black, mixed, Native American, Vietnamese, abled, and disabled. 10 of us were adopted, despite the horrific situations most of us came from. None of us would have been better off dead. We were all better off loved. I'm the 1% used to justify 100% of the abortions. But the circumstances of our conception never changed the condition of our worth. My birth mom's courageous decision will continue to unleash beautiful reverberations of the generations. My amazing wife, Bethany, was a single mom who found herself in an unplanned pregnancy. Despite enormous pressure, she rejected the violence of abortion. I adopted that precious baby. Her name is Radiance. Our young son, Justice, was also adopted. I'm the father of 4 awesome kids. Our family wouldn't exist if I had been aborted. That's why I fight for the most marginalized, the most vulnerable, the most discarded in and out of the womb. Black History Month teaches us this truth. Anytime anyone denies the humanity of another human being, discrimination and death always follow. Women's History Month should teach us this, that you can't make history unless you're born. Roe has killed 64 million under the guise of a fake feminism, led by Planned Parenthood. An abortion industry profits from fear, solves no social issues, gives no one equality, and ushers more deaths into the communities already ravaged by violence. And yes, abortion is systematic racism. It's the leading killer of Black lives, outnumbering the top 20 other causes of deaths combined. He urged us all to support LB 933. There are so many stories like this, and some very courageous people were able to come forward and talk about what happened to them. So talking on this floor about one person is better off than the other person, every person matters, every life matters, but no one should have the right to kill an unborn child that doesn't have a voice. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Senator Hunt, your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. It's difficult to hear Senator Albright share stories like this because they are heartfelt, they are passionate, they're emotional, they're true, but they are bringing this conversation to a debate that centers around the point, I'm alive and was born, and therefore forced birth should be the law. I was born, therefore every pregnant person must give birth. It's not about that. It's not about when life begins. It's not about any of those questions or anybody's experience. It's about who has the authority to decide. Does government have the authority to decide, or does the pregnant person have the authority to decide? Also, I've been invited by Senator Erdman to clarify my views about the rotunda, about events in the rotunda. I have been explicitly clear always that I have a problem with campaign rallies in the rotunda. And his comments get to the whole point of the whole problem, which is that they can't tell the difference between using the rotunda to amplify the voices of the people around an issue that's up for debate by the legislature and campaigning for an election. I think that we are actually smart enough to know the difference, and so I don't think that criticism was serious. And now, Nebraskans, we have Lieutenant Governor Foley presiding over this debate on an issue that he has actively lobbied on, and he's been nodding along with certain comments. So that's the state of play of things here in the chamber. When life happens, when life begins, is not what's up for debate today. That's not the important question. The argument is actually completely irrelevant. What we are arguing, once again, is who should have the authority to decide, not the anecdote, not the choice one person made over another to keep a pregnancy or end a pregnancy, not the morality or goodness of that person because of the choice that they made. It's saying who should have the authority, the government or the person who's going to give birth. My living 12-year-old outside the womb child cannot be forced to be hooked up to my body today. The government can't force me to give my own biological child my blood or my organs or my breast milk. And they should not be able to force me to maintain the quote life, unquote, of an unborn fetus or embryo. It's about choice and who has the authority to decide. Senator Sanders also talked about a paper that she read, and I've read that paper that she was talking about, and it does not talk about, quote, life starting at fertilization. The paper says that pregnancy starts at fertilization. She's inserting the word life herself. The word conception is not even a medical term, colleagues. Also, these points made by Senators Arch and Slama and Albright about intent are legally very interesting to me. My question listening to the argument would be, how do you terminate an ectopic pregnancy, to use the example Senator Albright used? How do you terminate an ectopic pregnancy without intending to terminate the pregnancy? Maybe there are different motivations. Maybe you are intending to save the life of the mother, but to save the life of the mother, you are intending to terminate the pregnancy, which by her definition means killing a child. And who knows how a judge would decide on that? Who knows how a prosecutor would come at that? They won't read the transcript of the legislature and say, oh, well, this is what Joni Albright meant. That's not the way that's going to end up going down. Unless a doctor is in the operating room blindfolded or intoxicated, then everything that they're doing at that time and place is done intentionally. Everything a doctor does is done with intent. You do things deliberately with a goal. So how we parse out intent to kill versus intent to save is ridiculous. Proponents also say that physicians shouldn't worry, that this doesn't target physicians. And if that's the case, then you should take out the penalty for the physicians. If you trust Nebraska doctors to uphold their oath of doing no harm and using their best medical judgment, then why does the bill specifically target physicians? It doesn't target the pregnant person who terminates their pregnancy. It doesn't target people who self-manage their abortion. It targets doctors. Supporters of LB 933 do not want to see this bill pass without somebody being punished, without somebody
That's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator McKellar Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm 43. I don't know if that matters or not, but I just wanted everybody to know how old I was and how you decided to listen to me. This is personal. Senator Jacobson said that this shouldn't be personal, it's policy or whatever. Well, first of all, the people that are supporting this are making this about their own personal religious faith. And you are trying to govern my body, mine. Not Senator Flood's, not Senator Aguilar's, not Senator Lowe's, mine. That's personal. That is extraordinarily personal, and it is disrespectful to pretend like it's not. You are coming after my rights. So yeah, it's personal. Religion. We are using one religious belief to determine policy. There was testimony at the hearing for these bills, these multiple bills, about religious beliefs. They weren't Christian religious beliefs, but they're still valid. There was multiple people of the Jewish faith that came and testified. The dignity and right to make one's own decisions about healthcare are not only fundamental to Jewish teaching, but they are also fundamental to building a culture that values everyone who chooses to live in Nebraska. Young Jews will choose to make their home somewhere other than Nebraska. This legislature continually tries to enact policies that run young people out of town. The Catholic Conference is advocating for this. I get that. They're the Catholic Conference. They also are against IVF. So Senator Slama, they're going to come for that next. I guess that's cool. I don't know. You can't parcel things out with the Catholic Conference. They're all in. They get this, and then they go for the next thing, and the next thing is IVF. I believe it was called ill-gotten gains once. My cousins aren't ill-gotten gains. My future cousins aren't ill-gotten gains. I've got babies coming into this world that I'm going to be related to. I am so excited. Not ill-gotten gains. But they were a choice. And they were a choice that the women that I know struggled to have. And the Catholic Church would like to take that away. You can go out there and ask them. They will tell you that they would like to take that away. So you can pick and choose which things you want to believe or how you want to listen to the Catholic Church, but that's who they are. I choose to operate in facts and science and strong public policy. We don't have any laws dictating whether or not men can have vasectomies or their prostate checked, anything. Whether or not you can masturbate, how many times you can masturbate, we don't have laws about that. To quote Elle Woods, I think that's irresponsible ejaculation, and that could be just, I mean, well, now I forgot what the quote was. I'll come back with it later. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't stand up here, you don't want to have vaccines, you don't want to have face masks, but you want to force women to be a warm place and nutrients for an embryo. And you can't be a warm place with nutrients if you don't have access to food and housing, which people in this body, the people that are supporting this bill, do not agree with giving people access to food and housing. And I don't care if you're insulted by that. That is fact. That is a fact. Your votes show you don't care about those things for poor people. That is a fact. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we've discussed a few times, I've heard people mentioning the roots of Planned Parenthood and Margaret Sanger and how abortion is a form of racism. And as I mentioned earlier, I studied this a lot in undergrad and grad school in researching gender-based politics. And I have a whole bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about related to how controlling women's fertility and reproductive rights has long been used for centuries as a way of controlling other issues, whether it was forced pregnancy during slavery in order to produce more workers, or it was forced sterilization, which, if we don't realize, forced sterilization of different parts of the population, African American women, Native women, forced pregnancy and forced sterilization are two sides of the same coin. So I will come back to that later, but I wanted to continue to address the medical points that I was discussing earlier in terms of the gray area that we're creating here in terms of prosecuting doctors and the nuance that's involved in pregnancy and parenthood, specifically as it relates to issues of ectopic pregnancy and miscarriage. The bill would define life as beginning at fertilization and would prohibit anyone from causing or abetting the termination of life, in quotes, of a fetus. By defining life as beginning at fertilization, this bill would include even non-viable pregnancies. Patients experiencing ectopic pregnancies would be prohibited from receiving treatment for this condition, which could threaten the well-being of the pregnant person. A woman with cancer could be denied access to life-saving medical treatment because it could endanger a fertilized egg. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, and Senator Hunt also said, in order to save the life of the woman, there has to be intent to terminate the pregnancy. We cannot save the life of the woman without, as Senator Albright was saying, without killing the baby. So that's where we're getting into the gray area. And if we're prosecuting those things, as I said, we're already talking about doctors being charged and being in court and away from their practice to defend themselves, which is a huge problem for me. This bill would even create confusion and prevent a physician from treating a patient who is miscarrying. A patient experiencing a miscarriage could be forced to wait for care, creating a serious risk of sepsis or other dangerous conditions. And I read the story earlier about the woman and the doctor in Ireland that had a miscarriage at 17 weeks. And doctors were unable to provide basic care for her because of their interpretation of Ireland's laws. If Nebraska bans abortion as a result of this bill, the same thing can and will happen here to Nebraska women. We are talking about women dying because they cannot receive the care that they need, because doctors are afraid they're going to be charged and go to court for doing their jobs, because this bill creates a gray area. The other thing that a lot of people are not talking about is the fact that the United States is still one of the most dangerous countries in the entire world to be pregnant and have a child. In 2017, at a time when maternal mortality was declining worldwide, the World Health Organization reported that the U.S. was, thank you, Mr. President, reported that the U.S. was one of only 2 countries, along with the Dominican Republic, to report a significant increase in its maternal mortality ratio, the proportion of pregnancies that result in death of the mother, since 2000. While U.S. maternal deaths have leveled in recent years, the ratio is still higher than in comparable countries, and significant racial disparities remain. Understanding the evidence on maternal mortality and its causes is a key step in crafting healthcare delivery and policy solutions at the state or federal level. This data brief draws on a range of recent and historical data sets to present the state of maternal health in the United States today. The point that we're making here is we can't talk about pregnancy as, well, it's a means to an end. All the woman has to do is give the baby up for adoption if she doesn't want it.
That's time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gay. Senator Geist.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've not spoken yet on this bill, and I know it will come as no surprise to anyone that I am 100% in support of this legislation. I also, in my life has been, maybe it's because of my Christian faith. I don't know. It's hard to separate that from the way that I think. But in the experience of being a mother and a grandmother, I think there are a couple of incidences that I can relate to that just imprint on me the value and the pricelessness of life. One of those happens to be my 14-year-old granddaughter, who was conceived by her mother at age 15. She is not my son's daughter, though she sees my son as her daughter. She is almost the age of her mother when her mother had her. And she is the joy of our family. When my oldest son and her mom got married, I became a grandma, and her name is Gracie. And what Gracie has done is lend grace in our family. And what our lives would be without her, I can't even begin to imagine. Her younger cousins idolize her, and so do we. The other imprint of life in our family was when I was actually on this floor with LB 814 as my daughter was pregnant for the 4th time. She had miscarried 3 in a row, was pregnant with a 4th, and lost that baby at 19 weeks. On a January evening, as I was waiting for a hearing date for LB 814. So I got to be with her when she had that baby, that perfectly formed, beautiful little girl who fit right in my hand. And that was the age of the very babies we were talking about in 814. That it was okay by some, if that baby was living, to just rip it apart, no anesthesia, nothing. And that's okay. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily my Christian faith that I do believe every life, regardless of how it's conceived, is valuable and God-breathed. I truly believe that. I think every life has potential. I think every life can aspire to something greater than its conception. But I also think that just out of the human decency of our souls, whether we agree spiritually or not, there has to be some agreement here that life is precious beyond anything that we can make on our own. It's our ability to create something that is precious and unique. And to devalue that creation is where I know we have a philosophical agreement. And because of the struggle and the real personal fortitude of my daughter-in-law and what she went through in high school at age 15, I understand the women who struggle with this. I understand. I don't judge you. But I would encourage you to meet that life, value that life. It will change your life. Or if not yours, maybe someone else's who is waiting for a life in their family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Geist. Senator Slama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise still in support of LB 933, but I'm really tempted. I don't think Senator Michaela Cavanaugh is on the floor right now. I'm tempted, and I won't do this because I'm going to be the better person here. I am tempted, though, to ask her, get her up on the mic, and ask her the specific details by which she was conceived. What position, what location, what her parents were doing or thinking at the time, because she did just get on the mic and publicly out the way that I was conceived, which is through in vitro fertilization. My parents struggled with infertility, and that is the route that they took. And to have that be outed on the floor of the legislature is really kind of appalling to me. I expect a basic level of decorum on the floor, and I really didn't expect my means of conception being brought up as some sort of valid argument about the sanctity or the lack thereof in Senator Michaela Cavanaugh's mind. But it does get to the core when we're talking about the pro-life movement, just a core level of value for other human beings. And I could build on that and probably say some things I shouldn't. But for those of you who are saying that LB 933 forces religion on other people, I would ask you to look up the group Secular Pro-Life. It's a non-religious group that, just like the pro-life senators on this floor, values the sanctity and the dignity of human life. And with that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Lowe.
Thanks, Senator Slama. Senator Lowe, 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Slama. I appreciate that. Would Senator Slama yield to a question?
Senator Slama, yield, please.
I would be delighted to do so.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Now I just have to think of a question just to ask you.
I'll give you time.
Okay. We are debating a bill that is waiting for something to happen. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
And so if the Supreme Court doesn't act on Roe v. Wade, what happens?
If the Supreme Court does not act on Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs case or any other case, LB 933 does not trigger, it doesn't go into effect.
So the side that's opposing LB 933, they're saying that this will hurt the mothers, this will do everything else. This bill doesn't do that, does it?
No, and I think LB 933 is rooted in a fear among the opposition to LB 933 is rooted in a fear that the Supreme Court will kick this issue back to the states, as I believe it rightfully belongs. So in a way, I think the opposition to LB 933 is really just concerned about states' rights. And Nebraska, as we both know, is a pro-life state. So having pro-life policies to reflect our state's beliefs.
All right, thank you, Senator Slama.
Thank you.
Would Senator Albright yield to a question?
Senator Albright, yield, please.
Yes.
Senator Albright, why did you bring LB 933?
Because I want to see every unborn child have a chance at life.
And thank you, Lieutenant Governor. And what do you think will happen with the Supreme Court in a couple of months or maybe 3 months?
Well, I certainly believe in the power of prayer. And there are a lot of people on their knees with this decision to try to help them along with it.
All right. Thank you, Senator Albright.
Thanks.
And thank you, Lieutenant Governor.
Thanks, Senator Lowe. Senator Mosher.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really an emotional debate, and it's been attentive. It's been powerful. But I think that there are some issues that we've overlooked in the first part of our discussion. And from my district, I find that it's overwhelmingly pro-life. They are anti-abortion. And most of the members of the Right to Life movement of one group or another are women. And they're looking to me to represent their views here. So I may not be, in some people's eyes, the perfect person to talk about this, but nonetheless, I feel a responsibility to represent the pro-life people in my district. You know, if abortion supporters couldn't probably get elected in my part of the state because of the pro-life movement. Over the last number of years, since abortion was made legal, we've had 200,000 abortions in Nebraska. 200,000. We have roughly 2 million people in the state. That's 10% of the state. And had those children been left to be born, we would have way more than 200,000 people because they would have had children. Those 200,000 abortions killed unique human beings. They weren't just an extension of their mother. They're partly their mother, but their genetics are partly from their father. And they have the right to live just like all the rest of us here. 200,000. It's just an amazing number. I stand in support of 933. I really appreciate Senator Albright bringing this bill. And if she would like, I would yield the remainder of my time to her.
Thanks, Senator Mosier. Senator Albright, 2 minutes 20 if you care to use it.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Mosier, and thank you for talking about the fathers that are also involved in these decisions, hopefully. They too care, and I've heard men get up and say, what about us? Some of the pro-life walks that we've had, and we've had different speakers. The question and answers in the end are usually from the men, wondering, one guy was married with 2 or 3 kids, and his wife just went and took care of it without his knowledge and without his consent. That's pretty heartbreaking. And I don't know if anybody can say you have to wait until you're ready. You have to wait until your finances are right. There's a lot of things in my life that I never waited for. It just happens, and you deal with it, and you grow, and you become a bigger person and a better person, and you figure out ways to take care of your family. And that's what we want for the Nebraskans, to have that mother and father to care for the baby together. And we have a lot of work to do once this bill does pass to take care of a lot of other things, a lot of education. We'll talk about that later. But I do have, for anyone who is on the fence on this particular bill, I'd like you to stop by my desk. I have a list of doctors that sent to me that are members of the Nebraska Medical Association. I understand there's 2,500 members. I asked their lobby when I was visiting with them if they were wondering, is there any amendment that could possibly come onto this bill that would make it better for whether it be the doctors, the abortionists, the women. And I asked them, with the 2,500 members that you have, is there any reason why you couldn't send out a survey to all the doctors and nurses that take care of these women? Is there any reason why you couldn't ask them, survey them, if they are for LB 933 in its current form? And they said, you know what? We did that on Senator Wishart's bill, And
That's time, Senator.
Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you.
Senator Clement, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I had read before about one ministry that's helping crisis pregnancy women, and I wanted to read from another testimony at the hearing for 933. My name is Gina Tomes, and I serve as director of Bethlehem House in Omaha, Nebraska. I've had the privilege of serving and working as co-founder since its inception in 2005. Over the past 17 and a half years, we have created a working pro-life maternity home model that works. We have created and strategically designed a program for women who want to choose life. Our program is staffed professionally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We have evidence and outcomes that prove this type of maternity home works. We are a part of stopping intergenerational cycles of homelessness, poverty, addiction, lack of education, and access to health care forever. Our program participants understand what unconditional love and safety opportunities once before offered to them actually look like and feel like. We function like a family and have identified areas of programming that work. There is no cost to our services or programming. The family-centered residential care setting at Bethlehem House provides a place of hope and empowerment for women who are pregnant, in crisis, and choose life for their unborn baby. Bethlehem House provides women residential and aftercare pathways for attaining quality and pre- and postnatal care, essential parenting skills, and economic self-sufficiency through education, employment, health and wellness, structured curriculum, daily case management, therapy, and addiction and recovery treatment. All these services are free of charge and strategically designed to empower, rehabilitate, and change the trajectory of the woman's life forever. Bethlehem House offers a two-tier program of support for mothers in the community. Tier 1, the Family Life Program, is an 8 to 15-month sequence which allows for healing and healthy refocus on the family. Tier 2, known as Aftercare, begins with program graduation and continues for as long as the Bethlehem House graduate wishes. Most alumni stay in aftercare for their lifetime because of the family support, fellowship, and life-changing pathways. 92% of all Bethlehem House alumni end their cycle of homelessness, poverty, addiction, and more. Some of the goals of this program that impact women are: we have ended homelessness for 92% of our families forever. End poverty through increased educational pathways and career placement contracts. The average alumni receives no government assistance, earns an average salary of $42,000 per year within 5 years, and receives a benefits package from their employer. Maintaining sobriety and mental health wellness. Bethlehem House provides lifelong case management, support groups, drug treatment, and fellowship. 86% of alumni are maintaining their sobriety and mental health. So I think it is important to know that there are ministries there that are reaching out and actually changing the life of some women who end up in a cycle of poverty and homelessness. And that this is an example of the care that there is out there for women who are in a crisis pregnancy situation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Clements. Senator Vargas.
Thank you very much, President. The one good thing about the debate is we at least get to share out both our opinions and our rationale. And I'll give a little bit more of mine, and it's not to be repetitive. It's mostly because, and I hear Senator Clements, and I understand what he's saying, that there are services provided to women making decisions but there's just a lot more that we can do in general to help women and mothers. We've worked on legislation that can potentially reduce the poverty gap for low-income families and individuals, to expand SNAP benefits for paid family leave. I share all these things because a lot of the decisions and choices that we're talking about, there are obvious trade-offs to every single decision people make. The point is that there's a decision to be had, but we should be taking care of people so they're not in any dire straits in the first place. I just want that to be abundantly clear because it's something that we've debated here. We've had a lot of debates on those bills which haven't moved forward. The one thing I do want to be able to just bring back up, and because it's something that I heard from Dr. Boyle out in the rotunda, and whether or not you agree or disagree with her, as a licensed physician and as somebody that works in this field, she did put out a survey in a matter of 3 days. There was about 150 plus physicians across the state of Nebraska that signed on in opposition to LB 933. It may not be exactly what was asked of the entire NMA, but when there are that many in a short amount of time, it's important information to put out there that physicians are not all in unison in support of this. There were at least 150 that said that they were not in support of this, including the NMA and at least their policy team. It's one of the reasons why this wasn't worked on fully. I say that because it's a point of information, and I want to make sure that we're listening to most of the people that we normally listen to, experts every single day in this body, to inform our policy decisions as policymakers, to inform. I'm still in opposition of LB 933 in support of motion 116. Thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Hunt.
Senator Hunt, you've been yielded 2 minutes 12.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, and thank you, Senator Vargas. As technology advances, as things change, people who oppose abortion have used this advancement as excuses of why once and for all it should finally be okay for us to ban abortion. Senator Flood talked about what has changed in our culture since 1972 when Roe versus Wade happened, saying that what has changed is technology. That technology has been the thing that changed since Roe versus Wade, but that technology is also what's made it easier for abusers and traffickers and violent people to target victims. And that technology has also been used to justify abortion bans and abortion restrictions that keep those survivors from getting the care they need. We've heard people say, well, how can you support abortion now that we have ultrasounds, now that we can see pictures of our grandkids on our phones all the time? Colleagues, next year there might be technology that says once a sperm meets an egg, we can keep that organism growing in a test tube forever. That still wouldn't make it okay to ban abortion. We're debating the wrong thing. The debate isn't at what second of what minute, at what hour does life begin? That's a spiritual question. That's a spiritual question that I support the right of every person to ask and answer for themselves. But the answer to that will not change the need for people who do not want to be pregnant to terminate their pregnancies. This bill will not end abortion. It will end safe abortion, and it will lead to more people dying. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thanks, Senator Hunt. Before proceeding, Senator Boster would like to recognize a distinguished guest today. We have with us Ann Grimes, who's Director of Office of International Visitors for the U.S. Department of State. Ms. Grimes is with us in the North Balcony. If you could please rise, we can welcome you to the Nebraska Legislature. Thank you for being here. Continuing discussion. Senator Morfeld. Is Senator Morfeld on the floor? I do not see Senator Morfeld. We'll move to Senator Gregor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full support of LB 933. And I guess I just wanted to get up and kind of give my perspective of abortion and can't imagine back coming from a family of 13, can't imagine my parents back when rough times, probably some hard, pretty rough times that I can't even imagine. But having 13 kids and probably never even abortion entered one of the alternatives. But after raising three kids today and involved with 5 grandkids, it's just something else to watch that life grow. But for that, I've sat here for hours and listened to back and forth when is a human, when isn't a human, and when, is this right or is this wrong? And it's really, I really feel, I can't imagine a young lady that would have to make that decision, and oftentimes on their own, to go in and have to make a decision as great as that is to abort a life. And that'd just be terrible. And again, I sit here just trying to imagine a life and death decision like that. I mean, we sat here and think we're making some awful hard decisions as senators here on the floor, but man, can you imagine that decision? So I guess in a weird way, I look at this LB 933 is helping with that decision. That is not a decision. And maybe one of the alternatives for her that we could offer, and I would like to cover, is adoption. I know Senator Jacobson has talked about adoption, and if he would be willing, I'd like to have him yield to a couple questions.
Senator Jacobson, yield, please.
Yes, I would.
Senator Jacobson, I know in the past, and I've sat here and I've heard that you have adopted some children, and I was just wanting to ask you about adoption, and basically about adoption is how easy was it, how expensive is it, and what could we do to make it easier for an alternative for young ladies to go that route instead of abortion?
Well, I would tell you that there is a long waiting list of adoptive parents looking for children. We ended up going to Nebraska Children's Home initially for a pre-adopt class, and we're told it could be as long as 7 years to wait to be able to adopt an infant child. And we were very fortunate because both of our adoptions were private adoptions. I can tell you that when it comes to the expense, both of our adoptions were interstate adoptions, meaning the birth mothers were not in Nebraska. One was in Colorado, the other was in California. Everybody has their own different laws on how you do it. I can tell you in Colorado, where you're dealing with the interstate adoption, you have a situation today where it could take as much as 2 months staying in that state to get the interstate compact to agree to that. So you've got the cost to go there, you've got the cost to stay there. Generally speaking, what happens,
1 minute,
if the birth mother is not insured, then the adoptive parents are going to pay for all of those costs. So it can be very expensive, but I can tell you that adoptive parents don't care in the least about the cost. They want a child that they can love, and in particularly if you've been infertile or whatever reasons you're not able to have your own children, being able to adopt is that option that's out there. I'd also tell you that's interesting because I don't know of any adoptive parent that's ever asked about the circumstances in which that child was conceived. I don't know of any of them ever asked that question.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gregor. Senator Bosselman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what happens when a mother's life is in danger? That questions come up, those comments have come up several times. So if a pregnant woman has, for instance, an ectopic pregnancy or advanced uterine cancer, would this bill prevent a doctor from giving her life-saving care? And would it make that doctor vulnerable to prosecution or discipline on his or her license? And no, doctors in such situations have no need to worry. That situation is provided for in the bill, and LB 933 has multiple layers of protection for doctors. First, you can see in section 4, notwithstanding any other provision of law, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ any instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of the life of the unborn child. So this is always the threshold question. Is the specific intent of the doctor to kill the child? If the answer is no, there is no violation of the act. If the answer is yes, my specific intent was not to treat the woman, but rather to kill the child, then of course there would be a problem. In section 7, if any prosecution of a licensed physician under section 4 of this act, it shall be an affirmative defense that it is necessary and reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure to prevent the death of the pregnant woman, to prevent the substantial risk of death to the pregnant woman because of a physical condition, or to prevent the serious permanent impairment of a life-sustaining organ of the pregnant woman, and that the physician who performs such medical procedure may every reasonable effort under the circumstances to preserve the life of the mother and the life of the unborn child in a manner consistent with reasonable medical care. Even if the specific intent of the physician was to kill an unborn child, he or she would be protected under section 7 if the procedure was necessary to prevent the woman's death. Third, in section 6, medical treatment provided to a pregnant woman by a licensed physician which results in accidental or unintentional injury or death to her unborn child shall not be a violation of section 4 of this act. So once again, a note regarding other states. 13 states, including 3 that border Nebraska, Missouri, South Dakota, and Wyoming, have passed laws similar to LB 933. All 13 include criminal penalties for anyone, including a licensed physician who performs an abortion. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Albright.
Thanks, Senator Bosselman. Senator Albright, 2 minutes.
Thank you, President. I was hoping Senator Vargas was still in the room. Not sure that if he is or isn't. But to continue, when I had asked the lobby that represented the Medical Association if they would put out a quick survey to ask about the way LB 933 is written and if they would support it or not, because when the decision was made to send a letter to all of us, it was their board that did that along with the lobby, not the 2,500 people that worked for them or that they'd represent. So in my small, quick amount of time, I thought, well, you know what, we just need to go out and find out how many that we could get put together. So on March 15th, they quickly sent a letter out and sent back to me, Dear Senator Albright and members of the Nebraska Legislature, we members of the medical profession in the state of Nebraska write to you in strong support of LB 933, the Human Life Protection Act. So traditionally, it calls for doctors and nurses and others in the medical profession to embrace all patients in our care, including both mothers and their unborn children. Roe versus Wade has instead set them against each other. Further, it has undermined and damaged the integrity of the medical profession by turning many physicians from healers into takers of innocent life. LB 933 would correct this injustice and protect the lives of all unborn children in Nebraska if Roe versus Wade was overturned. It would do so without penalizing women or ordinary doctors acting in good faith, protecting physicians who act to save the life of a mother. Only a very few have reason to fear the passage of this law. Those who, under the guise of practicing medicine, intentionally take the life of unborn children when there is no danger to the mother's life. Such actions are incompatible.
This time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Speaker Hilders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I just want to pick up the thread from my conversation with Senator John Kavanaugh on the non-delegation doctrine. I appreciate his research onto our discussion on the Quill case 4 years ago. And so I just want to pick that thread up because I think it's important to have this conversation. And so 4 years ago, we had to sort of set the stage for, especially for those of you who were not here, we had LB 44, Senator Watermeyer had a bill in which he was trying to establish and empower the state to collect online sales taxes. So some of you who are still here would remember that case. And we had a long conversation about whether or not the state, and so I should take a step back, the original case saying that there was like a particular nexus requirement that a retailer had to have to the state of Nebraska in order for the state to be able to charge sales tax to that particular entity. And that was established in this Quill case. And then in LB 44, as in parallel, the Quill decision was being challenged by South Dakota in the Wayfair case. In LB 44, there was essentially a new regulatory regime by which the state could collect online sales taxes, and there was like a notice and reporting requirement, some of which would be put in place, even if Quill wasn't overturned. And then there was like this language, and I mistimed my place in the queue. It's in my office at the moment, about if the controlling holding or a controlling court would abrogate this particular holding of this case, then this part of the act would go in place. So, and what Senator Kavanaugh quoted was my discussion on the mic at the time that said, hey, look, I don't think this is, or I think this is actually problematic to sort of put this into the hands of the court. Now, if you look back at the transcripts, which I did, just a couple of points I want to make. Number one, it's very clear we were picking up a conversation, sort of this speculative, we were kind of conflating two doctrines at the time, this idea of speculation, which I actually picked up the thread from Senator Chambers, who also took the same position I did, that was an unconstitutional delegation. That was sort of the wording we were using, but really it was this sort of vagueness. And if you look at the holding, or I'm sorry, the discussion, really the holding that we had or the discussion we had on that particular bill was, or that bill was it was sort of this amorphous, vague, what is the court going to do in its holding in Wayfair? Is it not going to do anything? Is it going to do something? Is it going to overturn Quill? Is it going to enter in a new holding to sort of accommodate this changing online landscape that we have? And the thread really was, hey, look, we understand there's these other cases that say you can create contingent legislation, but relying on what could ultimately be a holding that could have 20 different outcomes, really, using the words of Senator Chambers and my own now, feels very speculative and vague, and it's not something we should put in statute. Here, we've got a couple of different distinguishing characteristics. Number one, and actually in my argument on the floor, I was like, look, we shouldn't be relying on a court case in this manner. So number one, this is not relying on just a court case. If you look at the bill that's in front of you, there's actually three different circumstances which could trigger this particular legislation to become effective, one of which is a court case, but the second of which is an amendment to the Constitution. So, and I think the third is additional federal action. Those, similar to the state case or similar to LB 283, which I referenced earlier, are similar in kind to this sort of contingency, the ability of us to actually create contingent legislation in a constitutional manner. So I think that is first one. The second is, unlike Quill, we're sort of dealing with an evolving regulatory regime. Here, we've just got a binary decision. Is Roe overturned, and can we actually regulate abortion? If yes, pass go, collect $200, LB 293 actually goes into law. I think that's number two. Number three, if I were to look back and be candid about that discussion, really, this thread, again, that Senator Chambers and I really were pushing was really about not so much about non-delegation. Thank you, Mr. President. Not so much about non-delegation because it's almost unconstitutional because it's vague. Or it's such a layer of sort of ambiguity and multiple outcomes that could be potentially non-delegation. In any event, I only have 30 seconds left or so. I do appreciate Senator Kavanaugh going back in time. I have enjoyed going back in time with him and having that journey and distinguishing these two different scenarios. At the end of the day, I think this is a clear case of something that is contingent legislation. And when you read this with the state case and with LB 283, these are very analogous. And I would say that this, for that reason, is constitutional. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Blood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I have lots to say, so I'm going to try and get as much as I can in 5 minutes. I was just listening to Senator Hilders, and I'm a little confused after I heard that. All I know is that when Senator Kavanaugh referred to the internet sales tax bill, that question was a yes or no question. But unlike this bill, we know that the Supreme Court can either do all or part of Roe versus Wade when they overturn something, if they choose to overturn it. So I think it's apples to oranges. And I never get into discussions about whether something's constitutional or not, because then I have to listen to lawyers speak for hours on the floor. So with that, I just am going to bring this up again, and I am not picking on anybody, Senator Slama, wherever you're at, and I just want to make that really clear. So again, Section 3, for purposes of the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act, unborn child means an individual living member of the species Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. Senator Arch explained to us embryonic development. And what we know is during IVF, mature eggs are collected from ovaries and fertilized by sperm in a lab. Fertilized eggs, based on what we were told and based on this description, are babies. And so we have an issue that has yet to be addressed and truly not been addressed on the mic, except to be told that I was wrong, but I clearly am not. The thing we haven't talked about is affirmative defense. So affirmative defense requires that the doctor has to admit guilt, and then he has to justify why he broke the law and that he had good reason to do so. And so then we have to decide whether the judge or the jury has any kind of background in medicine, and then they get to decide. So how would you like it if you had to walk into a courtroom and say, I'm guilty, and hey, it's up to you to decide whether I had a reason or not? Because I have to try and save my life by describing why it happened. And then the other thing that we haven't said, and I said this during the poll motion, and guys, I hope you're listening. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommends standardized training on abortion care during medical residency, the training period after medical school that provides future physicians on the job experience in a particular specialty, an overlooked byproduct of anti-abortion laws, which you may say, that's okay, I'm fine with that. But here's the thing. The clinical skills used in abortion procedures are often the same used to clear the uterine lining after a miscarriage or end a pregnancy in demise that is causing hemorrhaging and other complications that can lead to maternal death. Not to mention that if we have an OBGYN student who becomes a physician, if they perform any of these procedures on you and they've not been certified, your insurance isn't going to cover that. Did you know that? The day we talked about the poll motion, Senator Slama's doctor of the day was on the floor, and I had a discussion with him. And he told me that he stopped doing OBGYN because they pay 4 times more in insurance than a general practitioner. 4 times more. So what we're going to do is make it as hard as we possibly can to have qualified OBGYNs in our state, not to mention the people who decide that they're going to come, you know, when they have those big days, when students find out where they're going to be going, because it's really exciting, and then they get assigned to a state that has a trigger bill, and if Roe versus Wade gets overturned, guess what happens? They can't get what they need to become OBGYNs. I think that's problematic. And who are we to decide that? And then we know that in Texas that they have patients getting on airplanes with ruptured membranes and flying to see OBGYNs in New Mexico because providers are too scared to help them. So let's talk about life. And I also want to say, because we keep talking about adoption, we're really talking about adopting babies because there are over 900 children in Nebraska right now waiting for somebody to adopt them. So let's be really clear when we're on this mic and talk about who we really want to adopt. We want people to incubate our babies, but we don't care when they get to a certain age. We don't want them, and we're leaving them unadopted. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Murman.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Again, I stand in strong support of 933 and against the motion to indefinitely postpone. I'm just going to read a quote from the Declaration of Independence here. We're endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to ensure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So that is our responsibility as a government to protect life. And that's the first thing listed here. And by the way, I think Nebraska and the 38th, especially the 38th district, are overwhelmingly pro-life. But I don't care if I was the only one in the district that was pro-life. If everyone else in the district was so-called pro-choice, I would still vote my conscience on this one, and I would have to vote pro-life. And that is to live up to what is declared in the Declaration of Independence. And I think everything else is, a lot of things have been discussed on this. I don't have anything else to add. So thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Murman. Senator Wishart. I do not see Senator Wishart on the floor. We'll move to Senator Pansing Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. It's just so hard to, on all sides, to continue having this discussion. The corners that we place each other in by our own choices, by our own decisions, by our own life experience, by our own journeys, and by our own knowledge. It is unimaginable to me that a bunch of, especially men, who've never had a menstrual cycle, who've never had a birthing pain, who've never had a contraction, who've never birthed a 10-pound or 9-pound or 2-pound or 1, whichever we've spoken of today, baby out of the birthing canal, you all get to decide what is happening within my body. You all are the ones that should decide what it is that happens to me. Why aren't we going back to, we should be banning vasectomies, clearly. You should have no authority to do anything like that to your body. Because, of course, that vasectomy stops the proliferation of life, life itself. People keep quoting about religion and what their faith says. I have a faith too. And guess what? I don't ask you to tell me what my faith is. My faith, my God, speaks to my heart. If I'm wrong, I will meet that day and explain my position. But I feel the love of God. I feel surrounded by people who also have that. But I also don't intend to impose my spiritual beliefs on you. In the Jewish faith, it is a sin to force to do anything that doesn't protect the life of the mother. The life of the mother is preeminent in priority. And it is the same way in Buddhism as well. But I understand that those kinds of arguments do not move you because of where you are on your faith journey. And that's fine. But the continued determination that only you can be right, only you can decide what's going to happen to my daughter in that exam room, or would have happened to me in the exam room now that I am past childbearing years. It's just mind-bending. And I can't imagine that any one of you expects to have the government come into your exam room and tell you what you can or can't do. We leave those decisions to the doctor, to the best standards and best practice of medical professionals, the AMA, the Nebraska Medical Association. And then
1 minute.
if that person wants to bring in her pastor or her minister or her priest, she may do so. They can pray over it. They can do what they need to do to make their decision. And that decision may be different than it would be for me. I myself, at least as I believed when I was younger, couldn't have an abortion. But I cannot walk in another woman's shoes, but you all gladly can walk in another's shoes. You can all say, I will walk in your shoes, woman. You shall sit down and bear a child no matter what. The egg has been planted in the sperm, and you are no longer in control of your life or your well-being. With that, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has asked for some time.
That's time.
Oh, that's time, sorry.
Thanks, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand again in strong support of LB 933 and would yield my time to Senator Albright. Thank you.
Senator Albright, 4 minutes 50.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Breezy. Again, I want to touch on the number again. I think it needs to be repeated. People come on and start watching us at all times during the day, but we are debating this issue, and it's something to really think about. Abortion has resulted in the death of more than 63 million babies in the United States since 1973, at a rate that still exceeds 800,000 every year. That includes more than 2,000 each year just in the state of Nebraska. This is the ultimate and defining public moral issue of our time. There's nothing more unjust than the killing of innocent children. Many of us in this body have been working through our support of pro-life bills in the last several years toward the goal of ending this terrible injustice of abortion and providing protection under the law for the life of every innocent child in the womb. Some of us in this body have been working for that future in the pro-life movement since we were very young. Roe versus Wade imposed upon the whole country, which I hate these words, a twisted and evil structure of law that pits mother against child, father against child and mother, and grandparents against daughters, sons, and grandchildren. The baby in the womb has become a source of conflict. A new person with his or her own future and rights have been treated as non-human and burdensome, life unworthy of life, because of the demands they make on us, who we have the ability to provide for and protect ourselves. Among all these babies, totally dependent on adults for sustaining of their life and future, the most vulnerable are those diagnosed correctly or incorrectly with a disability. Iceland boasts about having to eliminate Down syndrome with a 100% abortion rate for babies who are diagnosed. Many European countries abort these children at more than a 90% rate. In the United States, at least 2/3 of those children are aborted. In 2015, the legislature passed the Down Syndrome Diagnosis Information and Support Act to help families who receive this diagnosis understand that what they will be facing, what challenges and joys they will encounter as parents of a child with Down syndrome, where they can find accurate information and resources, and the groups that they can contact for support. In 2017, this legislature passed the Compassion and Care for Medically Challenged Pregnancy Act to help families who receive a diagnosis of a fetal anomaly in their child and deal with the grief that accompanies the knowledge that your child will not survive their hospital stay. It connected parents with perinatal hospice programs that gave support to these families from the point of diagnosis all the way to birth and throughout the postpartum period. Parents of these children who had died were present and testified at the hearing about how much that bill meant to them. There was not a dry eye in the room. Those parents had accepted a very tough cross, and the moments that they had with their child were very precious to them. They had chosen the human way, the noble way, and the difficult way to deal with this crisis. And the joy they felt at being able to encounter their baby for even a short time in a supportive environment, and the memory of a beloved little one that experience created for their family was unbelievably beautiful to see. When parents of a child with fetal anomaly are given a diagnosis, that national statistic shows that more than 80% of the time they chose to abort. But when they were given information like that was offered by the Compassion and Care Medically Challenging Pregnancy Act, those parents changed their minds. The statistic reversed, and the data shows that the overwhelming majority of those parents who are supported, chose life. You'll hear many stories during this debate today about women who said that they wish they would have never had the choice, a choice that they felt was forced upon them because the people who had a moral duty to support them abandoned them to abortion instead and expected them to just deal with it. It leaves lasting emotional scars that often take decades to heal. If that choice to kill their child had not been legal, it would not have been expected, and it would not have been so easy for those who should have helped them.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Senator Hilkeman. Senator Hilkeman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. When I last spoke, I was just talking about, I am concerned, and I'm not as concerned at this hour as I was when I started this conversation, but I am concerned about the unintended consequences that could happen for our physicians. And when I looked at that bill, I have some questions with it. One of my questions was, who's going to turn the doctor in? Is it going to be a nurse, another doctor, a hospital? Who's going to turn the doctor in? That's not elucidated in that bill. Could we have prosecutors trying to make a name for themselves, for example, have a disgruntled employee or a disgruntled doctor or someone like that create a problem for a physician? That's a concern of mine. It can happen. Professional jealousies occur. I was concerned about in the Section 7, particularly that the doctor needs to, he has to admit that he's done the abortion, and then he has to explain why he did it. And so I look at that, if we do this in a trial arrangement, where are we going to find 12 jurors that do not have deeply felt feelings about the life issue? And so I think that that's one of those unintended consequences that I was concerned about. And then one of the concerns I have for our physician friends is that if you are charged or a suit is filed for malpractice, every physician I know, and certainly if they're working in a hospital, needs to have malpractice insurance. Doctors do not have felony insurance. And in fact, if you are charged with malpractice case, your malpractice company will actually send you a letter that if there's any kind of a criminal charge that comes up regarding the malpractice, that's on you. And as far as you have to cover the cost of that, they actually recommend that you get legal counsel if you look at these malpractice letters that they send to you. And so I think to myself, what would that cost to defend themselves? Because this, frankly, if you're ever charged and you have a felony, it's over, folks. Your practice career is over. And so if you feel that you should not be charged with that, but you are charged with, you're going to spend, and the legal process is very expensive. I'm estimating doctors could spend $100,000 to $200,000 to defend themselves. And even if they are found innocent, that's what it costs them to defend themselves. And that's not, again, as I said, that's not covered by an insurance. So those were some of the questions when I looked at this bill that I brought up that I thought we might want to address. And I was hopeful with the amendment that I had, which took out the felony charge and simply had the offense reported to the medical board, that the medical board, which already exists and which already is into the disciplining of doctors, that might be an option that we would have that would take some of that burden of proof off of the doctors. And of course, one of the things they're saying, well, this is working in 7 other states. Well, it isn't working in 7 other states have passed this, but it's never triggered in those. And so I'm just concerned of the unintended consequences that this bill, I raised them for conversation. Again, if we could get to my amendment, maybe we could address that. But at either rate, thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thanks, Senator Hilkeman. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. And this is the first time I've spoken on this issue. Although, as a state senator for 8 years, it's not the first time I've dealt with this issue. When I started campaigning in 2014, going door to door, I knocked on about 14,000 doors. And I would say that District 20 mirrors the percentages of people in the entire country. And I would guess that perhaps 25% of those people whose doors I knocked on were very, very pro-life. And I think that mirrors the general population of this country when they're asked about abortion. However, I will say, when asked about abortion, that an abortion is the poorest outcome for a pregnancy. Yes, adoption is preferable to an abortion. Yes, birth control education is preferable to an abortion. Abortion should be the very last issue, the very last reason that a woman aborts. But generally, it's her decision, and it should be. I think ultimately it's the decision of a woman, her clergyman, and her doctor, particularly if in the case of rape, incest, or something of that nature. I think the woman ultimately should have a choice. The 20-week rule, I think that on balance is a good solution to the abortion question. Roe was decided 50 years ago. And what my big fear is, if we outlaw abortion in this state, that will go underground, the back alley abortions with a hanger. We don't want that. It's an interesting statistic if you look at abortions throughout the country, that actually the number of abortions in this country have dropped significantly. Back in the 1970s, it was 16.3 abortions per 1,000 people, 1,000 women. And now here, lately, it's 13.5 abortions per 1,000 women. So abortion needs to be protected, or otherwise it's going to go underground. The other issue that I'm looking at is the patchwork of abortion laws through the states. Yes, you've got states in the East and the Northwest, and California, I would guess, that allow abortions. And they're even encouraging people to come in from out of state. Okay, states in the South and the Midwest are outlawing abortions. What kind of crazy idea is that? I think we need a uniform law throughout the entire country. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, I would yield the balance of my time to Senator Hunt.
Thanks, Senator McAllister. Senator Hunt, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McAllister. Many people debating this bill have said things like, all of the people debating this issue are coming from a firm place of values and beliefs, and they're not likely to change their mind. That is often true when we debate wedge issues, when we debate very controversial topics, that people come into a debate perhaps willing to listen to evidence, but not likely to change their mind. And I think that LB 933 is different, colleagues, because even when we have debated abortion restrictions in the past, which I opposed just as rigorously and vehemently as I oppose LB 933, supporters of those restrictions would often say things like, well, there's still an exception for the life of the mother, or it doesn't affect people who have survived sexual assault. And so the restrictions that we've advanced in the past were more palatable to you because there were exceptions. LB 933 is different, colleagues. There are no exceptions. Legally, in terms of the utility of the bill and the way it's going to work, there are no exceptions. And that's what's different about this bill. And that's why I do think that people are open to changing their minds on this issue. That's why you see diversity in opinion across faith, across political beliefs, across background. Because when we're talking about a complete ban with no exceptions, that is a bridge too far for a lot of people, regardless of their values and beliefs. We know that physicians need to have the freedom to make those split-second decisions without facing the possibility of 20 years in prison. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sanders, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, Nebraskans. I rise in support of LB 933 as introduced, and I want to speak a little bit about the resources that are available for mothers in need in Nebraska. The people of Nebraska do a terrific job of caring for mothers in ways that only the people could. There are many amazing resources for mothers who face challenges in their pregnancy. This help can come from ultrasounds, financial support, pregnancy tests, STI, sexually transmitted infections, screening, and counseling. Pregnancy support organizations actually outnumber abortion providers in Nebraska by an 8-to-1 ratio. And they are found all around the state of Nebraska, from the Options Pregnancy Center west of Chimney Rock to Essential Pregnancy Services near the banks of the Missouri River. Essential Pregnancy Services actually sits in my district, District 45. They provide all services at no cost to the mother. Actually, you do not even have to be pregnant to receive services from EPS. Counseling is available for women who've already had abortions. I'm so proud of the work that they do. I also know of a national organization called Let Them Live that provides unparalleled support to mothers across the country. According to the Guttmacher Institute, 73% of abortions are due to finances. Let Them Live began in 2018 as their way to save the babies and save lives by supporting mother financially. It began when founders Nathan and Emily Berning found a mother about to have an abortion because of financial concerns. They offered to empty their bank account to support the mother, and so they did. Now, over 3 years, the organization has helped countless mothers find resources and choose life. To be clear, there's never any pressure. In fact, when my office reached out to Mrs. Berning, they learned that the organization, as many are pro-life donors, pro-life financial donors, because of their mother-centric approach. They continue to offer support after baby is born. They offer counseling, financial advising, job application, coaching, and professional development so the mothers in need can become financially stable. So when someone claims that support of LB 933 doesn't care about the mother or the baby after birth, I respectfully disagree. A Wallet Hub survey in the past year ranked Nebraska as 11th in family friendliness when having a baby. And there are so many resources available for mothers here in Nebraska. This is what the pro-life movement looks like. I would encourage every senator here to take a tour of their closest pregnancy crisis center and take a look at the great work we are doing. I yield the rest of my I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to address some comments that earlier in the debate about faith and religion, and I'm sure all of us are, everybody has we have freedom of religion in this country. You can believe in whatever religion you want to. But I don't really think this is about religion. I'm going to go back to the basics of this. You have to decide whether you in fact think it is a life. And we keep going off on tangents. Do we believe, I'm sure there are people here who have grandchildren or sisters or brothers that are having babies, and you've gotten the little photos of the baby that you can, I remember my granddaughter now that's 6.5 months old, the first time we could actually see her face. It's early. It goes back to when I got up earlier and talked about the twins. When the twins were one cell and then they split unusually, or whether it was a miracle, they became two people immediately. We can't sit here and think that what we decided 50 years ago is okay today. And I do have empathy for people who are getting up and talking about there's no middle ground or that there's no exceptions. I understand that. But this is about getting this past the first round. And we can come back and we can talk about some of those issues on the second round. But even then, I'm going to put parentheses around that, because if we decide, which I have decided, it is life, then the exceptions are kind of, I don't know, guys. That's where we have to go. If you can come to me and tell me why you don't think it's life, I could understand that. But unless you could come and explain to me this is why it's not really life, I just don't buy any of the other arguments. The other thing I want to say, this was a long time ago. It seems like a long time ago. As somebody said earlier, every bill's going 8 hours, that this somehow would keep you from being able to use birth control. So if you look at section 5 on page 2, it says, nothing in the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act may be construed to prohibit the administration, prescription, or sale of a contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical if the contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical is administered, prescribed, or sold in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Birth control is fine. It says it right in the bill. The other thing we talked about, and I think Senator Arch touched on this, above page 2 in paragraph 2 of section 4, notwithstanding any other provisions of the law, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ any instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman with, this is important, with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of the life of an unborn child. This says that they intentionally have to know they're killing an unborn child. I will admit that I have not been very good about reading bills until this year. I've gotten much better at it.
1 minute.
It's 4 pages. Read it. It's not about doing away with contraceptions. It's about killing babies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a lot of stuff obviously happens between times people get to talk, and I appreciate Senator Hilders engaging on the topic of the distinctions and of course, so this statute, this proposed bill, as Senator Land just said, is only 4 pages long, but the meat of it is in those two intermediate pages, page 2 and page 3, which Senator Linehan just sort of read part of page 2. And page 3 is the part I've been focusing on, which is the trigger itself. And that's the part that I've been saying is a unconstitutional delegation of authority. And we've talked about essentially the court cases relying on an undetermined potential court case resolution is an unlawful delegation of authority because it means that the state of Nebraska is putting the law, the ability to make law, into the hands of another entity. And so I was earlier reading a case called Smithburg versus Banning, which is, I'm trying to find the site here, but it's from 1935. And the part I left off earlier, but there are a number of parts that it talks about, but specifically it addresses making a state law dependent on an act of Congress. And we have a similar thing in this bill again on page 3, the second section. Page 3, section 8, subparagraph 3. The United States Congress shall enact a law that has the effect of restoring or granting the states the authority to regulate abortion to the extent set forth in this act. And I asked Senator Albright if there was a specific bill that we should be following through Congress that does this. And as far as I think there isn't one, at least that there isn't one that I know of at this point. Even if there were one, in this bill, in this case, Smithburg versus Banning, there was a case, a bill in Congress that covered the subject matter they were talking about. And the court said that at the time that the law was enacted, that Congress had not passed their law, and that this was an unconstitutional delegation of power to the United States Congress. And it goes on to actually quote a Massachusetts case that has some, what I thought was some pretty good, colorful language that I thought might be helpful. But it says that, let's see, I'm trying to find it here. Well, it's contrary, so, okay, here we go. The Constitution, it seems to us, without attempting to enter into an extended analysis and discussion, that such a statute is in violation of the provisions of the Constitution of the state, as well as contrary to every principle upon which our Republican institutions are based. And that is in reference to well, so they're adopting a Massachusetts case where there was a state process by which you could file a certified copy with the Attorney General or, well, with the Secretary of State that would then create a crime. And it says, let's see. Well, in this particular case, he must await the action of the federal Congress, which authorizes to fix the amount. And it says a fact that is not in existence at the time. I know this is scintillating things, folks, but I had it marked out earlier. Here we go. That for the reasons that the Congress of the United States, thank you. So essentially it says that the Congress of the United States would be delegated the authority to make the determination in that case. And that it says that the holding in this case, the Nebraska Supreme Court was that would be an unlawful delegation. So we have court cases are an unlawful delegation. Federal law is an unlawful delegation. The other thing in here is a constitutional amendment, which I don't think I found a case on point, but I don't think that you could say that there's a distinction between a federal constitutional amendment and a federal law action that has not been undertaken by Congress to be a distinction between an unlawful delegation of authority. And so what we're doing here, though everybody can talk about a lot of other things, the reason for this unlawful delegation of authority is, of course, a constitutional question, but it also creates uncertainty. And I guess I'll have to get in on another opportunity to talk here. But uncertainty means that people do not know which conduct is a crime. And the state, the legislature, has the authority.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I do rise in continued opposition of the bill. I wanted to talk about, we've been kind of dancing around this issue a little bit, but I want to talk about the actual judgment of the physician under this bill, should it be adopted and advanced. because we've been talking about what this bill can and cannot allow. And I would say the intent language is pretty clear that it is a complete ban on abortions. So this notion that somehow some sort of ectopic pregnancies and others could be included, I don't read that in the plain language of the bill. And if I was advising a doctor, I would not encourage them to have that generous interpretation. The intent language in the bill is very clear. It is a total ban on abortion. What specifically I wanted to talk about, though, is about the medical judgment of a doctor. Because they've said several times that, oh, if the doctor has a reason to intervene, if there's a medical reason, if it's for the prevention of death or harm to the pregnant woman, they can intervene. The place where the reasonable medical judgment of the doctor comes up is in Section 7, which is where it creates an affirmative defense. That's the only time I see a clear perspective or clear place for the actual advising, the actual doctor in the room to have their perspective, their medical judgment, their medical training come into play. And the only place it comes in is in the affirmative defense section. And I want to remind everybody, the affirmative defense section is the affirmative defense to a felony. And an affirmative defense isn't a, oh, get out of jail, no harm, no foul kind of thing. That's something you raise at trial and often have to concede the base facts of what the crime you're being charged for and hope that the jury agrees with your interpretation of the fact and not the prosecutors. This is not a clear carve-out for protection for doctors. This is at best a Hail Mary for them that when you're charged with a felony, and let's not ignore the fact that that's the whole point of this bill, is to make this a crime. When a doctor is charged with a felony, they can, at trial in front of a jury, try and convince jury members to respect their medical opinion in a way that we, the legislature, the prosecutor, anybody else involved, doesn't want to or will not. Colleagues, that's the situation we're setting up. That's the place where the only place I see in here where a doctor's training and perspective can be applied is in court when charged with a felony. That's where it comes up. So to say that doctors shouldn't be worried or to say that medical providers are provided for or all sorts of things, not under the bill that's been proposed. Just absolutely not. As people have said, the bill's 4 pages. You can read it. It's a complete ban that creates a felony for doctors, and the doctor maybe at trial can raise a defense. And again, in an affirmative defense, the jury doesn't have to agree with you. The jury can hear your affirmative defense and say, no, we still think you're guilty. So then you're asking a jury to interpret medical facts as presented by your defense attorney. For physicians, for doctors, you think medical malpractice is annoying, try criminal defense. That's going to be a huge, huge burden. And again, that's what this bill accomplishes. That's the point of this bill, is to create a new crime. That's what this bill does. And the only place I see a doctor having the opportunity to avail themselves to say, no, I had made a medical decision, I advised my patient of a medical decision based on training and science, is in front of a jury when charged with a felony. With that, Mr. President, I yield the balance of my time to Senator Jen Day, if she'd like it.
Senator Day, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hansen. A couple things that I wanted to mention that I've already discussed on the mic. So I'm opposed to this bill for multiple reasons. The first top line reason for me is that doctors will go to jail. Doctors will be criminally prosecuted. Doctors will go to court to defend themselves for doing their jobs. Doctors will go to court to defend themselves for saving the life of a pregnant person. And in that process, doctors will lose their practices. And we keep talking about the issues of, the incredible pregnancy care that we have in the state. And I think all of those things are wonderful. I'm thrilled that places like the Bethlehem House exist here in the state. But what we're missing within that is that pregnancy and childbirth themselves are inherently dangerous for women.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again. Before I start with my remarks, I would like to make a comment about Senator John Kavanaugh. I appreciate the way he speaks into the microphone, whether he is in opposition to the bill or for the bill, it doesn't make any difference. He doesn't raise his voice. He does an outstanding job, and I just want to tell him thank you for doing that. Now, to the subject at hand, what we have heard, and Senator Patty Pansing Brooks has commented about it's her body, it's her decision. And numerous other people have said it's their body, it's their decision, but they do not take into consideration the baby. What about them? Who makes that decision for them? There is nobody. And that is a problem. And I think Senator Linehan boiled it down earlier when she spoke about that. And Senator Patty Pansing Brooks, let me share what my impression is as to what happens when we die. It says it's appointed that a man wants to die, and then the judgment. It doesn't say it's appointed that a man wants to die, and then the trial or the explanation. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's my interpretation, and you have yours, and I respect that. But if I'm right, we won't have an opportunity to explain what we did or why we did it. And if you're right, then you'll have that opportunity. So we will see. We'll only know when we get there. But this whole discussion boils down to somebody has to stand up for the innocent, and those are the babies. And so I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Albright.
Senator Albright, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Erdman. And I just want to talk about a few things that I'm trying to get done here, because it sounds like we're going to go till 8 o'clock this evening. I'd really like to get on to the rest of the agenda. If anyone would like to pull out of the queue and make this all stop, but that's obviously not going to happen. So in speaking with Senator Hilkman, he does have a request, an amendment, but it certainly won't get heard in this round because there are too many roadblocks to get there. He would like to insert shall be reported to the Board of Medicine and Surgery for appropriate disciplinary action pursuant to subsection 7 of section 38 through 179. Now, again, that would have to be explored, obviously, with it. Again, there are 2,500 members of this American Medical Association. I would so be intrigued with those who are boots on the ground that care about this bill, those that have notified me, those who have notified Senator Vargas, those who have the people that are actually in it every day. You know what? Those are the ones that I want to talk to. Those are the ones that I need to hear from, because things can change, as we all know, from general to select. But I also just received an amendment that is being worked with, I believe, Senator Walls has been speaking to some of those that are working with me behind the glass. And let me see where it's at right here. Now, here's something that is worth a
1
look.
minute.
Any physician accused of a violation of Section 4 of this act may seek a hearing before the Board of Medicine and Surgery on whether it was necessary in reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure to prevent the death of a pregnant woman, to prevent a substantial risk of death to the pregnant woman because of a physical condition, or to prevent serious permanent impairment of a life-sustaining organ of the pregnant woman, and whether the physician who performed the medical procedure made every reasonable effort under the circumstances to preserve both the life of the mother and the life of the unborn child in a manner consistent with a reasonable medical practice. The board's findings are admissible on that issue at any trial in which such unlawful conduct is alleged. Upon a motion of the person accused, the court shall delay the beginning of the trial for not more than 30 days to permit such hearing to take place.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate Senator Albright's comments there. And what that tells me is that she's seeking to find consensus, to find a way to pass this bill, which I appreciate. And so if you're out there and you're asking about where our conversation is on these types of amendments, it's not happening right now because there's a motion to indefinitely postpone this bill, which is important to a great majority of people in this body. One of the things that Senator Helkeman has raised, and I appreciate this, is his concern about the potential for criminal liability for a physician in the state of Nebraska. I want to reemphasize that in 2011, we placed a ban on abortions at 20 weeks, with the exception for the life and the health of the mother, and we have not had one physician charged in a criminal court in any of our 93 counties in Nebraska. In fact, in 2020, there were only 4 physicians in the state that performed abortions that were reported to the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. So what happens if one of these situations arises under the law? Section 4. Let's take this as the first of 3 points. In Section 4 of the underlying bill in LB 933, it says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ any instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman, and I want to emphasize this, with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of the life of the unborn child. If the answer to that question involving specific intent is no, there is no violation under the law. If the answer is yes, that the physician's specific intent was not to treat the woman, but rather to kill the child, then of course, we have a problem. But the second of 3 points that I want to make is, if that is the case, in any prosecution of a licensed physician under Section 4, which I just articulated, it shall be an affirmative defense that it was necessary in reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure to prevent the death of the pregnant woman. So number 1, you have to have specific intent. Number 2, the physician has an affirmative defense. And number 3, in Section 6, medical treatment provided to a pregnant mother by a licensed physician which results in accidental or unintentional injury or death to her unborn child shall not be a violation of Section 4. So let's review as it relates to criminal liability. Number 1, specific intent is required under the law, which is something that is very direct. Number 2, there's an affirmative defense. And number 3, accidental or unintentional injury are not a violation under the bill. So I think when we're talking about criminal liability, we're talking about what this bill does and what it doesn't do. Sections 4, Section 7, and Section 6 outline and navigate this issue, I think, very clearly and very specifically. Now, that's not to say that Senator Albright won't entertain, consider any of these other ideas that are out there, but we're prevented currently from getting to those ideas due to the motion to indefinitely postpone. So later tonight around 8 o'clock, there's going to be 2 questions. Should the debate continue such that we can have a vote on LB 933? And that will be in the form of a cloture motion, I'm guessing. And then number 2, how should we deal with Senator Hunt's motion, which I would oppose? And should we advance LB 933 to the second round of debate? I urge you to vote to advance LB 933 to the second round of debate. Let's be very clear on what the criminal liability is here. Is there specific intent? Was it accidental? And number 3, there's an affirmative defense for the physician. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good evening. I did not talk about how anybody was conceived in this legislature. I just want to clear the air there. I talked about IVF and the Catholic Church's views on IVF. And I didn't out anybody's birth conception story. And to Senator Slama's question, I asked my mom. She doesn't remember. I'm 43. So, you know, time goes by and memories fade, I guess. I did get the Elle Woods quote from a friend that I was trying to say earlier, and it was that all masturbatory emissions where his sperm clearly not seeking an egg could be determined as reckless abandonment. This was about a man trying to get parental rights over a dog. So, yeah, Senator Flood's point about getting to a vote, I mean, there's only 17 Democrats, 18 Democrats in this body, and the queue's been filled for hours with over 30 people. So I wouldn't really say that anybody's preventing us from getting to a vote on the IPP motion, except for the people that are loving this bill to death. I mean, I'm talking my 3 times. My 3 times are done. So I won't be talking again after this. Yeah. So I just wanted to address that. I'm sure I was conceived in love, and that's the story I'll go with. I really love each other. They have 8 kids, and they're still together. So I would yield the remainder of my time to Senator Moorfeld if he would like it.
Senator Moorfeld, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Cavanaugh, for yielding some time. I wanted to address some of the concerns that Senator Hilkman brought up and that Senator Flood discussed in terms of the affirmative defense. So first off, Senator Flood brings up the ban, the 20-week ban has not led to any doctors being prosecuted or anything like that. Well, great, that sounds good. The difference is that the 20-week ban is very different than an absolute ban. And so there are definitely going to be many more instances where a doctor has to make the decision, oftentimes a split-second decision, on whether to terminate a pregnancy because they believe that the mother's life is in danger. Now, here's the danger. Based on the circumstances before that reasonable doctor, they may very well believe that termination of the pregnancy is critical to save the life of the mother. Or in the definition and language of the to save a vital organ or something of that nature. Well, what happens if upon further medical review, they were wrong? There's a potential that they could be charged with this very serious felony. And that will have a chilling effect on doctors being able to exercise their discretion in really tough environments and be able to do their job and save the life of the mother. Because they're going to be thinking in the back of their head, well, I hope I'm right on this, because if not, I'm going to prison for 20 years and losing my entire career, my license, you name it. And when you look at the affirmative defense that Senator Flood brings up, and says is the key here, the affirmative defense, it's pretty choppy.
1 minute.
If you actually read the language, and I'll be up in about another 20 or 30 minutes or so, and I'll parse this language, but in some of this language, there are not ors or ands. So you have to fulfill each one of those elements, at least the first 3, and then you finally get an or, and then at the end, you finally get an and. So you've got to fulfill 3 of these standards or requirements under Section 7. And then at the end, the way that I interpret this, and that this physician who performs such medical procedure made every reasonable effort under the circumstances to preserve both the life of the mother and the life of the unborn child. So who is going to then decide, did they give equal weight to the life of the mother and the unborn child? Because it doesn't state in here that one gets more weight over than the other. So colleagues, we have to actually read the language. And in my next turn here, I
Time,
will
Senator.
read through this language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Moorfield. Senator Day, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I just wanted to add one more thing in response to what Senator Flood had mentioned in terms of the specific intent being required to prosecute a physician in these cases. And I'm going to repeat what I have said multiple times today. Specific intent is required in every case, regardless of if you are saving the life of the mother. Specific intent is always required to terminate the pregnancy. And that's the thing about the law, is that we want to make it direct and we want to make it black and white, but we all know that the law and statutes are full of gray area. And so when we say, oh, it's direct, it's very easy. Only 4 doctors have been prosecuted. It's not going to happen, guys. Don't worry about it. If it's not going to happen, then why do we have it in the bill? Why won't we take it out? And we also know that the overwhelming majority of abortions are performed early in pregnancy, before 12 weeks. So citing pregnancies beyond 20 weeks and the physicians who performed them, and only 4 of them have been prosecuted, is irrelevant to this, because the vast majority of abortions are performed before 12 weeks. So this adds literally thousands and thousands of cases every year in this state that could potentially be prosecuted, which is full of gray area when it comes to specific intent and what affirmative defense means. So I'm going to go back to where I was earlier. We're talking about how wonderful the pregnancy care is in the state, places like the Bethlehem House. Happy to have those here. But what we tend to gloss over is that pregnancy and childbirth are not inherently safe for women. Out of all developed and industrialized countries in the world, the US ranks last, still at the bottom, in rates of maternal mortality at 17.4 deaths per 100,000 pregnancies, which represented 660 maternal deaths in 2018. So we don't get to make this simple about what is a life. Guys, we believe this is a life. Life begins at conception. So where along the way, this was my first question I raised today, where along the way does that woman's life end? Does that pregnant person's life end? And her liberty and her life, which is risked through pregnancy and childbirth, and her liberty, which has been stripped of her with bills like this, where does that go away? If we believe life begins at conception, and that's the reason we should pass bills like this, where along the life timeline do we give up on that person? When she becomes pregnant? When she gets raped? It doesn't make any sense to me. We cannot simplify these discussions. Having children, reproducing, having a family, those are all incredibly difficult decisions that are full of nuance. It is not black and white, and we cannot make it that simple. Thank you, Mr. President. The right to determine if, when, and under what circumstances a person reproduces is inherent to their ability to have a job. It's economic rights. It's educational rights. It's the rights to determine where that person's life goes. Because if you want to believe that life begins at conception, that person is still alive when they're 12 and they get raped by their uncle. That person is still alive when they're 25 and they already have 2 kids and they can't afford another one. That is still a life. And they are also guaranteed life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator McKinney, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to yield the balance of my time to Senator Hunt if she would like it.
Senator Hunt, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Sure. Thank you, Senator McKinney, for the time. Thank you, Mr. President. I've spoken about what's different about LB 33 is the fact that it doesn't have an exception, and that's the thing that's giving a lot of members pause who would normally frequently vote for things like abortion restrictions. I think that with this one, you have bit off more than you can chew. You're taking it too far. And hearing proponents of LB 933 gloat that and complain that Oklahoma passed this bill in 5 minutes. What's wrong with us? Oklahoma took away the rights of women to control their bodies and their fertility within 5 minutes. And we're taking 8 hours? How do you think that sounds? How does that really sound? No legislative body in the world should be so imbalanced and so anti-science and so politically driven on one side that it takes 5 minutes to pass a total ban of abortion with no exception for the life of the mother or any of the circumstances of the pregnancy. That's not a great thing. And you're going to wait 8 hours because I'm driving this ship and it's an 8-hour cruise. If you want to take away the rights of people in Nebraska, it's going to hurt you. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. When it's over, it's going to feel like a defeat, even if you win, because it will be so painful to get it done. Anything we do in this body to cause suffering for other people is never going to be easy for you to do. And if we take 8 hours on general file and 4 hours on select file and 2 hours on final reading, that's time that you're choosing to take away from the priorities of Nebraskans. I would like to kill this on general file and move on. But if it goes to select, I've got no problem with that. If it goes to final, I've got no problem with that. Just like I had no problem with any of the other abortion restrictions that have been introduced in the last 4 years that I was here. If you want to go into special session, I'll do special session every day and kill this again. There is no scenario, there is no circumstance where an amendment can be put on an abortion ban to make it better that I will allow to pass through. There is no circumstance where you're going to introduce a bill to take away the rights of women in this state, and it's going to be easy for you, or anything that takes 5 minutes. Any day you can do this in the Nebraska Legislature where it takes 5 minutes is a day that I'm not here. So you'll get your chance someday, because I'm not going to be here forever, but saying you wish this took 5 minutes is the wrong thing to say, and it activates me in a way that you don't want. If 2 cells in a petri dish are a life,
1 minute.
and an 8-pound, 7-ounce born baby crying, hungry, is a life, and I hold both of these things off the edge of a cliff, which one are you going to save? The petri dish with 2 cells or the live baby? You know the answer to that. And you can certainly have your philosophical and spiritual views about when life begins and ends, but that's not what is up for debate today. What's up for debate today is the right of women to make decisions with their doctors and the right of doctors to use their best medical judgment without going to prison for 20 years. This bill is not safe for families, for women, for Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought about reading Chicken Little again on the air. Because if we pass this, the sky is going to fall. Doctors are going to prison. Women will be harmed. Chicken Little. Doctors can now be sued for doing any operation. Are they fearing that? I don't think so. They're still doctors, and they're willing to do operations. Earlier today, when we began, there was a little baby up in the balcony, and you could hear it, and it was a sweet sound. It was the sound of a baby. The babies we were talking about here won't ever have that sweet sound. That sound that every mother wants to hear, a giggling baby. Brain waves are detected at 6 weeks after conception. 6 weeks, brain waves. At 8 weeks, the baby can feel pain. Yes, we're talking about babies. At 8 weeks, they can feel pain. At 9 weeks, the fingernails are developing. They're not claws. This is not a monster. This is a baby. We're not even up to the 20 weeks, are we? And at 10 weeks, you see the senators walking around with a little feet lapel pin. At 10 weeks, you can count their toes, and the baby can grab onto things. Yes, this is a baby. It is a live being. It is a live human. It's been said that the men are the ones forcing this issue. The men's are bringing 933. The men are against the women. That's not true. There are false accusations spread throughout the day in here. Senator Albright, Senator Geist, Senator Linehan, Senator Sanders, and Senator Slama are all women. And there are strong women standing up for the babies. And they're not old. Senator Slama was 5 years out of high school when she came to the legislative floor? Holy mackerel, they're not old. These are women. And Senator Hunt, if there was a 8-pound, 7-ounce baby or an embryo that I had to choose which one to save, I would choose both. I would give up my life for both of them because that's how much I believe in life. That's like saying, if there was a 22-year-old and a 14-year-old, which one would I save? You would save them both because that's what we do as humans. And thank God I'm a human. But maybe I should have been a dog because we give dogs or kitties or puppies more rights than we give our own children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Moorfeld, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to continue on with my conversation here that we had a little bit earlier in the analysis of some of the troublesome language here. So first off, I think Senator Linehan brought up, it may have been somebody else, but I'm pretty sure it was Senator Linehan brought up the contraception and the exception for it. Here's the problem. Yes, there is an exception for contraception, but if you read the definition in section 3, it defines essentially human life. And if you look in the last sentence of section 3, throughout the embryonic and fetal stage of development from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. Then you go down to section 5, which is the supposed exception. And if you look at the end, the last sentence, it says, and is not administered, prescribed, or sold to cause or abet the termination of a life of an unborn child. We just define an unborn child as a human from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. So this definitely, as far as I read it, would ban Plan B, but potentially could also be seen as a ban on birth control if you actually read the definitions. Second, Senator Flood brings up under section 4, sub 3, the intentional and knowing violation of subsection 1 or 2 of this section is a class 2A felony, a pretty serious felony. And everybody's been saying, not everybody, but Senator Flood and other folks have said, well, it has to be intentional. Well, if it has to be intentional, why do we have this complex, long affirmative defense that, quite frankly, I've read through it 20 times now, and it's hard to parse out exactly how you would qualify for this affirmative defense. If you read the affirmative defense, colleagues, it says, in any prosecution of a licensed physician under a section of this act, it shall be an affirmative defense that it was necessary. So 1, that it was necessary in a reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure to prevent the death of a pregnant woman, comma, to prevent substantial risk of death to the pregnant woman because of physical condition. So first, you've got those two things, and since there's a comma, not an or an and, both those things have to be satisfied, which quite frankly is very confusing. And if it's tough for attorneys to figure out exactly what that means and doesn't mean in terms of conduct, imagine being a doctor. Then you have an or. So they give an or to prevent the serious permanent impairment of life-sustaining organ of a pregnant woman. So you get a little bit of a wiggle room, a little bit of an out there, I guess, on the or, but that's the third requirement. What's maybe most troublesome and most confusing for doctors, I would think, is you have all of that, and then in the last sentence, it says and. And means that's an additional requirement to get this affirmative defense. An affirmative defense that only you can exercise after you've been charged with a serious felony. It says, and the physician performed such medical procedure made every reasonable effort under the circumstances to preserve both the life of the mother and the life of the unborn child in a manner consistent with reasonable medical practice. That basically contradicts the entire affirmative defense above that was focused on saving the life of the mother. It places the same burden as saving the life of the unborn child. So colleagues, if you actually read the affirmative defense, it is incredibly confusing and it's incredibly contradictory. So we can't just get up here and wave and go, oh, everything they just said is wrong. There's an affirmative defense. Read the affirmative defense and read it the way that a jury would have to read it and a judge would have to read it. And not only that, you can only assert the affirmative defense after a doctor's been charged. And if you don't think that these are going to be highly charged incidences where the life of the unborn child has to be terminated, and you're going to have people that want prosecutors to charge a doctor who they don't feel like was in the right, then you're living on a different planet. People will do that. Doctors will be charged that should not be charged, and they will have their life and their professional career dragged through the mud because they had to make a split-second decision in their medical opinion to save the life of that mother. And if they turn
Time,
out to be
Senator.
wrong, they go to prison. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Moorfeld. Senator Blood, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that Senator Albright please yield to some questions.
Senator Albright on the floor. Yes.
Do we not see her? I'm afraid I'm not going to get to all the questions. So
Senator Albright, will you yield?
So I asked these questions earlier and I really didn't get any answer. And they really are questions that I need answered. And so, Senator Albright, I'm going to go ahead, since we have such limited time now, and ask you the questions, and I'm hoping that you can give me some answers. So I'm going to ask you both questions right away because we might run out of time. So I still haven't had explained to me how Section 3 does not address IVF, because it's clear that it's the same description as what we were given, as what happens in IVF, and how that is not criminal. And then the other question I have is, why are we not concerned that OBGYN physicians who come from trigger states may not be certified or qualified, potentially risking a woman's life? We know that accrediting agencies are not going to change their standard of care just because of what happens at the Supreme Court. So those are two concerns that I have that I still haven't heard answered, and I have been here all day listening.
Okay, so Section 3, for the purpose of the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act, unborn child means an individual living member of the species of Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development, from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
So what is the first stage of embryonic development? A fertilized embryo, correct?
I would certainly say so, yes.
Which is also what happens in IVF. And so we're talking about Human Life Protection Act. How is that not part of what's going on here? How do we say that when it's in a womb, then it's criminal if you have an abortion, but if it's in a petri dish, it's not criminal? How do we say that they're different?
I would certainly think it would be in the womb.
Well, and why is that? That's what I don't understand.
Because it's inside the mother.
Okay, so we know that there's 2 million, based on what you describe as a baby, babies killed because of in vitro fertilization. If they were to come to you and say 2 million babies died this year because of IVF, would you carry this bill, Senator Albright? Would your answer be yes or no based on this bill?
Well, again, those are medical situations between the mother and the doctor to know that there could be some loss. I mean, if they're not all going to live, but they're going to, whatever's inside the mother, that's what the doctor works with, right? So that would be my answer.
So between a mother and the doctor,
They make the decision on what happens. If you have,
isn't that what happens in an abortion though?
but you're not intentionally taking that life. Either it's going to happen or it's not, right?
In IVF, you are intentionally taking the life because you make the decision to get rid of the remaining babies.
Does she want all 11? It's up to, again, that's that's not something that you would prosecute for. You're prosecuting for the intentional taking of a life that is, that's something between the doctor and
it's intentional when you dispose of the fetuses.
Well, how many
in
of them are they
IVF?
going to put in there? 12? And hope that one takes?
1 minute.
I don't disagree with you, but my concern is that I feel like we're cherry picking our legislation, and I feel that we're endangering women as a result of this. And I agree with Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. I think that's going to be our next bill. And then what are we going to stand here and say? Because the same argument about IVF is the argument that we're hearing today about your bill.
Well, we would definitely seek the attention of the medical profession that deals with that. And then we would all make our decisions based on what we feel should be in the bill and should not be in the bill.
I appreciate your answer. I have to be really frank. I'm still really confused on this. But I do appreciate your answer.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Albright. Senator Wishart, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in strong opposition to LB 933. I think it's clear with that conversation that just went on that this bill is about controlling women's bodies. That's, in the end, what this is about. You know, when I got a sort of a ping on my phone that the Supreme Court was going to make a decision on Roe this summer, I was going through an active shooter training at work, and I just happened to be up on the slide that was talking about the fact that less than 2% of active shooting in the world is done by women. Yet, we're the ones that need to lose our rights. There has been discussion today about the specific language of this bill and about whether, one, it makes certain forms of birth control illegal in this state, and two, whether it prevents a woman who is having an ectopic pregnancy from accessing immediate medical care. And I want to discuss with you the fact that this bill clearly makes it illegal for certain forms of birth control to be used in this state, including Plan B. No exceptions for rape or incest. And it clearly makes this state a dangerous place to be for a woman who is trying to get pregnant and is experiencing an ectopic pregnancy and needs immediate attention to that. So first of all, if you go to page 2 and you go to line 16, it says, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ any instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of the life of an unborn child. And then it goes on to say in section 5, nothing in the Nebraska Humane Life Protection Act, humane life, but let's exclude women in that, by the way, may be construed to prohibit the administration, prescription, or sale of a contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical, as long as the contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical is administered, prescribed, or sold in accordance with manufacturer's instruction and is not administered, prescribed, or sold to cause or abet the termination of the life of an unborn child. Well, we are defining the life of an unborn child as a fertilized egg. That makes Plan B illegal in this state. A woman could be raped tomorrow, and she would not be able to access Plan B in Nebraska. Colleagues, that is so disturbing on so many levels. I read through this entire bill, and I see nowhere in this bill that it exempts ectopic pregnancies. I have people very close to me in my life who want to be pregnant and are experiencing issues associated with those pregnancies attempts. And for us to knowingly pass a piece of legislation that would put a woman's body and her health care in jeopardy who wants to be pregnant, and instead put her in a situation where it might actually hurt her chances for being able to have a happy, healthy pregnancy in the future because she couldn't get the medical attention she needed right away because her doctor had to wait to address a pregnancy that is not viable because it has to affect her life. How cynical can we get on a piece of
Time,
legislation
Senator.
about women. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two letters I'm just going to read because the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence came to testify at the hearing, and they usually have not historically testified on any abortion-related bills. So I want you to hear this. So it says, my name is Kristen McTaggart, and I am Executive Director of Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. The Nebraska Coalition supports the philosophy that abuse is a choice. We believe that abuse abolishes individuals' human right to dignity, equality, autonomy, and physical and mental well-being. With this philosophy guiding our work, we oppose LB 933. LB 933 puts survivors of domestic and sexual violence at risk. Due to the high rates of birth control sabotage and pregnancy pressure and coercion in abusive relationships, it is not surprising that intimate partner violence is highly correlated with unintended pregnancies. When intimate partner violence is present in a relationship, the chance of unintended pregnancy doubles. It doubles, colleagues. And between 6 and 22% in a relationship, the chance, and between 6 and 22% of women terminate their pregnancies because they are in a relationship where they're being abused. Abusive individuals limit the reproductive rights of their victims, which is called reproductive coercion. Reproductive coercion is when survivors are forced to become pregnant, continue a pregnancy, or end a pregnancy against their will through the use of manipulation, intimidation, threats, and violence. I could give you hundreds of examples of stories we hear every day from survivors. A 12-year-old girl impregnated by her father, but not allowed access to an abortion because her parents identify as pro-life. A trafficking survivor whose trafficker has refused her access to condoms or birth control because there was a market for buying pregnant women. Let's just all pause and talk about disgusting. A young woman with 4 children and pregnant with a 5th because her husband doesn't allow her the funds or means to control her own reproductive health. He knows the more kids she had, the less likely she will ever be able to leave him. That is coercion. If a pregnant person is experiencing abuse, not being able to access a full range of reproductive health care will put their safety in jeopardy, and offenders will use it to keep victims under their own control. Furthermore, it is disproportionately impacting women of color who experience intimate partner violence at higher rates. While 1 in 4 women will experience severe partner abuse in their lifetime, 1 in 4. Among Black women, the rate of physical partner abuse increases to 41%. And Indigenous women, it increases to 56%. We know that at least 1 to 5% of sexual assaults end in pregnancy. Most of us can't begin to imagine what it would be like. Our work as advocates is supporting victims in regaining control over their bodies and their lives. If after exploring options, a victim of any form of sexual violence decides they cannot go through with a pregnancy resulting from the crime, we should not add additional barriers to the process. The Nebraska Coalition has not historically testified on abortion-related bills. However, we cannot ignore the harm that this bill, if passed, would cause survivors. We support every survivor in their right to have control over their own bodies. We oppose LB 933 and ask this committee not to cause harm to women and to not empower those who are using reproductive coercion to cause harm. Sincerely, Kristen McTaggart, Executive Director of the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to yield my time to Senator Day.
Senator Day, 4 minute 50.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator DeBoer, for the time. I wanted to mention Senator Blood's discussion about in vitro fertilization because I think it highlights one of the main problems with this bill in terms of we're removing professional discretion from the people whose livelihoods depend on this job. It's frustrating to hear that, well, in some circumstances, that will be a medical decision that's made between the mother and the doctor, but in other circumstances, it won't. And the following question would be, well, if we believe that life begins at conception and it's in a petri dish, it's outside a uterus, because again, there is nothing in this bill that specifies that life begins at fertilization only if inside a uterus. So that would include babies that are being produced through in vitro fertilization, said in a petri dish. If the doctor disposes of those embryos, zygotes, whatever you want to call them, and there's multiple, if there's 5, is there going to be multiple charges for that doctor? And I think that it's easy to stand on the floor of the legislature and say, oh, don't worry about it, that's not going to happen. Oh, you guys, it's going to be okay. I know that it'll be fine. That's the thing with the law. That's what I said earlier. That's your interpretation. But that doesn't mean that that's going to be somebody else's interpretation. When we put things like this into law, we are leaving it up to the interpretation of the judge and the jury. It's not up to Senator Albright. She doesn't get to go show up at all of these court cases and say, well, when I introduced the bill, I wanted to make sure that in vitro fertilization was protected, but I didn't put it in the bill specifically. If it's not in the bill, then it's not legal. It's interpreted as such by her, which means it could be interpreted differently by someone else. And I will mention again the case in Ireland. So Ireland, up until recently, had banned all abortion. So very similar to this. Dr. Sativa Hepanavar experienced a tragic miscarriage at 17 weeks. And even when it was clear that the pregnancy was lost, she was denied a necessary abortion for days. As a direct consequence, she developed sepsis and died. And this is because doctors were unable to provide basic care for her because of their interpretation of Ireland's laws. So whoever the lawmaker was that implemented that legislation may have interpreted it as, well, if a woman has a miscarriage, of course you can provide the service to save her life. Of course you can. But that's not how these doctors interpreted it. And not only that, they're at risk of losing their practice. So they don't want to be prosecuted for providing a service that they know is illegal. There's plenty of other examples, thank you, Mr. President, from around the world of laws like this being implemented. El Salvador has become a country that's essentially a living hell for doctors and women. If you want to read about something awful, look up the Ilopango prison in El Salvador, where women are jailed for decades. And doctors are jailed for being suspected of having an abortion. Many of these people miscarried. But because their doctors are afraid of providing the necessary life-saving services for fear of themselves being prosecuted, they turn in the women. The women go to jail. And if you think it's a stretch to say that women are not next in this argument.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Sanders, you recognize third opportunity. The question's been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? Those in favor of ceasing debate, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. It's been a request to place House on a call. The question is, shall the House go on a call? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, please.
18 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. All members, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. Senator Flood. Senator Flood, I'm wondering if we can proceed and ask Senator Sanders if she'll accept call-ins or if you want to wait. I'm asking Senator Flood if he would allow us to proceed and allow Senator Sanders to accept call-in votes, or we can wait for all the members to show up. We'll wait. Senator Pansing Brooks, check in, please. Senators Slama, John Kavanaugh, and Brandt, and Vargas, please return to the chamber and check in. Senator John Kavanaugh can check in. Senator Brandt, please return to the chamber, check in. Senator Flood, we're having some difficulties locating Senator Brandt. Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator Sanders, I believe you had 18 votes on the board. Did you want to accept call-in votes, or did you want to have a roll call vote? Roll call vote in regular order. Mr. Clerk. The question is, shall we cease debate?
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bosselman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Day, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator Dorn, Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Flood, voting yes. Senator Friesen, voting yes. Senator Geist, voting yes. Senator Gregor, voting yes. Senator Halloran, voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen, voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen, voting no. Senator Hilders, voting yes. Senator Hilkeman, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Coulterman, voting yes. Senator Lathrop, Senator Lindstrom, Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McCollister, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Morfeld, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Murman, voting yes. Senator Pauls, Senator Pansing Brooks, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Stinner, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, Senator Williams, voting yes. Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 29 ayes, 14 nays, Mr. President, on call the question.
Question's been called. Senator Hunt, you recognize to close on your motion.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy for the opportunity to speak while the House is under call, because when bills get pulled from committee and they then don't go through the committee process, the committee heard extensive testimony from subject matter experts who were coming to this question not from a place of religious faith or internal belief or values, which everybody has the right to have, but from a place of medical experience. This bill never got that chance because it didn't go through the committee process. We don't have a vote count of the people in the committee. We don't have a committee amendment to improve it. And without that, this bill is really not in good shape to be passed, to be affected onto the people of Nebraska. And the problems with the language are serious. And these have been explored by my colleagues in the last few times on the mic. But in section 3 on page 2, how it says an unborn child means an individual living member of the species Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. Senator Albright was asked how this would affect the laws around in vitro fertilization. Would this make it a felony to dispose of fertilized eggs that are certainly fertilized, that are then not implanted in a patient and are disposed of? It's very common and it's very frequent that a couple will go through in vitro fertilization. Sometimes it doesn't work and it can be a very expensive process, which, by the way, insurance companies in Nebraska are not required to cover, which is a bill that I've introduced several times and has not moved in this body, in this very pro-life body. Let me put a pin in that. My whole thing is I want people to be able to start a family where and when and how they want. That's all I want for people. I would have 15 kids if I could afford it. I would have literally as many children as I can afford. I would adopt all the children, I would adopt all the dogs, and I would have the happiest home with my kids and my dogs, and I would not be here fighting this abortion bill because I'd have the right to have the type of family I want. One of my Republican friends joked to me that if I agreed to have 15 children, then the GOP and the Catholic Church would send me a check every month to cover the cost of it if I didn't get an abortion. And I said, how much would the check be? More than I make here? And he said, probably enough to cover a stamp to send them a donation. So I thought that was a little, I got a laugh from that myself. But what I was talking about with in vitro fertilization, this bill does not make it clear that this would be legal in Nebraska. What would have to be done with the fertilized embryos that a couple or a person going through in vitro fertilization ended up not needing? When you go through in vitro, a lot of times it doesn't work. It's very expensive, and a lot of times it does work. The person does get pregnant, and it's more often multiples than in I don't want to say natural pregnancy, but I'll say natural pregnancy for these purposes. You more often get twins and triplets and things like that when you do in vitro fertilization. And so sometimes a couple has, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 fertilized eggs that are saved. They end up getting pregnant. They have a child, and then they decide, we're good. We don't want to implant the rest of these 8 eggs. And then those eggs are disposed of. What would that mean under this bill? My reading of this bill, and the reading of many attorneys who have looked at this bill, is that that would be a felony, because it would be the knowing and deliberate termination of the life of an unborn child under this definition, which says an unborn child is a fertilized embryo. How does that make sense? That's one of those things that will be caught in the committee process. But we are so rabid and so mindlessly focused on forcing women to give birth in this state that we didn't even make sure that this bill had the right language, so that we're not only turning doctors not into felons, but allowing people to go through the in vitro fertilization process, which many people in this body are related to, have had some interaction with.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Members, question before you is whether or not to indefinitely postpone the bill. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. A roll call vote in regular order has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bosselman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Flood. Voting no, Senator Friesen. Voting no, Senator Geist. Voting no, Senator Gregert. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Ben Hansen. Voting no, Senator Matt Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hilders. Voting no, Senator Hilkeman. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Coulterman. Voting no, Senator Lathrop. Senator Lindstrom. Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McCollister. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Moorfeld. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Murman. Voting no, Senator Pauls. Senator Pansing Brooks. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Stinner. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Senator Williams. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Mr. President, the vote is 13 ayes, 28 nays to indefinitely postpone.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Well, While the legislation is in session, cable transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign the following 5 legislative resolutions: LR 369, LR 381, LR 382, LR 385, and LR 391. Mr. Clerk for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed. Senator Friesen to LB 344, Senator Wayne to LB 1024, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to LB 1015, 698, 809, and 1015. Mr. President, additionally, Senator Hunt would move to reconsider the vote just taken.
Senator Hunt, you recognized to open any motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going over my concerns with this bill regarding how this would treat in vitro fertilization and in vitro fertilization pregnancies and families who wish to expand their families and grow by using the in vitro fertilization process. I'm also concerned about physicians and healthcare clinics that provide these services, that they would be potentially putting themselves at legal risk, because under this bill in section 3 on page 2, it defines an unborn child. And this, for the first time, is putting a definition of an unborn child in our statutes. And it's saying it is a fertilized embryo. That is what happens with in vitro fertilization. And oftentimes, you make many frozen embryos because you don't know if all of them are going to take. You don't know if all of them are going to end up developing. And that's why it's so expensive to do. And under this bill, any of those embryos that didn't end up impregnating the patient would be putting someone in a position to be liable for a felony. Colleagues, I'm convinced that this bill is a Trojan horse to get at in vitro fertilization, which the Catholic Conference has always opposed. I've introduced the bill to make sure that insurance companies cover in vitro fertilization so that more Nebraska women can start families who, otherwise haven't had the ability. And the Catholic Conference comes in opposition every single time for this exact reason. They say that when you do in vitro fertilization, you're making a whole bunch of embryos and you're throwing a whole bunch of them away. And we've heard impassioned testimony from members of the Catholic Conference and representatives from the Catholic Conference talking about how this is killing a human life. And that is the reason they're against in vitro fertilization. There have been members of this committee or members of this body who were in the committee hearing those arguments who themselves have used IVF or have grandchildren that were born of IVF. And if this bill passes, that's not something that would be possible anymore. And all of you are going, oh, no, that's not what we mean because there's intent, and then this has been interpreted this way, and actually what the intent would be. No. You don't know how it would be interpreted because the letter of the law under LB 933 says that any fertilized embryo, if you terminate a fertilized embryo, that's killing an unborn child, which is what the Catholic Conference has been saying for years in committee hearings about IVF. So I'm convinced that this bill is a Trojan horse drafted by people who don't support IVF, which we know it is. And it's also meant to get at Plan B and IUDs. Colleagues, this is a church bill. This is a bill brought to us by the Catholic Conference to put Catholic doctrine into statute. And you can tell that from the language. If you wanted to be serious about an amendment, the time for that is past. If you wanted to be serious about an amendment, you would be having a committee amendment because you would have worked with the committee to let this go through the committee process. Let's explore more of the language in this bill. We've talked about in vitro fertilization. Senator Albright, when asked about this, said she doesn't think that that would count as murder because it's not, quote, in the mother, unquote. Under this bill, there is no language that says the embryo has to be in the mother. If this had gone through the committee process, maybe that's a committee amendment that could have been considered. Maybe that's something that could have been done to improve the language. In section 4, sub 2 on page 2, it says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ any instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of the life of the unborn child. So that would certainly, under this language, include in vitro fertilization, regardless of anybody's intent, regardless of whether it was in the mother or out the mother or in the closet or in the fridge or whatever. If that fertilized embryo would be terminated, then that would be murder under this bill. Another problem with this language is Section 5, which says, it's the part about the contraceptive measures, and it says nothing in the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act may be construed to prohibit the administration, prescription, or sale of a contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical if that contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical is administered, prescribed, or sold in accordance with manufacturer's instructions, and is not administered, prescribed, or sold to cause or abet the termination of the life of an unborn child. Once again, colleagues, what is an unborn child? Is this a philosophical question? When does life begin? You know, does life begin at conception? Does life begin at birth? Is every sperm sacred? What is the level that we're debating here? It's actually defined in the bill, fertilization of an embryo. So any contraceptive measure, that is designed, is administered, prescribed, or sold to cause or abet the termination of life of a unborn child, that would include an IUD. Because an IUD would prevent a fertilized egg from being implanted. What are you going to do about all the women in Nebraska who have IUDs? Is there going to be any investigation of physicians who are implanting IUDs in women who want to prevent pregnancy, who are trying to do the responsible thing by getting contracepted, long-term contraception, so that they can be responsible and not have an unwanted pregnancy and give birth to a child that they are not prepared to care for? And again, colleagues, I don't even think that this is the intention of the introducer, but this is the problems that we come to when we pull bills out of committee, when they don't go through the process, and they don't get a chance to have an amendment put on them. Now, proponents of LB 933 will say, Megan, do you know why we can't put amendments on things? Because you put a bazillion amendments on this already, and we're never going to get to an amendment. That's right. Your chance for me to not put a bazillion amendments on LB 933 was in the committee process. Because as I said, anytime a bill is coming to the floor and it hurts women, it takes away the right of people, it puts the rights of people and their humanity up for debate in a manner that elected bodies in the government should never be having up for debate, I'm going to mess up the bill. It's going to get a bazillion amendments, and the time for compromise and negotiation is going to be over. This isn't LB 920, colleagues. This isn't criminal justice reform. Let's get everybody at the table. Let's hear from the stakeholders. Let's debate over these, controversial provisions. There's nothing that can go like that in an abortion ban. When you are taking away the right of a person to control their fertility, their reproductive destiny, and taking away resources then from the children that they do have, that they care for, it's not negotiable. But if the introducer was serious about this bill and serious about a negotiation, and I don't mean to leave my friend Senator Hilders out of this either. He prioritized this as the Speaker of this body. This bill has Senator Albright's name on it and the names of 25 other senators, but Senator Hilders chose to prioritize this. And he chose to schedule time to pull this to the floor, bypassing the committee process and bypassing the process through which the bill could have been made better.
1 minute.
And I'm not saying I would have not blocked the bill or that there was any iteration of this bill that would make it palatable to me, but I'll say it wouldn't be as embarrassing. If I put up a bill that ended up inadvertently, making it a crime to terminate an ectopic pregnancy, to help a mother with an ectopic pregnancy when it's a child that she wanted. And now she's in a medical position through no fault of her own that could take her life, that helping her with that situation is going to turn her doctor into a felon. No, there's no scenario that I'm going to support that, but at least we wouldn't have that embarrassing language in the bill. At least people wouldn't be looking at Nebraska and laughing about what a sloppy bill that we introduced. We wouldn't have a bill that inadvertently bans in vitro fertilization. We wouldn't have a bill that inadvertently bans IUDs.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sen Hunt. Senator Bostar.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I will be voting against Legislative Bill 933, and I would like to yield the balance of my time to Senator Wishart.
Senator Wishart, 4 minutes 45.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again in opposition to LB 933. I'm not sure today whether the testimony of the Nebraska Alliance of Child Advocacy Centers has been read, but this is a testimony that's very important to me. I've had the honor of being able to tour the Child Advocacy Center here in Lincoln. This is a center that works with kids, very young kids, who have been sexually assaulted and helps them through the criminal process and with the necessary therapy so that they can try to piece their lives back together. This organization came in opposition to LB 933. The organization in our state that supports young victims of sexual assault came in opposition to LB 933. Think about that. And this is what they had to say. The Nebraska Alliance of Child Advocacy Centers is the nationally accredited membership organization for the 7 child advocacy centers in our state seeking to enhance the response to child abuse in Nebraska. CACs provide trauma-informed services to children and families as we assist with an investigation of child abuse and neglect, including advocacy and medical services. The Nebraska Alliance is committed to purposefully centering survivors of child abuse and violence and their families in all our work. It is with an emphasis on the impact on survivors and their families that we oppose LB 933. Child sexual abuse is a major public health issue in Nebraska. And by the way, we're seeing record numbers after the pandemic in our state of kids who were taken advantage of when they couldn't go to school. These are the very kids that this organization is defending, and I'm here today defending. In 2020, CACs served over 7,000 children in our state who are sexually abused. Sex abuse is the primary reason that they see these children. And when they're talking about sexual abuse, they're talking about assault and sex trafficking. In our work, they say, we routinely encounter children and teens who are pregnant due to sexual assault. Here are a few examples. An 11-year-old sexually assaulted by her brother, also a minor. A 12-year-old with medical complications raped by a much older community member. A 13-year-old repeatedly assaulted by a foster parent. A 15-year-old suspected to be a victim of sex trafficking. Not every child and family decide that abortion is right for them after a sexual assault results in pregnancy. For some, though, it is the step that that child and their family decides towards healing and well-being. Research has clearly demonstrated that pregnancy and childbirth have specific risks for survivors of childhood sexual assault. Studies have found that survivors Studies have found survivors to be at higher risk for post-traumatic stress and serious mental health symptoms, substance misuse, health complaints, and delivery difficulties. Colleagues, we are talking about 11-year-old girls. And this piece of legislation would give them no choice over their freedom to their bodies after that freedom was already exploited by an adult. We're coming to an end of this debate in 2 hours, and I hope that reason will prevail, that this piece of legislation needs to be stopped today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Moorfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to hit on a few different things and then also just talk about the language again. And I'm going to keep repeating myself. I hope somebody actually listens and actually reads the language. But first off, one of our colleagues who I actually have a great deal of respect for earlier said that, we shouldn't make these debates personal. This is legislating. And I got to agree to disagree on that. This is very personal for a lot of the people in my district. What we do here impacts people's lives personally, professionally, and otherwise. And so when I bring my voice and my 40,000 constituents' voices to the legislative chamber, it is personal. And everybody's a little bit different. I'm not going to knock anybody on how they look at and view their service as a state senator, but I think it's pretty impossible for myself to not take some of this stuff personally, in the sense that I am representing people's whose personal lives we are going to have a deep impact on. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. In terms of the language, if you're going to vote yes on this, please, 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 and look at this language. Section 3, we define a child. Excuse me. We define a child for purposes of the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act. Unborn child means an individual living member of the species Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development from, and I'm emphasizing, from fertilization to gestation and childbirth. Okay? The definition of unborn child is critical here. Why? Let's go down to section 5, which says purportedly is the exception for contraception. First 2/3 is pretty good sounding. Section 5, nothing in this Nebraska Human Life Protection Act may be construed to prohibit the administration, prescription, or sale of a contraceptive measure, drug, or chemical if the contraceptive drug or chemical is administered, prescribed, or sold in accordance of the manufacturer's instructions. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Wait, and they teach you in law school the first few weeks, read for the ands and read for the ors, okay? Because they're pretty important. And is not administered, prescribed, or sold to cause or abet the termination of a life of an unborn child. Unborn child. Go back up to the definition of unborn child in section 3. For purposes of the Nebraska Human Life Protection Act, unborn child means an individual living member of the species Homo sapiens throughout the embryonic and fetal stages of development from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. Colleagues, this is deeply flawed legislation. And I don't know how to make it any more clear to you. And I don't know how to explain it any more clearly. I feel like I'm Senator Chambers again, standing over here, trying to just repeat the actual language of your bill. And then everybody gets up and marches like lemmings and says, oh no, it's a pro-life bill. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out on select file. We're going to vote it through though. This is deeply flawed language. You have defined an unborn child from development, from fertilization to full gestation and childbirth. You have said that you are exempting contraception, which is prescribed and approved by the relevant authorities and all that. But then you have an and down there. And it says, and is not administered, prescribed,
1 minute.
or sold to cause or abet the termination of a life of an unborn child. Colleagues, this legislation bans contraception. It can't be any more clear. But I have a feeling that the vast majority of this chamber is still going to vote for it no matter what. Because people seem pretty unconcerned in here, to say the least. I would mostly say, seems like most people don't care. And so, this is one of the many reasons why I'm voting against this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Moorfield. Senator Wishart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Moorfield, will you yield to a question?
Senator Moorfield, yield, please.
Yes.
Senator Moorfield, I didn't tell you I was going to do this, but it just occurred to me when you were giving a detailed description of what this legislation is going to do, that on line 28, where you were saying, if something is administered, prescribed, or sold to cause or abet the termination of the life of an unborn child, what happens if a woman is 2 days into her pregnancy and she is sold alcohol? She has no clue that she's pregnant, and she consumes that alcohol, and it could have led to a termination of her pregnancy.
That's a good question. That's not administration, prescription, or sale of contraceptive measure, chemical contraception, administered, prescribed, sold in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions. So that's drinking alcohol while pregnant, knowingly or unknowingly, not manufacturer recommended, as I think we all know. That being said, in section 4, it says no woman upon whom an abortion is performed or attempted shall be liable for violation. But I don't know, the doctor that's prescribing these prescription drugs or the bartender giving the alcohol, I guess, I don't know. It's a gray area.
And what happens if a doctor prescribes medication not knowing this woman is pregnant? She doesn't know she's pregnant because she's 2 days in to her pregnancy, and it's a medication that causes an issue.
I think that there's some potential liability for the doctor. Now, it says that there has to be intent.
But that doctor would likely go to court.
Yeah, they would likely go to court. And not only that, they would have to assert the affirmative defense, which quite frankly, the affirmative defense takes away from this notion that you have to have some type of intent, because the affirmative defense clearly makes it so that there doesn't have to be intent, which means that they're intending that there doesn't always have to be intent because it's in the affirmative defense.
Thank you, Senator Moorfield. Colleagues, what I'm staring at with this legislation is a future for me and for other women who are of an age where we can have children, that our medical care in this state on every form of care is going to be drastically different after this legislation is introduced. Every type of point of contact with a doctor, whether it has to do with a pregnancy or not, is going to be scrutinized so heavily. That's what I read in this legislation. And I have yet to hear a single individual give me any concrete evidence that that's not what we're walking into. And yet, here we are telling you all this, and you're going to walk right into this. Many of you, because it won't affect your life in as much of a way as it will affect mine. And a lot of other young women in this state. When I stare at this legislation, I stare into a dystopian future for women. I was reading
1 minute.
about what is going on in other countries in this world in which miscarriages are criminalized. That's the direction we're walking towards, colleagues, with this legislation, and I'll talk more about that on the mic next. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wishart. Senator Matt Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I have to absolutely just agree with so many things that I've heard today, including Senator Wishart's last speech, in the sense that it's the language of the bill itself. I know opponents of this bill, I presume that included me, have been described as Chicken Little or been accused of blowing things out of proportion. Colleagues, it's literally the words on the page. Like, I don't have to imagine a different scenario in which something might go wrong or something might go to a point that I don't like. Like, I can read the words in the page and go, that's a huge problem. Like, I don't have to invent a creative scenario. I don't have to create a long hypothetical. I can just look at this bill and go, this is a complete ban on abortion that creates felonies for medical providers. There are no exceptions. And at best, the medical provider, after being arrested, charged, brought to court, can argue for an affirmative defense and hopefully get acquitted by the jury. I mean, that's not a slippery slope. That's not a hypothetical. That's not the sky's falling. That's literally what's written in the bill, and that's what's intended by the bill. I mean, that's the only thing the bill does. It's a ban on abortion that creates a felony for doctors. We can talk about all of that. I can help remind people that an affirmative defense is not the type of thing you want to be relying upon. An affirmative defense means you've been arrested, charged, brought to trial, and you and your attorney are trying to basically concede a lot of the prosecution's facts and say, but I had a good reason. In this case, a medically necessary reason. It was necessary, quote, necessary in the reasonable medical judgment of the physician to perform the medical procedure, present the death of the pregnant woman. Not even for the overall health of the pregnant woman, solely to prevent the death of the pregnant woman. That's the only time that that medical provider, that doctor, has an opportunity to not be in trouble. That's not a hypothetical. That's not sky is falling. That's like what's written down and presented in front of us. And then we bring up some of the notions of, hey, this doesn't account for ectopic pregnancies at all. And somebody's like, oh yeah, well, if you just completely change what the meaning of the word intent means and ignore it and pick a different definition that we haven't written down everywhere, it probably does include it. It's like, okay, like that's not how laws work. Like I don't know how to address that in any other fashion. Like when you have a definition set in statute, you have a series of definitions, you have a series of terms, they interconnect, and they create a pretty clear blanket statement. Abortion will be banned in Nebraska, a complete and total ban. If there were going to be exceptions for medical reasons, if there were going to be exceptions for certain situations, they would be written down. Instead, no, there's a felony. It's just gone. I think some of the introducers are realizing that they have, Senator Hunt said, bit off more than they could chew. I think they've realized that this is much more draconian than maybe there's the mood and the desire for. It is certainly not a casual thing to be walking into. We've had some pretty interesting descriptions and some pretty interesting caveats and exceptions made by some supporters of this bill, when I think the opponents, myself included, can just point to the plain language and goes, it's a total ban, complete ban. It triggers based upon either the Supreme Court or constitutional amendment. I think everybody is likely or to be a Supreme Court decision, not necessarily an act of Congress or something else. But we don't have to go off on a tangent on a hypothetical. All of these things we're talking about, hey, potentially banning some contraceptives, potentially not resolved of IVF. That's not necessarily even, again, sky is falling. That's like what's written in the page. You can't have any medical prescription, thank you, Mr. President. This bill criminalizes many prescriptions. It criminalizes many medical procedures. It certainly does something to IVF, certainly doesn't leave it alone. Colleagues, we have all of these things to consider, And to come up and say this is anything other than a pretty draconian ban that specifically creates felonies is simply not what this bill is. I think we know what it does. I think you know what your intent was by it. And to try and hide it as something lighter or something slimmer than it actually is insincere. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hansen. Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to say a special thanks to Senator Matt Hansen for, after my last time couldn't find where my place was marked, he gave me tabs to mark things. So in the future, we'll solve that problem. So I've been talking about, there's been a lot of people talking about a lot of things that I think are important. And Senator Moorfield did a really nice job a few minutes ago talking about the danger of the language in this bill. And a number of other people have done that as well. And I've been talking about this delegation of authority thing, and it's clearly in the bill that we're delegating authority to Congress, the Supreme Court, and ultimately other states if we're going to go through a constitutional amendment. I've been reading cases that talk about this issue. And so the one I was looking for last time is Lincoln Dairy Co. versus Finnegan, which is from 1960, and it is 104 Northwest 2nd 227. So that I found it for the record. And this is a case about the delegation of authority to the federal government to regulate dairy. And the state of Nebraska created a crime that was contingent on a federal definition of what is grade A milk. And the subject is not necessarily important. It is the mechanism. And so in that case, they had this delegation, and this individual sued the owner of Lincoln Dairy, I guess. And the Nebraska Supreme Court said that the validity cannot be ascertained by the authorizing statute. Criminal prosecution cannot be grounded on such nebulous definitions of crime. All crimes are statutory in the state. The validity of a statute purporting to define a crime cannot be based on such an indefinite, uncertain, and obscure basis of validity as is presented by the statute before us. So what they're saying there is that the purview of the legislature is to define crimes, and that crimes must be clearly defined because a person needs to be on notice of what it is if their conduct is a crime. You heard many people go through the problems in this statute with whether or not certain conduct is a crime. That is a problem that if this statute goes into effect and if somebody gets charged under it, there is a whole other step to determining whether or not the conduct is a crime, because the validity of this is determined by an act of an outside entity, Congress or the Supreme Court. Because who has the authority to determine if Roe has been overturned? I don't think there's a mechanism in here for that. Is it the Attorney General of the state of Nebraska? Does the Attorney General just say that Roe has been overturned after the Supreme Court hands down the Dobbs opinion? Or is it the county attorney? Right? I'm getting head shakes of no. That's just a hypothetical. We're dealing in hypotheticals here. But my question is it down to each charging entity who decides to charge this? And in that case, at what point are medical professionals on notice that their conduct that they're engaging in is a crime as defined in the statute? After the Dobbs opinion, they have to wait until someone is actually charged for conduct before we have a determination of that. That is another delegation of authority and another reason why a delegation of authority is dangerous, because it creates uncertainty. It creates uncertainty about when this bill goes into effect because of the Dobbs opinion. If everyone universally agrees, being people on the internet, I guess, that the Dobbs opinion does not overturn Roe, but the Nebraska Attorney General determines that it does, and do they issue an opinion, and then who makes that determination? So there are so many if
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, in this bill that are problematic and dangerous. And it creates a structure where people will not know if the conduct they're engaging in when giving medical advice, when giving medical treatment, constitutes a felony for which they can do 20 years in prison. This is something that requires certainty. This is something that requires clarity. And it's certainly something that this body should not be injecting itself into. And so I could continue on this topic. I have more things here now with my tabs that I'd like to read, and there's actually a quote that I really enjoyed in this reading, but I'm going to have to get back in line to do it because I'm going to be out of time before I find it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I was going to ask Senator Albright if she would yield to a question, but I don't see her here, so maybe I'll have to come back to that on another time. The conversation around IVF is a really important one as it pertains to this bill. And I mentioned previously people in my life who have been conceived, and let me be explicitly clear, I am talking about my cousins who were conceived through IVF. And I have somebody really, one of the most important people in my life who's having a baby soon, and she's shared some things with me about this. And I think that these are really, really important things to keep in mind. It costs $750 per year to store embryos. After 5 years, it goes up to $2,000. If it becomes a felony to destroy embryos, I'm pretty sure that it would be cost prohibitive, not to mention a very emotional decision for lots of people. And then even with fertility insurance, only 1 year is covered on her plan, and she has fertility insurance. And even a pro-life IVF patient will possibly have to make a very difficult decision about what to do with unused embryos. Do they stay in the freezer forever? Do they have to give them to someone else? It would make an already hard decision even worse. The implications of this are very far-reaching. And in addition to those just practical concerns for individuals who are trying and struggling to conceive, which is already an emotional thing, then to have, it's already financially cumbersome to go through IVF. It's very, very expensive. Most insurances don't cover it. Even if they do, it's still expensive. And then you have to pay to store the embryos. And what do you do if you can't afford that anymore? Are you committing a crime if you have to have them no longer stored? Or do you have to give them to somebody? Give your potential children to somebody else? You have as many embryos as you can, and because it's such a gamble and it's such a tightrope when you are going through IVF as to whether or not you will get pregnant. And when you do get pregnant, you might still have some embryos left. You might not be at a point in your life after you have your children that you can have more or that you can afford to go through the process again. Even if you have the embryos, you still have to go through IVF. You still have to get all these injections every single day and track your cycle and get all kinds of scans. It's very intense. So I hope that the people that support this bill are taking this seriously. These are serious concerns. This isn't a fictitious or a straw man argument. This is a real argument that impacts women who want to have children, and you are just putting more barriers in front of them. In addition to that, the Nebraska Pharmacists Association, they spoke up in opposition about the hindering the practice of pharmacy or the exercise of professional judgment by a pharmacist. This bill would prohibit a pharmacist from dispensing medications. There are also a lot of medications that go into IVF that also are part of all different stages of reproductive health. And I don't have time to go into them right now. And I'm also not a doctor, but I can give you some highlights for sure. But this is This is a bad bill. This is a bad, bad, bad bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. It's hard. Sometimes people are having questions or discussions off the mic to not overhear what's being said, because some of us are standing right here, so we can hear all of it. You know, and the discussion is, well, you know, we're talking about IVF, and that's not what this bill is about. It's about killing babies at 12, 15, 17 weeks. That's what this is about. Then make it about that. But this bill also would include IVF. There is nothing in this bill that removes that as an issue that could be potentially prosecuted criminally. I appreciate Senator Wishart bringing up the Child Advocacy Center and child victims of sexual assault, because I feel like it's one of the things that we've glossed over during this discussion today. We've glossed over multiple things. We've glossed over, again, the gray area in this bill that prosecutes doctors for good medical practice, for potentially saving the life of a woman. We've glossed over the potential unintended consequences of if a woman were to have a miscarriage, were to utilize emergency contraception. We've glossed over that. Nobody wants to talk about that. We only want to talk about the sound bites, killing babies at 12, 15, 17 weeks, because it sounds good. That's fine, then talk about it. But that's not this bill. This bill involves way more than that. We've glossed over the fact that, as I said multiple times today, pregnancy is not inherently safe. It is dangerous for women, especially in the United States, where in the developed world, we still have the highest rates of maternal mortality, of deaths per pregnancies in mothers. We cannot force women to carry babies and say, well, she can just give it up for adoption or whatever. No, we're also asking her to involuntarily go into a very dangerous medical state. We don't get to gloss over that stuff. It's so offensive. I've said it so many times today. It's so offensive to have senators stand up and mock us and talk about Chicken Little. Oh, the sky is going to fall. This is personal. It's personal because there are personal stories involved here. There are families that will use IVF, whose doctors have provided that service. What happens to them? It's personal. Like the story that I mentioned earlier of the woman in Ireland who miscarried and couldn't get the services she needed, so she got sepsis and died. What about her life? It is personal. If I get raped in the parking lot tonight and get pregnant, and you want to take the decision away from me from what to do about that, that is personal. Again, I appreciate Senator Wishart bringing up victims of sexual assault because I feel it's another thing that we've glossed over today, especially children.
1 minute.
I had a constituent that texted me earlier today. Thank you, Mr. President. I had a constituent that texted me earlier today who is adamantly opposed to LB 933, partially because of her own experience with sexual violence throughout her life. She sent me a message and said, the first time I was raped was when I was 4 by my uncle. The first time I witnessed a rape was when I was 7, when I was staying the night at another house. Her father was walking down the hall and she said, oh no, not tonight. The father stared at me the whole time and said he would kill my family if I told anyone. We were 7. Girls are experiencing their first periods at much younger ages now, 7, 8, 9. These are not just abstract circumstances.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Day, for pointing out that telling a child who can get pregnant and then would be forced to give birth to that baby that the sky is not falling. That is so rude. This bill, the way it's drafted, because it didn't go through the committee process. Where'd my bill go? Here it is. It applies to in vitro fertilization. It applies to Plan B. It applies to IUDs. It applies to any prescription oral birth control that works by interfering with implantation or stopping the fertilized egg from splitting up. The medical consensus on IUDs, for example, is that they prevent fertilization, not implantation. But should fertilization occur, it does prevent implantation. I promise that 60% of you at least have no idea what I'm talking about. But you're going to vote for a bill that makes all of these things illegal in Nebraska. The reason I know you don't know what I'm talking about is because I have introduced bills year after year in the Health and Human Services Committee and the Judiciary Committee to do things like make sure that rape victims who turn up at the emergency room are told about emergency contraception. These aren't even people who are necessarily pregnant. And I'm not even saying they have to be given it. I'm not even saying that the hospital has to have everybody administer it. I'm saying they have to be given the information. And this legislature is so scared of giving women information about their own health and their own bodies, we couldn't even move that bill year after year after year. Nebraskans, are you aware that if you go to a hospital after surviving a rape, and you say, I would like emergency contraception because I would not like to become pregnant, they're not required to give it to you? Saying the sky's not falling. Well, this bill would take that a step further in the way that the Catholic Conference would like to make Plan B completely illegal. IUDs, which would prevent implantation should fertilization occur. And remember, according to LB 933, a fertilized embryo is a baby. That would make IUDs illegal. What about people who already have an IUD? Is there a statute of limitations? What are they supposed to do? Plan B works like other birth control to prevent pregnancy. It primarily works by stopping the release of an egg from the ovary. So, you know, if you've experienced an assault, you can take Plan B. If you were going to ovulate, you're not going to ovulate anymore. It can prevent sperm from fertilizing the egg if there's sperm in there. But if fertilization does occur, or if it has occurred, it can prevent that fertilized egg from implanting in the uterus, which is what has to happen for the embryo to grow. So under this bill, if fertilization occurred, Plan B and emergency contraception would be illegal in Nebraska. Now, the national press ought to be lit up about how Nebraska wants to ban in vitro fertilization and Plan B and IUDs and call it abortion. Because this bill didn't go through the committee process.
1 minute.
Nobody caught the problems with this language. The Speaker of our body prioritized it and ushered it through its own special, red carpet behind the velvet rope of all the other bills and priorities that the rest of us have, to give it its own special day in the sun. And today on April 6th, it's going to be having its night in the evening too. This is why the Nebraska Pharmaceutical Association opposed the bill. This is why the American Medical Association opposed the bill. And as technology and medical advances continue to advance, we're going to keep having ethical questions like this. So the best thing is just leave the decision to the people who get pregnant, not politicians, not government, and not the church. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hunt. Senator Blood.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand in support of the indefinitely postponed motion. And I'm going to talk about the next reason why I oppose the underlying bill and support the postponement, because as we get more information and have answers to our questions, I'm even more concerned than I was from the moment I walked in here. With that, I'd ask John Kavanaugh to please yield to some questions because I need a lawyer.
Yield, please.
Okay, Senator Kavanaugh, I'm going to read some research that I found, and then I have questions for you.
Yes.
So that way you're not surprised. So under HIPAA, medical information can be disclosed to law enforcement officials without an individual's permission in a number of ways, sometimes without a judge's authorization. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Sometimes. I didn't
Yes.
say always.
Some
Okay.
information can be released without a warrant, but with a subpoena.
Okay, so HIPAA has law enforcement access rules that I found on the federal site, and HIPAA permits the police to use an administrative subpoena or other written request with no court involvement. So based on this bill, if a doctor performs this procedure, he or she is committing a crime. Is that correct?
Yeah, if the conduct meets the definition in the statute that we've all talked about is hard to figure out, but yeah.
Okay, so as long as police include a written statement that the information they want is relevant, material, and limited in scope, and that de-identified information is insufficient, then they can come into that place of business without a warrant.
They could get, through a subpoena, they could get some information from the medical provider, yes.
Okay, so police can request medical information directly when a crime's been committed at a healthcare facility, then is what you're telling me.
I think
In some cases.
I think in some cases, yes.
Okay, so that would include, I'm going to ask you yes and no so we can
Okay,
get this done. Name,
yes,
address,
yes,
date and place of birth,
yeah.
social security number.
That one I'm not sure about.
HIPAA site says yes.
Okay,
Blood type,
yes,
RH factor,
yes,
procedure and the date and time of the procedure,
yes,
and distinguishing physical characteristics. So if you had, we'll say like a third nipple or something, that's something that they could identify without getting a warrant.
I think that I'm not sure about, but
Okay. HIPAA says yes.
okay.
Okay, so if indeed they needed, say, DNA test results, dental records, body fluid, or tissue typing, those can also be collected with a court order, warrant, or written administrative report. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Kavanaugh.
Sure.
Sorry to give you a speed read, but sometimes lawyer speak takes longer than 5 minutes. Friends, I talked about one of my biggest concerns, which is IVF, and Senator Albright actually helped me understand that I should be even more concerned, and I do appreciate her honesty on the mic. And now my concern is privacy. We hear so many concerns about government overreach and how we don't want people to know our personal information, but yet, when you commit a crime, which it would be under this bill, then we give police permission to get the information they need to investigate because that's their jobs. That doesn't make the police bad people, by the way. That's just how the law works. So now are we willing to give up personal information
1 minute.
in support of this bill? Because that's what's going to happen. It's not a what if, it's not a Chicken Little story, which is ridiculous, by the way. It's what's going to happen when a police officer has to investigate what they deem to be a crime. So now your personal life is no longer personal. So now you've become a victim in a secondary fashion based on this bill. I'm not okay with that. And there is nothing in this bill that is going to protect people from getting this information if they're investigating this alleged crime. Nothing. And if they get a warrant, they're going to have your DNA. They might have tissue samples. Are you okay with that? That's really government overreach, but that's what we're opening the door to. And that's not a pretend thing. That's not a what if thing. That's what happens when you investigate alleged crimes.
That's time, Senator. Thanks, Senator Blood. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. So I just want to get on the record some of the data, the polling data. So Nebraska polling data shows that Nebraska voters, and before I start that, I just want to remind everybody that we're talking about a constitutional right now. You're saying it may be overturned. There may be limitations. I don't believe it will be fully overturned, but you believe it will. But fortunately, our beliefs make no difference in this argument. So we'll see what happens. Yes, it's a more conservative court. It would be, I would be shocked if they totally overturned Roe v. Wade. But anyway, it is a constitutional right now. People act as if we're just terrible, but we're actually fighting for what we believe is the law. And Nebraska voters oppose legislation that would ban abortions in the state by a 15% margin. So I don't know who everybody thinks they're representing. Voters are against a bill that would ban all abortions in Nebraska if the U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. 40% support, 55% oppose. A majority of Nebraska voters support Roe v. Wade. A majority of Nebraska voters believe Roe should not be overturned. 34% believe it should be overturned, whereas 55% say that it should not be overturned. Restricting access to abortion is a very low priority in the state of Nebraska. Only 13%, it ranked second to last on 7 issues when people were polled across the state. And the only thing that they cared about less was COVID, 2%. So 13% cared about abortion access. So we spend all of this time, all of this energy, and it's not a priority for the state. Voters are 3 times more likely to prefer that the Nebraska State Legislature focus on reducing property taxes, 44%, and helping families deal with rising costs, 39%. That's inflation. We should be talking about how to help Nebraskans on inflation. But here we are talking about the 6th least important issue to Nebraskans across the state. In national polling, nearly 3/4 of Americans, 72%, do not want to see Roe v. Wade overturned. And a recent poll by ABC News and the Washington Post showed that 75% agreed that the decision on whether or not to continue a pregnancy should be between a patient and their health care providers, not the politicians. So I just want to remind people that this is a constitutional right now that we're talking about. And I know that you want to take that right away from women, and you're hoping that the Supreme Court takes that right away from women. What I want to ask you is, at what point does that life not become is no longer valuable? What point, senators, does that life no longer deserve your respect, your ability to support? You continue to talk about adoption, and adoption is a wonderful, awesome opportunity. But we have kids that need to be adopted, and I don't see any of us standing up there ready to go do it. So again, we're talking about coercion, and at what point does the life that you're talking about valuing become worthless to you? At what point is it no longer of value? We know that most of you do not support LGBTQ rights and the ability of my son to not be discriminated against because of the person whom he loves. At what point did my son become of less value than he was the day he was born? Next time I'll ask specific senators that question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to give Senator Pansy Brooke credit for staying on the subject. It isn't about IVF. It isn't about rape. It is about the fact that in Nebraska in 2020, four doctors, and all the doctors in the state performed abortions. 2 of them performed 4 abortions. One of the doctors performed 706 abortions. One doctor, 706. Another doctor performed 1,668 abortions. Those folks are abortion clinics, or you could call them abortion factory. These aren't the doctors you go in and have a nice talk to. These guys line women up in a line, bring them in, and perform abortions. Charge for it, too. And Senator Pansy Brooks said, when is a life valuable? Well, that's the whole point here. When is a life valuable? Is it, I think we've kind of come to the general conclusion that when a child can survive outside the womb, it's a human. I think so. But I'm not even sure we're all there yet. So we've had heartbreaking stories from our newest senator about losing a child. 26 weeks, I think it might have been 24 weeks. We're saving babies. As he said the first time he talked about this on the floor, I do think that his baby may have lived today. So I think we can probably agree that, after 20 weeks, it's very questionable whether we should be aborting babies. But maybe we can't even get there. I don't know. If we're going to start asking other questions about our personal beliefs. And I'm tired of being called or being referred to as a Christian extremist activist. But then I thought, maybe I'm not tired of it. I'll wear that badge. I'll certainly wear Christian. I don't like wear it on my sleeve or go out and try and tell other people what to believe. But yeah, I'm a Christian. And oh yes, I am an activist. Have been all my life. From the time my kids were in school, to putting speed bumps in the neighborhood so kids wouldn't get run over, to running campaigns, trying to get the right people. Yep, I'm an activist. And you bet on this, I'm an extremist. Because we're talking about babies, and we're talking about whether it's okay to abort them at 17 or 18 weeks when they have a face and they have arms and legs and a heart, and that we would know that if they were born 6 weeks later, most of us, I do believe, would think it was murder. I care about the women. I do. And maybe I'm not saying we do enough, but it's such a different world today. And Senator Salama talks about her age today. I was even young in 73. That's when I graduated from high school. You couldn't stay in school if you were pregnant. People were forced to get married that shouldn't have gotten married. Girls were sent away and hidden so nobody knew they had a baby. That's not who we are anymore. We don't shun people that get pregnant. We are light years away from that time, and it's time to understand that what we know today, it's not okay, guys. It's not okay when we have gender parties and we're buying our grandbabies t-shirts when they get a heartbeat, and then we're figuring out what they're going to be doing and where we can take them the first time we take them on an airplane when they're 6 months from being born. And yet we're saying that two doctors in the state, between the two of them, can perform 2,374 abortions, and it's okay. There's nothing about this that's okay. And do you have some legitimate concerns about the bill? That's fine. Work with Senator Albright. I'll work with you to fix concerns. Of course, when a bill doesn't go through the committee process to come to the floor, it has hiccups on it. But the committee process, I'm guessing, and others will be in the queue, they're on the committee, the committee process was kind of like this. We're going to talk about
That's time,
what the
Senator.
bill number is.
This time.
9, thank
Yes.
you.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator Vargas.
Thank you. Colleagues, I remain opposed to LB 933 and in support of motion 116. And I want to thank many of the people that have been speaking on this. Okay, this is, sometimes we think we have more policy debates, and I think this is policy, but I think there's also people trying to speak from both their values and their heart. And I also think that there's faith and religion, and I'm hearing all those things. And this is one of the places that we get to do that. But one of the things I did commit in doing this work was that I was going to be both listening to constituents and also being as much of a pragmatic policymaker that I possibly can be. And that is a difficult thing to do when we're talking about the subject matter. It is one of the reasons why I look to many of the experts that are healthcare professionals, the same people that I looked to when my daughter was in the NICU and, you know, we didn't know if she was going to make it. Or when my wife was having trouble with her first pregnancy. I did look to both the healthcare experts and our doctors and physicians and nurses on whether or not looking to their direction on what we should do for the life of the health and safety and well-being of those involved. The only reason I say that because I have such a hard time with this because we're not grounding this as much in data and policy and the experts and the healthcare professionals that are meant to take care of individuals. And this is a stark contrast with some past bills when the NMA was neutral. And in this instance, they are opposed. And that still is, do not think that politicians belong in these decision-making between a doctor and a woman. With that, I will yield the remainder of my time to Senator Wishart.
Thanks, Senator Vargas. Senator Wishart, 2 minutes 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise obviously in opposition to LB 933. Colleagues, I will never understand why in policymaking so many people's thought process is immediately to go to punitive measures to solve an issue that they see as impacting this state. It's like, we want healthy pregnancies, so let's charge doctors with 20-year felony and make it a terrifying place to be a woman and even consider having a choice over your own body, because that'll make the pregnancies work. Meanwhile, I have a bill that I introduced and wanted to prioritize, but I can't get it out of Health and Human Services Committee, that would extend the care for new mothers, the health care for new mothers for a year. Because right now in Nebraska, if you're a low-income woman, you're covered while you're pregnant. After you give birth, you've got 60 days, good luck, you're off of health care. So, why wouldn't we be first trying to change the environment in this state to support healthy families? But instead,
1 minute.
we block all of those types of legislation, assistance for low-income women at any turn we can, and we go straight to the punitive measure. And here's the thing, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. This isn't going to reduce abortions. It's just going to make the lives of women in this state very unsafe. It doesn't work. What does work, and you see this occurring in other states and other countries, is supporting wraparound healthcare services for women and strong education for kids and learning about what it means to have a healthy family and a healthy pregnancy. That's what works, colleagues. So why aren't we doing that? It achieves a better outcome, and it's not a draconian infringement on women's freedom. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wishart. Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to get back up on the mic and just talk a little bit about, I heard a couple of times from a couple of senators about this isn't personal when I made the comment about this is not personal. And I want to explain that comment just a little bit because evidently some have failed to really fully comprehend what my meaning was, and I'm okay with that. What I meant by that is simply this. I've had the opportunity to come down and serve in this body. I've knew most of the senators before I got here, and I've gotten to know all the rest since I got here. I consider every senator down here a friend. I consider him somebody that I can talk to, that when this session is over, when this evening is over, we're still going to be friends. That's what I mean by it's not personal. When I tell you the stories that my wife and I have had, those are deeply personal. Just as every other senator here who talks about those issues, they're deeply personal. And I don't want anybody to misinterpret that. I understand that the stories that are being told are very personal. And I don't mean in any way to suggest that they're not. When I say it's not personal between me and Senator Pansing Brooks or me and Senator Hunt or any other senator in this room. I have a great deal of respect for everyone who's here. You wouldn't be here if your constituents didn't want you here. And you're representing your constituency and you're representing your views and you're doing it very well. That's how this process works. I hope everybody in the balcony understands this is how policy is made. It's not personal from the standpoint that we're attacking each other. It's personal from the standpoint that we all have personal stories and we feel very personally invested. Senator Wishart, another one, very personal in her stories. And I respect her for that. And I respect everyone in this body for the stories that they have. My views are unique because I have my own personal background, and I'm going to speak to that. And I am very supportive of 933. I'm very concerned about children and infants and fetuses being killed through abortion. That's very offensive to me. That doesn't mean that others don't have differing views, and I respect that. At the end of the day, we'll vote, and we'll vote on cloture, and if cloture passes, we'll vote on the motion, and we'll make a decision. That's how legislation works. But I can tell you one thing: when I leave here tonight, I'm going to respect everyone in this room. I'm going to continue to consider them friends, and when this legislative session ends, I'm going to consider everyone here a friend, and I'll be glad I was able to serve with you. So I think it's probably a point in time after this long day that we all think about why we're here and appreciate each other and what we all do for the betterment of the state of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Jacobson. Senator Morfeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to respond to a few different things, and I appreciated Senator Jacobson's remarks there in his explanation. So thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about the contraception portion of this. And Senator Linehan talked about that. We're just talking about the babies here, and that's not the case. We're also talking about contraception. And if you don't believe me, or if you just haven't been listening and you haven't read the bill, then at least read the opposition from the Nebraska Pharmacy Association. I think this is the first time ever that they've opposed an abortion bill. On behalf of the members of the Nebraska Pharmacists Association, I offer our opposition to LB 933. We ask that this letter be submitted on the record. The MPA takes no position on the underlying social issue of LB 933, but we oppose LB 933, which hinders the practice of pharmacy or the exercise of professional judgment by a pharmacist. This bill prohibits a pharmacist from dispensing medication. I want to repeat that. This bill prohibits a pharmacist from dispensing medication. Our association will oppose legislation that requires a pharmacist to dispense medication or prohibits their ability to do so, hindering the pharmacist's use of his or her professional judgment. So this is not just about unborn babies. This is about making it so medical professionals cannot dispense medication, otherwise known as contraception. This is not some odd reading of the language that I just came up out of nowhere with. Similarly, the Nebraska Medical Association also opposed LB 933, a first time ever for the Nebraska Medical Association. And I won't read the whole, well, maybe I will. I think I've got some time. Chairman Lathrop and members of the committee, the Nebraska Medical Association would like to express our opposition to LB 933. When reviewing the bill, our physician members had an overarching concern about the impact on women's health care if LB 933 were to be enacted and subsequently become operative as provided in the bill. To put it simply, the last thing physicians need in this moment in time is to worry about wading into unlawful territory when appropriately practicing medicine within their scope of practice. The practice of medicine should never be criminalized, as this bill attempts to do. Specifically, although LB 933 attempts to provide exceptions and safe harbors for physicians appropriately practicing medicine, the language is too vague to alleviate any concerns. Section 5 tries to provide a new carve-out if a physician is following manufacturer instructions on a drug or chemical. However, this fails to recognize that many drugs and chemicals are often prescribed off-label or not in accordance with the manufacturer instructions. It is unclear how the intent and knowledge requirements of the criminal provisions would treat these circumstances. It turns out that the affirmative defense isn't as lock solid as Senator Flood and some of my other colleagues would like to believe. That's my commentary, not the letter. I'll go back to the letter. Section 7 provides an affirmative defense for a physician if an abortion was necessary to prevent the death or substantial injury to the mother, and then provides examples of when it is acceptable. The MMA maintains strong opposition to legislating the practice of medicine, which is what this section essentially does. Having a legislature or court decide what is appropriate or reasonable medical care under the circumstances and providing blanket examples of situations in statute with no medical basis or reasoning as applicable to the individual patient's situation is inappropriate. We also object to the legislature forcing the courts to decide what a reasonable effort to preserve the life of both the mother and the unborn child would be. Again, only physicians acting within their scope of practice are able to accurately determine what is reasonable given the medical circumstances. It is true courts make the distinction in tort cases. However, I'll add this is not a tort case. That's my commentary. However, it is deeply concerning that this type of exercise would now be applied to criminal charges. Physicians should be able to practice medicine without fear of how a court would interpret their actions as being criminal or acceptable. For these reasons, the Nebraska Medical Association respectfully requests that the committee not advance LB 933. And the committee listened to the medical professionals, and we did not advance LB 933. This is not just about unborn babies. This is also about contraception.
It's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Morfield. Senator Wishart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to finish up on a conversation I had on the mic earlier about the direction that I see this bill taking us. In preparation for this debate, I wanted to get a worldview of what is going on in other countries. And in a lot of countries that have had draconian abortion laws, they're actually changing their ways. Ireland being one of them, because of the impact it has on women and their health and their well-being. But there are some countries still in this world that have incredibly strict abortion laws. And that's the direction we are going in, colleagues. And there's one country I want to point out in particular, because what is going on in this country is reflected, in my mind, in this legislation as the future of what it's going to be like to exist in Nebraska. Because when I hear in this debate people talking about abortion being murder, that means that the eventual result of legislation in this state in the future is going to be the criminalization of women, of pregnant women. My head can't help but go there. And it's not like this is something that is out of this world. That exists in this world. In El Salvador, it has one of the most strict abortion laws on the planet. Since 1998, it has totally banned the procedure of abortion, including cases of rape or incest, and even when the mother's life is in danger. Even miscarriages are criminalized. And their charge is often as aggravated homicide, which can carry a sentence of up to 50 years. There is a journalist who has created a documentary, and he went to El Salvador. And he went to a portion, a neighborhood, a portion of one of the cities, where they have this prison looming in their city for women who have been charged with a crime related to abortion. He met a 26-year-old woman named Sarah Rogel, an inmate in this prison. She has been in there for 6 years and 4 months, charged on aggravated homicide for slipping and falling in her home while pregnant. This is going on in this world, colleagues. And this type of legislation is taking us in that direction. And I've seen it. You don't even have to look out of this country. You see states that pass this legislation, and then they move on to specifically say that ectopic pregnancy removal is an abortion, and then they move on to try and ban any woman who lives in that state from being able to gain an abortion outside of the state. And it just never stops. It just never stops. The attempt to remove a woman's decision-making power over her own body. And I find it extremely hypocritical that this year we talk about not forcing people to have medical decisions made about their bodies in terms of vaccinations, which, by the way, I support. And if you go back and look, I have never argued that somebody should be forced to be vaccinated, and I strongly believe in that because I believe in bodily autonomy. It is one of the most important individual freedoms in this country, and it includes women, and this bill takes a sledgehammer to our bodily autonomy. So yes, this bill is incredibly personal to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Sir Wishart. Sir John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is probably the last time I'm going to get to talk. So just to be clear, I'm opposed to LB 933, be in support of Senator Hunt's motion to reconsider and motion to indefinitely postpone. And I've articulated a lot of the reasons I'm opposed to the bill as drafted, but to be clear, I would be opposed to the bill even if it were drafted in a way that made it answered a lot of the issues that I've raised. But I think it's important to make sure that we have this conversation about the I think, fatal flaws to this bill, because if it were to go into effect, I'm sure somebody would challenge this as an unconstitutional delegation of authority. So I was talking about the Lincoln Dairy versus Finnegan case. This is about said that the legislature's creation of a penalty for the production of milk was an unlawful delegation of authority because it delegated to the a federal department to determine what constitutes grade A milk. So one of the quotes in this comes from, they actually quote the Smithburg versus Banning case, which is what I was reading earlier today. And in that case, the Smithburg versus Banning was quoting a New York State case of Dowager versus Stats, and goes through the same sort of analysis about relegating or delegating authority. In this case, in the New York case, they delegated the authority to create a regulation to the administrative authority, and then they had to be approved by and filed a copy with the Secretary of State. And that was how you determined what was against the law. And they found that to be an unlawful delegation of authority in that case. And then the Nebraska Supreme Court applied that logic in Smithburg and again in Lincoln Dairy versus Finnegan. But they said, to term such a method of legislation, such a manner of attempting to create a criminal offense vicious, is to indulge in mild criticism. And that was the quote I was looking for a number of times I've been up here. And the point is, that still applies today. This attempt at creating a criminal offense, to call it vicious, this method would be a mild criticism. And we spent 8 hours criticizing this bill for its poor construction, poor implementation, and attempts at creating a penalty to inject the government into people's medical decisions. The other problems that I just articulated last time was about uncertainty, the further uncertainty of this bill. And I wanted to make sure that we had conversation. Somebody mentioned earlier, Oklahoma just passed in 5 minutes a similar bill. So several states have passed bills like this, but 5 of them have passed bills that specifically articulate who makes a determination as to whether Roe has been overturned and to what extent. Arkansas has the Attorney General making that determination. North Dakota has the Attorney General. Oklahoma has the Attorney General. Utah has the Legislative General Counsel. And Wyoming has the governor. So other states that have gone down this path, including Oklahoma, who I think when they passed that one was not in 5 minutes, but when they passed the first version of the bill, contemplated this very question of how do we know who gets to make that decision? We didn't do that here. We didn't answer that basic question. Senator Hunt went through, I think, a discussion of the importance of the committee process. This bill got pulled from committee, didn't get amended, has not contemplated any of the criticisms that have been levied at it in committee or in any other discussion.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee process is important. It serves a purpose. It does actually, bills usually come out with a committee amendment and make changes to improve them. This bill didn't do that because it got pulled from committee, and here we are on the floor and talking about all of the problems with this bill that some of them are no one really contemplated, and we're all arguing about what the outcome would be. This is a terrible way to make something a 2A felony. This is where we all can't agree. Somebody's going to look at this legislative record when somebody gets sued or somebody gets prosecuted under this and say, well, the legislature clearly intended this conduct to be a felony. I said, well, no, half the people in the room said that this was not the intent of this bill, and other half of the people said this was the intent of the bill, or that it wasn't, or it was questionable. This is unclear. We should not make criminal statutes that are this unclear, ill-defined. And that is the problem with this bill overall, but ultimately putting in the hands of some other body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Flood. Senator Flood, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies for taking a second there. I support LB 933. I oppose the motion by Senator Hunt. We are nearing 8 hours of debate. This is the first round of debate. Senator Albright has already signaled that she's willing to work between general and select to find some common ground as it relates to Senator Hilkeman's issue. And I want to reiterate that the bill that we're considering here has the same felony penalty for criminal liability that LB 1106 had that we passed in 2011. We are still using a criminal penalty to stop the act of abortion, but we provide for the exceptions, the same ones that are available today in the existing law of the state of Nebraska. Most of the states surrounding Nebraska have passed similar trigger laws. Let's think down the road just a little bit. The U.S. Supreme Court releases its decision in the Mississippi case. It essentially overturns Roe versus Wade 50 years after that decision was rendered. Most of the states around Nebraska have laws that kick in immediately. Nebraska will be the one state in the middle that doesn't prohibit abortions. I have every reason to believe that there will be a special session at that point, and that the members of this legislature will consider what Nebraska's policy should be. I want to remind you that in LB 933, there are 3 different situations that respect the work of a physician. The first, in section 4, it basically says, it shall be unlawful for any person to use or employ an instrument or procedure upon a pregnant woman with the specific intent of causing or abetting the termination of life of the unborn child. If the answer to that is no, that there is no specific intent, there is no violation of our state law. If the answer is yes, and the intent of the physician was to kill the child, then of course there's a problem. In section 7, it has another protection for the physician. It says that there's an affirmative defense if it was necessary in reasonable medical judgment for the physician to perform the medical procedure. And there's yet another protection for the provider. Third, in section 6, if the medical treatment provided to a pregnant mother by a licensed physician which results in accidental or unintentional injury or death to her unborn child shall not be a violation of the law. This bill sets the policy in the event the U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade. And you need to know that if it's a partial decision that doesn't overrule what the existing constitutional permissions are, this does not kick in. This trigger applies if there is a full reversal, if the Supreme Court takes that step. And if the Supreme Court takes that step, it essentially says to the states, each one of the states in the union, 1 minute, Mr. President, it essentially says to the states in the union, you have the choice to decide how to regulate this medical procedure. And the state of Nebraska's answer, every time we've been asked this question, has been to recognize the sanctity of human life and to, right now, prohibit abortions at 20 weeks. And not one physician has been charged with any crime since 2011. And in the year 2020, there were 4 physicians in this state that performed abortions. 2 of them performed a total of 4. One performed about 800 and the other about 1,600. This is a reasonable state policy grounded in the good judgment of Nebraskans that deserves to be advanced to select file. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Flood. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. So how to start? It is personal, and I take it personal. But I do appreciate the mansplaining of what you meant by personal, Senator Jacobson. It was really something. I understand that you can divorce yourself from this, but it's my body. And votes typically, even though they're upsetting, aren't as personal as this is, but I'm just going to run down the list of our pro-life senators who are advocating for this ludicrous monstrosity. So we can't get Medicaid postpartum to up to a year because it costs too much. And we have an issue with maternal mortality and morbidity in this state, especially for women of color. We can't get SNAP for convicted drug felons because I honest to goodness don't understand why, and it cost us nothing. But the Chicken Little thing was pretty much the debate there about how we can't just let drug felons have food because I don't know, I guess they're no longer humans. We can't give rental assistance to poor people because bootstraps, etc. We can't move paid family and medical leave because the chamber doesn't like it. We can't do anything to expand healthy pregnancies for incarcerated mothers, which is my bill, which we passed the act. My first year, I created the Healthy Pregnancies for Incarcerated Mothers Act. And then I have done more work to try to expand that. And this pro-life body doesn't want to have anything to do with that. The people that support this bill filibustered my developmental disabilities bill last year because, again, Chicken Little, the sky is falling. Rich people might get Medicaid for their disabled child when people who make $55,000 a year don't qualify financially. They make too much money for their disabled child. But heavens to Betsy, we might have somebody who makes $200,000 or $300,000 get Medicaid for their disabled child. And we can't have that. We can't run that risk. And we can't do tax cuts for working families. Now you bundle all those together, and I'm pretty sure the common theme of the poor people and the people of color, the Black and brown people that these mostly impact, are going to tell you that they take this very personally. And now you're trying to take away their choice. It is personal, Senator Jacobson, and it is disrespectful to me and to every woman in here on either side to say that this isn't personal. This is our bodies. You can feel how you want to feel about it. You can say what you want to say about it, but I am going to take it personally. I am going to take it personally. Now, no one who supports this bill has talked about what happens with fertilized embryos. What happens with IVF? No one has gotten back on the mic. Senator Albright has been gone. She won't be here to answer any questions about this. What happens to those embryos? Is the state going to pick up the tab?
1 minute.
Is the state going to take them into foster care? And I'm not being facetious. That is a serious question. What happens to them? And no one who supports this bill gets up and answers these questions. You act like our questions aren't real, and they are. These are real problems that are facing real families and real women. And you are hiding off the floor. This is so important. You're not here to answer really in 8 hours. You all were here loving this up for hours and hours, and then you all disappear when it comes down to this. There's real problems with this bill. There are real, legitimate problems with this bill. And I don't care what other states do. We are in other states. We don't have to be reckless just because somebody else is. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is going to be my last time on the mic, so I'm going to try to get in everything that I can here. The arguments that I've heard in favor of this bill from proponents seem to be based in not reality. I've heard it's not about rape. I've heard it's not about IVF. It's not about putting doctors in jail. But the reality is that this bill is about those things. We don't, as policymakers, we don't get to look away from the uncomfortable parts, the unintended consequences of the bills we pass because they make us uncomfortable. This bill is about rape. It's about children who are raped. It is about IVF. It is about putting doctors in jail. You do not get to look away. And if you want to look away, this is the wrong place for you. If it makes you feel more comfortable to look away, then maybe it's a piece of legislation you shouldn't be voting for, because these are the real life consequences of public policy. People are affected by the things that we do in here, positively or negatively, and you do not, having the privilege of sitting in one of these 49 seats, you do not get to look away because something makes you uncomfortable and say, well, it's not about that. Well, no doctors have been prosecuted, so it's going to be okay. That's not true, and we all know that. You do not get to look away. It's not about rape. Then I want you to look in a little girl's eyes after she has been raped and no longer has a choice in what happens to her, and look her in the eye and say, but I thought it wasn't about rape. I didn't want it to be about rape. Just because you say it does not make it so. You can repeat it to yourself as you push your green button, but that does not make it the truth. You do not get to look away. Senator Flood had mentioned that Senator Albright is willing to work with Senator Hilkeman to alleviate some of his concerns. But I know that Senator Hilkeman has been working with Senator Albright, or trying to work with Senator Albright, for weeks now. And she hasn't budged at all. And her own testimony today, when she was on the mic, in response to a potential amendment on select, she said, quote, that will have to be explored. She also mentioned 13 other states have passed this bill and all have included the felony penalties. This is not someone who is wanting to move this bill with any exceptions. She does not want to take out the felony penalties, and we know that. Senator Hilkeman, I know, knows that because he's been trying. Physicians have been trying to work with her, and she has not accepted anything. So again, it's a fallacy. We want to tell ourselves something about a piece of legislation that simply is not true. It's not about rape. We're not going to punish the doctors.
1 minute.
It's not true. That's the whole point of this bill. Otherwise, the felonies would have already been taken out. Otherwise, we would have created exceptions. Senator Flood says there are exceptions. There has to be specific intent to take the life of an unborn baby. Even when you are saving the life of the mother, there is specific intent to take the life of the unborn baby. There will always be specific intent. And that is what we have said. That's the gray area. It's left up to interpretation. It is not black and white. You do not get to look away from the uncomfortable pieces of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Day. Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senator Flood keeps saying that all the states around us have trigger bans too. So what's the harm of us having a trigger ban? Well, that's not true. Iowa and Minnesota and Colorado and Kansas do not have trigger bans. Wyoming, South Dakota, and Missouri do. And also for Senator Flood to say that this doesn't go into effect if Roe is not fully overturned, that's not true either. That's totally wrong. In the bill on page 3, words matter, colleagues. This bill bans IVF, it bans Plan B, it prevents helping women who have ectopic pregnancies. And Senator Flood was wrong about the other thing he said too. On page 3, line 16, the United States Supreme Court overrules in whole or in part Roe versus Wade. Proponents of this bill have no shame left. I will cherish the time that I have worked here forever, but when I am term limited, I will probably not talk to most of you ever again. That's just reality. You're not my friends, you're my coworkers. If you think my 11-year-old should be forced to give birth, you are not my friend. This isn't about the babies. This is about the words of this bill, and you chose the wrong bill. You had 2 other abortion restrictive bills that you could have put through, and you chose the wrong bill. The national press is lit up about how Nebraska wants to ban IVF and ban Plan B and emergency contraception. It's lit up about how this bill prevents ectopic pregnancies for women, the people with ectopic pregnancies, from getting health care. Let me explain to you how it's going to go down if this bill moves forward today to select file. If this moves forward, the first thing that will happen is I'll open on a motion to indefinitely postpone the election law bill that's coming up next. If this bill moves, colleagues, that bill doesn't move. And we'll be here until midnight or until there's a motion to adjourn, and we'll pick it up again tomorrow. The language is clear. No doctor in the state of Nebraska will perform IVF if this bill passes. In every abortion debate, we say that it's the patient's health, not politics, that should guide every medical decision. And you have no defense on IVF. You would need an amendment to fix it, and you've messed up so bad you're never going to get an amendment. There is 0% chance on select or final that LB 933 is going to be amended. So if you're out here making yourself feel better, saying, I will vote for it on general and we will fix it, no, we won't. What you're going to do is contribute to wasting more time. There is no scenario where this will be amended, because I got to it first. You guys pulled the wrong bill. If this bill advances, IPP motions are going on the bills of every proponent, because to me, yeah, this is personal. I am not a person who can say, if you think my 11-year-old should be forced to give birth, that we can still be friends. I don't understand a person who can say something like that. Maybe it's a person who can't give birth. Maybe it's a person who's never been raped. Someone who doesn't have a clue what it is to go through it.
1 minute.
In life, sometimes we go through things where we have to draw a boundary. It is healthy for me, as a mother, as a rape survivor, to draw a boundary and say, if you think that my child should be forced to give birth, you are not my friend. And if I go to the pearly gates and meet your God someday, which sounds great, I hope I do, I don't think I'm going to get in any trouble for killing all of your bills who vote for this. I don't think your God's going to have any problem with that. And I don't think I'm going to see any of you there either. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Again, I just want to remind everybody that Nebraska voters opposed legislation banning abortions by a 15% margin, 55 to 40%. And we've heard again and again by my colleagues, oh, the Supreme Court is going to overrule this. We have no idea if they're going to overrule this or not, or if they're going to change a part. And we just had one of our colleagues say, oh, well, you know, this trigger ban doesn't come into effect unless Roe v. Wade is completely overruled. That's just pure, unadulterated baloney by a lawyer on the floor of this legislature. Line 16 says, the United States Supreme Court overrules, comma, in whole or in part, Roe v. Wade, restores or grants the state of Nebraska the authority to regulate abortion to the extent set forth in the act. So I don't know where people are reading the law or think they understand the law, but they clearly don't. This trigger law will, no matter what happens in the Supreme Court, if they make a small change, this trigger law would become law. 55 to 40, 55% to 40%. That's what Nebraskans think about this law that you're trying to pass. Continually, we've had previous senators say, oh, well, there's only 4 doctors performing all these abortions. Yeah, we've limited the access. We've limited the ability to access. And so, yeah, it's down to 4 doctors. People in the rural parts of the state have to drive long distances to be able to complete their constitutional rights of bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy. Saying they will overrule it and let the states decide, you have no idea what the Supreme Court is going to do, and neither do I. You're all presuming this is going to happen. You have no idea. And we have just spent 8 hours deciding something we could have decided after the Supreme Court rules. When I tried to bring bills regarding LGBTQ, yes, the life that you do not like and that you will not support, my son, it makes me so mad. You care about my son's life right after I birthed him, but after that, once he became gay, to heck with him. He should not have the protections of this state. I'm trying to get some composure here. You care only about the life once it's born, not once it needs insurance, not once it needs food, not once it needs clothing, not once it needs every other single thing. Workforce development, our #1 issue in this state for the state chamber. And what are we doing? We're making it impossible for doctors to practice here. Good luck getting another OBGYN to move to this state ever. And then after that, how about women? You think we're going to get young women to move to this state to work in our businesses, in our healthcare areas, in our law practices, and every other single kind of practice? It's not going to happen. We are out of touch. We're making an unconstitutional law. And what about the innocent baby, the 12-year-old baby that's been raped that you don't give a dang about? You don't care about the child that was raped by her father or her cousin. You don't care about that. What is wrong? What is wrong with your heart? I'll tell you, there's something wrong. And I'll give the rest of my time to Senator Hunt, or to Senator Day.
Senator Day, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. I only wanted a few seconds to mention my husband, John, and my son, Noah, are here up in the north balcony, and I didn't do that when I was on the mic the last time. They are my superstars, and on long days like today, they make all of this really hard work worth it. So thank you, too, for being here tonight.
Mr. Clerk, you have a motion at the desk?
I do, Mr. President. Senator Albright would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It's ruling of the chair that there has been a full and fair debate afforded to LB 933. Senator Albright, for what purpose do you rise?
Call of the House, roll call in reverse order.
There's been a request to place House on a call. Those in favor of calling the House, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, please.
26 days, 1 nay to place House under call.
House under call. Senators, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. All senators, please check in. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The immediate question is whether or not to invoke cloture. The roll call vote in reverse order has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Voting no. Senator Williams. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Stinner. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Pansing Brooks. Voting no. Senator Pauls. Senator Murman. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Moorfeld. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McCollister. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Hilders. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting no. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Halloran. Voting yes. Senator Gregor. Voting yes. Senator Geist. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Voting yes. Senator Flood. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator Day. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Bosselman. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Vote is 31 ayes, 15 nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
Motion is not successful. I raise the call. Items for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed. Senator Hunt to the other one. Okay. Amendments to be printed from Senator Hunt to LB 933 and Senator Blood to LB 933 as well. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Proceeding to the next bill, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, with respect to the next bill, Senator Hunt would move to indefinitely postpone the bill prior to the title being read pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3F. Senator Hunt, you recognize.
I'd like to withdraw that motion.
Motion withdrawn. Mr. President, Legislative Bill 843, offered by Senator Brewer. It's a bill for an act relating to elections to define and redefine terms, change provisions relating to petitions, filing, mailing, voting deadlines, appointment of election workers, voter registration list, confidential records, primary election ballots, polling places, assistance for voting, replacement ballots, poll watchers, county canvassing board, election costs, recall elections, initiative and referendum and electioneering. Bill was introduced on January 6th of this year. It was referred to the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. That committee reports the bill to general file with committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Brewer, you are recognized to open on 843.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 843 is our annual elections cleanup package. This bill makes a number of minor tweaks to our Election Act. These include a variety of definitions, procedures for helping voters with disabilities, procedures for appointing workers to local elections, standardized forms for voter registration and requesting early ballots, updates to political party names, rules for voter list maintenance, deadlines for ballot questions from a political subdivision, deadlines for declining a nomination, polling place facility availability, election deadlines, replacement ballots, public notice requirements, resignations to avoid a recall, submissions of a final petition language. These were all proposed by the Secretary of State and heard in committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the committee. Senator Brewer, you're recognized to open on the committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2075 adds 6 other bills to LB 843. Those bills are Senator Bostar's LB 849 relating to recall elections, Senator McAllister's LB 861 about candidate email addresses, LB 858, and that's Senator Clement's, and that's related to funding elections. Other Senator Clement's bill, LB 1263, with requirements for ballot drop boxes, and LB 928 from Senator Sanders. That's making campaigns more accessible for the deaf and hard of hearing people. And my LB 841, which is helping emergency responders vote. We had more than 20 election bills in the government committee this year. Our committee worked hard to identify crisis items and issues for the elections and the updated elections package. Out of the 7 bills that we are combining here, we made about 5 of them with major changes, and that was based on input from the Secretary of State, ACLU, and Civic Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Mr. Clerk, you have other amendments?
Mr. President, Senator Brewer would move to amend the committee amendments with AM 2689.
Senator Brewer, you are recognized to open on AM 2689.
Thank you again, Mr. President. AM 2689 makes changes to 3 pieces of the election package. First, it modifies Senator Clement's LB 858 as amended. Private donations for elections would be allowed. However, the donation money would have to go through the appropriate processes. Second, it changes LB 843 to remove some of the language that mandated for voter registration forms when they are sent out to private groups. And the third, it removes extra regulatory power that would have been given to the Secretary of State related to drop boxes. These changes were based on conversations with the senators within the government committee and others. I believe these amendments will make LB 843 a better bill. Would ask your green vote on AM 2689, AM 2075, and ultimately the base bill of LB 843. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Debate is now open. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. So last night I mentioned that I have put together amendments on a lot of bills remaining because I'm going to take time. I'm going to slow things down, and that's my intention. That is what I am going to do. And to be clear, this is because 920 failed this morning. I want to be completely transparent that that should not have failed. That should have moved to select. Constantly. Move it from general to select. We'll work on it. Move it from general to select. We'll work on it. And then the people who put up an amendment and said that if that amendment wasn't adopted, that the bill wouldn't move, didn't vote to vote on the amendment. In fact, there were bracket motions to get us to cloture. We could have voted on that amendment so many times last night and this morning, but those opposed to 920 as it was, or as it could potentially be, didn't want us to. And there was never a counter offer. Never, ever was there a counter offer. And I say that with 100% confidence because if there was, it should have been shared with the body. All those hours of debate, you never gave us anything. Nothing. And I don't want us to pass anything else this year because this session has become a metaphorical dumpster fire. It has become a dumpster inside of a larger dumpster, inside of a larger dumpster, all lit on fire. It is complete chaos. There is no rhyme or reason to anything anymore. And we are only expected to be collegial if it is a Republican asking for it. How many times have you all gotten on the mic and talked about how somebody worked really hard on this and they worked really hard on this? Well, the governor co-authored a letter with Senator Lathrop and others to start this whole process with CJI, and they came up with recommendations, and then it was tanked by the people who were pretending to negotiate on it. And then one of those people who was in the room, not in this body, somebody else, who was in the room part of the negotiations, tweeted about Nico Jenkins. Nico Jenkins is exactly what 920 was trying to stop from happening again. Senator Lathrop went on and on about jamming out. I don't think anybody ever listened to what jamming out is and how jamming out is what happened with Nico Jenkins. And the same person in law enforcement, of all things, that did nothing to help or contribute to moving 920 forward in any form, tweeted about, like, that's why 920 can't move forward. By the way, that person is running for office as well, and in Omaha, and that terrifies me. So here we are, friends. That's the people in Nebraska.
1 minute.
Thank you. Here we are. So I don't know what Senator Brewer's amendment, I think it's actually this white copy amendment that nope, that's okay, I don't have Senator Brewer's amendment on me. I just have the white copy amendment that he's putting an amendment into. But there is a lot in this amendment to talk about, and I also have an amendment up here, and I have 2 more times on the microphone. So I'm going to take all that time. Okay. So now that we all know what's happening and why it's happening, you can settle in, you can leave the floor, you can check in, you can check out. The night is your oyster. Do whatever you want.
Time, Senator, but you are next in the queue. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will put, oh, my light's still on. Okay, so explanation of amendments, AM 2075 to LB 483 is, had 2 senators voting against it from the committee. And it includes 849, election officials willfully engage in conduct prohibited by the Election Act or who neglect or omit their duties under the Election Act are subject to conviction of a Class 1 misdemeanor. This bill would apply the same penalty to any member of a political subdivision governing body relating to their recall elections under Nebraska Revised Statute Section. I don't think I'm going to support that because I think we've done enough with trying to create more crimes today or not alleviate the justice system today. So I think I'll just probably look that up and draft an amendment to strike that. Then we've got LB 858. This bill would prohibit the funding of elections from any source other than appropriations from the federal government, the state of Nebraska, and Nebraska political subdivisions. It includes exemptions for in-kind contributions of food and beverages for election workers and the use of buildings as polling places for election workers' training sites. So this is Senator Clement's bill, and I have learned that as much as I want to ask colleagues to yield to questions, they usually say no in these circumstances. So I'll just put this question out here. It's an in-kind, it makes exemptions for in-kind contributions of food and beverages. It doesn't seem to stipulate under what conditions, like on election day, when they're working at the polls, because, and maybe I'm missing that in the amendment, because if it doesn't make specifications of food and beverages, then this could potentially be interpreted that lobbyists or election software companies can wine and dine election commission employees. And so that is a little concerning, but probably nobody will offer any clarification on that because nobody's listening. Probably some people at home are listening. So for the people at home, what I'm wondering is if 858, because I'm not sure where it is in this actual white copy amendment because it's 57 pages, but does 858 make any stipulations for how and when in-kind contributions of food and beverages can be utilized? And I do see that there were opponents to this. I don't see what the vote was on that piece of the amendment. So normally there's a vote on like each bill that was amended in, well, not normally, every committee does it a little bit different.
1 minute.
Thank you. So I can't tell what this one does, but I am concerned about that. And if someone can even just write it on a piece of paper for me where this is in the bill, Maybe that would alleviate my concerns. Otherwise, I'm going to be kind of scrambling to just cut it out. Okay, so that may or may not be a problem. It seems like a problem. It seems like undue influence in our elections if we're allowing in-kind contributions of food and beverage for election workers without any sort of stipulation as to when that is. It says for election workers and the use
Time,
of...
Senator, but you are next in the queue, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you. It says in-kind contributions of food or beverages for election workers and the use of buildings as polling places or election worker training sites. So I get the use of buildings as polling places, being in-kinded, that's important, and for training sites, but I would like some clarifying language as to when the beverages and food can be in-kind, and that's probably something that we could do. I don't know, throw this out here, crazy idea. Maybe we could do that between general and select. Maybe we could put in some guardrails. I mean, I'll definitely ask a Republican to introduce the amendment, otherwise nobody will vote for it if it's my amendment, but. Okay. There's some stuff about special elections in here, and there was another piece, polling place for election training purposes. Sorry, people at home that are actually watching. This is a really big bill, and I read it earlier today, but I should have put tabs on the things that I wanted to talk about. There's a lot of things in here about the election commissioner or county clerk. And so I had some concerns about that, but after talking to Senator Matt Hansen about those concerns, which I will happily share, those were alleviated because Douglas, Sarpy, and Lancaster County are all appointed election commissioners, and all of the other counties don't have election commissioners. Their county clerk serves as their election commissioner. And there is some point in this that said that their duties were delegated by the Secretary of State, and I had concerns. It gave me pause because if you're an elected official and you are overseen by a different elected official, how does that work? What is the jurisdiction? But then Senator Matt Hansen explained to me that it was only for the election commissioners who are appointed. And so from the administrative branch of the government, which is part of the Secretary of State's office. So that made a lot more sense. Someone said earlier today that they don't usually read the bills, but they read the last one. I do read the bills. I've said it before, I'm a learner. I like to learn new things. So on page 7, oh, that's where it is. Page 7, if anybody is where I had my concern over that. Page 7, starting at the end of line 22 through 26 of AM 2075 is in order to further the purpose of fair and open elections free from outside influence, the election commissioner shall have the duty of operational and administrative oversight over the business of the office subject to review by the Secretary of State. So that is where I had some concerns and they were alleviated. The next on line 30, it says the election commissioner and the chief deputy election commissioner shall be county employees for the purposes of salary and benefit plans, which I am curious, were they not already getting county benefits?
1 minute.
Thank you. I mean, I guess we don't get state benefits unless we pay for them 100% out of pocket, but it does seem odd to me that we weren't giving appointed election commissioners who are working a job benefits. But maybe somebody can address that. I think Senator Brewer will be closing on this amendment any minute. Not that he has to address my concerns. And then on the next amendment, I have some questions about page 5. So I think I'm about out of time. Is that correct? How much time do I have?
18 seconds.
Thank you. I'd like to have a call of the House.
Members, there's been a request to place the House under call. All those in favor of placing the House under call, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 nays, 6 nays to go under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Brewer, you will be recognized to close. You can start your close if you would like to on AM 2689 at this time.
How about I waive, close, and speed this up?
Thank you, Senator Brewer. The House is under call. Members, please check in. Senator Linehan, please check in. Senator Hunt and Senator Matt Hansen, the House is under call. Please check in. Members, all unexcused members are present. The question is the adoption of AM 2689. Senator Brewer has waived closing. There has been a request for a roll call vote in regular order. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Voting yes. Senator Bosselman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Flood. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Voting yes. Senator Geis. Voting yes. Senator Gregor. Voting yes. Senator Halloran. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hilders. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Coulterman. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McCollister. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Moorfeld. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Murman. Voting yes, Senator Pauls, Senator Pansing Brooks. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama, Senator Stinner. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne, Senator Williams. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 45 A's, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. I raise the call. Returning to debate. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, before we move on, we have other amendments. Mr. Clerk for amendments.
Mr. President, the next amendment to the committee amendments offered by Senator John Kavanaugh, AM 2139.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized to open on Amendment 2139.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this AM 2139 is my bill LB 733, which the government committee advanced unanimously and received no opposition testimony. I'd like to thank Senator Brewer for allowing me to amend LB 773 to LB 843. I brought this bill in response to the Federal Election Commission's ruling last year, which stated that the federal prohibition on foreign nationals spending on elections did not extend to ballot initiative referendums and campaigns in states. This means that it's no longer against federal law for any foreign national or foreign government to spend money on ballot measure campaigns, and without action by the legislature, they would be able to spend on ballot measures in our state. AM 2139 prohibits foreign nationals from contributing to ballot question committees. My office worked closely with Frank Daly of the Accountability and Disclosure Commission in developing the language for this bill, which mirrors the definitions of foreign nationals in federal law and allows for domestic subsidiaries of foreign corporations to make contributions, provided that the funds are not from the foreign sources. The Accountability and Disclosure Commission is fully in support of AM 2139. I appreciate Mr. Daly's help on this legislation. This amendment is necessary because of the FEC ruling last year, but it would not change anything about how ballot questions have worked in Nebraska. It simply adds a prohibition in state law that no longer exists in federal law because of the FEC ruling. Once again, I'd like to thank Senator Brewer for allowing me to bring this amendment, and I'd ask for your green vote on AM 2139. So I assume everybody understood what I said there, but bottom line is FEC changed the definition of campaign to not include state ballot initiatives. So now, because of that change in definition, foreign nationals can contribute to ballot initiatives, not personal campaigns, or not legislative or gubernatorial campaigns, but to ballot initiatives, which actually in Nebraska, as Mr. Daly said at the hearing, includes recall elections. And so this amendment, if adopted as is into this bill, would put us back to the place we were about a year ago in Nebraska under federal law. It just puts it into state law because of the change in definition. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd ask for your green vote.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Debate is now open. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't give him a heads up, but I am going to ask Speaker Hilders to yield to a question. I promise it's a friendly question.
Senator Hilders, would you yield?
I would.
Thank you, Speaker Hilders. So this is serious. I'm very serious. If I just sit down for the rest of the night, would you consider giving us dinner breaks?
For tonight or going forward?
No, that is.
I would consider it, Senator Kavanaugh. Absolutely, I would consider it.
Oh, you're giving me something to think about now. Ooh. Going forward. I don't know, because I don't know what the schedule is. You know what the schedule is. So I can't commit to the unknown. But if you would entertain a dinner break any other late nights we might have, I think I'm just going to sit down.
I will entertain that, Senator Kavanaugh.
Fantastic. And just proactively, I have an amendment on here that I will pull when it comes up. You should vote for this amendment, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Speaker Hilders. See no one in the queue. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized to close on AM 2139. Senator Kavanaugh waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2139 to LB 843. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, 1 nay on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Returning to debate. Excuse me, we have another amendment. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 2747.
It's withdrawn.
Okay. No. Back to the committee amendments.
Okay. Debate is now open on the committee amendment. See no one in the queue. Senator Brewer, you're recognized to close. Senator Brewer waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2075 to LB 843. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, no nays on the adoption of committee amendments.
The committee amendment is adopted. Returning to debate. See no one in the queue. Senator Brewer, you are recognized to close on LB 843. Senator Brewer waives closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 843 to ENR initial. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays on the motion to advance the bill.
LB 843 is advanced. Moving on the agenda to committee priority bills, LB 686.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 686, offered by Senator Hughes. It's a bill for an act relating to the legislature to amend Section 5401, change the composition of the exec board of the Legislative Council, and repeal original sections. The bill was introduced on January 5th of this year, referred to the executive board, placed on general file, was previously considered on March 31st.
Senator Hughes, you are recognized to open on LB 686.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Hopefully the third time will be the charm for LB 686. We've discussed this 2 times previous. The pages are handing out a map. I think that will make what we're trying to do a little more clear. We have taken all of the boundaries off except the state boundaries and the legislative district boundaries. What this bill does is, since we redistricted last year our legislative districts, that does change how the caucuses of how we divide up our leadership, our committee assignments and leadership here in the legislature does need to change. When the clerk of the legislature brought this to me, I said, Patrick, please draw it, because you've had experience of this and I didn't want anything to do with it. So what he did with the Legislative Research Office was he took Legislative District 36, which was Senator Williams from Western Nebraska, and moved that District 36 into the second roughly the second congressional district where it landed outside of Gretna. This does change the number of senators who are represented in the second caucus to 17. There have been 17 in the third caucus for as long as I've been in the legislature. So I don't think that it makes a whole lot of difference. But if you look at that map, it does make it a lot easier to understand what we're trying to accomplish. This is something that needs to be done in statute. So once next year, when the new legislature convenes, then the Rules Committee will also adopt these lines. So they will have the caucuses that they can build off of for committee assignments. So with that, I would appreciate a green vote on LB 686, and we can move down on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Mr. Clerk, for a motion?
Mr. President, first of all, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has the motion to bracket. However, I understand she wants to withdraw that.
Withdrawn?
In that case, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would offer AM 1681.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on AM 1681.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, before everybody gets exhausted by the fact that my name is being called again, this is an amendment based on the conversations that we've had previously about this bill. I agree with Senator Hughes, third time should be a charm. I'm not going to put another bracket motion up. I would like us to vote on the amendment, up or down. I think it's important to entertain this option. So what this does is sort of moves it around a little bit. So it moves 14 from, district numbers 1, 16, 17, 30, 32, 235, 37, 38, 40 to 44, 47, 48 are all in, I believe, which district? I'm sorry, I think that's the third caucus. And then, so basically it's moving, the ones that's moving to the third caucus are 16 and moving 36 out. I think that's correct, yes. And then moving 14 to the first caucus and moving 16 to the third caucus. And then moving 13 to, or no, sorry, not 13. Moving 14 out of the second caucus and moving 36 in. So the third congressional district would maintain its 17 members of their caucus as it has now. And it just kind of shifts some people, kind of rotates them out. So 16 would now be in 3, 14 would now be in 1, and 36 will now be in 2, and everybody keeps the same number of caucus members. Clear as mud. All right. So with that, I hope people will vote for this. I think it's important. And that's it for me, folks.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Debate is now open. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Evening, colleagues. 842. Listen, that is a very, very simple thing. I do support what Michaela is doing, or Senator Cavanaugh is doing. My apologies. I support the amendment. But look, I've got on the mic because I don't support LB 686 from a very pragmatic rationale. And again, I've had this conversation with Senator Arch. He has been in our caucus. And now that we've done new redistricting, Senator Arch's constituents in his district are no longer in the second district in the congressional map. And in this 686, he still caucuses with the second district. Doesn't make sense to me. I brought this up. I offered that we make a simple change. It's not necessarily the amendment. The change I would make would be Senator Bosselman is actually represents part of the new second district now. And we just swap out Senator Arch for Senator Bosselman. And now we have constituents. There's a there's a senator that's in the new second congressional district and has constituents in that district, and then he'll be caucusing with the second district caucus. Which I'm not debating whether or not it should be 17 or 16. That change that Senator Hughes mentioned is, it's always been the third district, but now it's the second district. It's fine. You could expect growth with just the addition of the new district. That's fine. It's just Senator Arch is no longer in the second congressional district, but in this bill, we'd be putting him in the second district caucus. I do commit that I would like to make this change if we don't obviously at least take up Senator Kavanaugh's amendment, which is one solution, that's something we do between general and select, and then make this change in select, because it is the easiest to defend to the public when our caucus system, or at least the leadership that we elect, are largely made because those individuals actually represent people in that congressional district. So, and I brought this up in committee. Again, I just don't want to deviate from something that, in my mind, I don't know why we don't make the change and address this so that we can move on. And I hope it's something that we can do again on select file if Senator Kavanaugh's amendment doesn't get taken up. But I'm still honestly flabbergasted that we can't make that change now, or at least get on the mic and say that makes sense. This is honestly a very easy thing. I hope. I have brought this up with my colleague on the executive board, and I hope we're going to have that conversation. In the current form, I'm a no on it, just from the simple fact that, again, we have nothing against the fact that we have 17 in the new second congressional district. It's that we would be keeping a senator in the second congressional district caucus, although they represent no people in the second congressional district anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Hughes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing I did not put on this map, and I apologize, colleagues, is the blue area is the first caucus. The yellow area is the second caucus, and the pink or sandstone color is the third caucus. Colleagues, in 4 years, it could be a completely different legislature. Next year, in January, there's going to be a lot of new faces. It really doesn't matter. For continuity, this is the easiest. We took District 36 from Custer County, and we moved it to Sarpy County. That's basically what we've done. With that, I would certainly oppose AM 1681 and urge you to defeat the Kavanaugh amendment and pass 686 as presented. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
I have a lot of respect for Dan. I do. We usually talk about these things. We did talk about it a little bit beforehand yesterday. And he's right. And, I want to acknowledge two things that are right. We do move District 36 into the second congressional district, and that is because of the new district. That is correct, and that's not big of a change at all. However, we also keep District 14 in the second district caucus, which is no longer in the second congressional district map. So I do urge you to vote red on LB 686, not because of what Senator Hughes has said. What Senator Hughes is correct. There's nothing wrong with the 36th district being added to. It's that we should update this to reflect the constituencies that we do represent, because you and I know that when we make decisions on our independent leadership, when we make decisions on our independent representation that is in our caucuses, which is a very important thing that we do, and there will be new faces, this is going to be something that does carry over and affects when we're all not going to be here. I urge you, I'm an individual support of Senator Kavanaugh's amendment, but if that doesn't go, I do urge you to not vote for 686. I'll be voting no. And I hope if it does move forward, that we could fix it. And I have a commitment that I will, work on an amendment that does that simple thing that I said, which will keep it 17, just like it is right now. And instead of Senator Arch, it would be Senator Bosselman, because he now represents, I don't want to say close to 50%, maybe 40% of now in 2nd Congressional District constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator McAllister, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I wonder if Senator Hughes would yield to a question or three.
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
Of course.
Senator Hughes, looking at the map of the Metro Omaha area, legislative district in 3 and 45 ended up in legislative district in congressional district 1. Had there been any thought about putting 3 and 45, those two legislative districts, in the 2nd congressional district?
I have no idea. As I stated, I asked the clerk to draw a map to make it as simple as possible, and that's what he did.
You may recall that 12 years ago, they moved the 1st congressional district into western Sarpy County rather than eastern Sarpy County, the Bellevue area. Wouldn't it have made more sense to move 3 legislative districts, 3 and 45, into the 2nd congressional district?
I don't think so. A little farther back in history, there used to be 4 congressional districts, and we had, there were 4 congressional districts and 4 caucuses. Then we went to 3 congressional districts, but the legislature kept 4 caucuses for quite a while, for about a 10-year period. So there's a lot of things you can go back in history and see how we've changed things up.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Perhaps between general and select, we can talk about this further. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McAllister and Senator Hughes. Senator Pansy Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask a question to Senator Hughes.
Senator Hughes, would you yield?
Of course.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Why is this not gerrymandered?